Welcome, everyone. This is going to be a bit of a treat tonight. This is going to be a debunking marathon. So I'm here to try to up my streamer stamina. I've never really done a very long stream before, like some of the all-time streaming greats, which hopefully will be making some appearances tonight. So stay tuned for a rotating cavalcade of some of my favorite people on YouTube, hopefully stopping through to debunk, react, laugh at the three creationists I'm calling the Unholy Trinity of Creationism. That is standing for truth, Donny, that is RawMatt, and Matt Powell. So we got two Matts and a Donny to talk about tonight. And we are going to be watching a recent stream on Standing for Truth where those three go and each give back-to-back around 1 hour presentations chock full of almost all the creationist misinformation that you could possibly fit into that time scale. So I'm going to need help to tackle this because it's going to be a lot of debunking. There's going to be claims just thrown out left, right, and center. So I'm going to need some backup. So I want to start off the stream. Guests are going to be coming in, dropping out because nobody, I don't think, is going to be able to make it through this whole thing. I'm going to try. I'm legitimately going to try my best to make it through this entire 3 hour back-to-back creationist presentation. I'm going to try, okay? So we're going to see how far we can make it. I've got snacks. I've got water. I've got energy. I've got scientific facts to share, and we've got some awesome guests. So I want to welcome to the stream to start it off. We've got Doc, Dino, and Dapper Dinosaur. Gentlemen, how are you doing tonight? Let's start with Doc, Dino. Just really briefly, you want to introduce yourself? Because we want to get right into this as soon as possible.
Yes, sir. Well, howdy there, folks. I am Dr. Dino, or Doc Dino for short. No, I'm not an actual doctor. That name is entirely a moniker on everyone's favorite fraudster. That said, I do have a degree in paleontology, and I am a paleontologist. Grayson here has actually joined me in doing some field work out in Wyoming, where I currently reside.
Yeah, and stay tuned. Stay tuned. That's all I'm going to say about that. Next, we've got Dapper Dinosaur in the house. Not that you even need an intro, Dapper, but tell the people who you are and where they can find you.
I'm Dapper Dinosaur. I am a professional shitter on young Earth creationism, I suppose.
Yeah.
Not exclusively young Earth creationism, but mostly. And you can find me over at Dapper Dinosaur is the channel name. If you look for Dapper Dino, you will find a guy who does coding tutorials, which I'm sure are quite good, but that's not me. So if you're looking for me, look for the brown Ceratosaurus, not the green Tyrannosaurus.
And so I will have a link to everybody, all the guests on tonight's stream. Like after the stream is over, I'll put a link to everybody's channel. So we'll be good on that front. Before we get started here, I just want to highlight a few memberships. We got Left-Handed Jedi, friend of the channel, gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Left-Handed Jedi. I always like seeing you show up. We got Stop the Stupidity, just became a new member. This is awesome. And Stop the Stupidity gifted 5 memberships. So we are off to an amazing start already. I think it's time that we just, let's just try to get right into this, right? Because we have a lot to make it through right now tonight. So I've skipped over to the part where Matt is about to start the first presentation. We've got Donny here, Matt number 1, RawMatt Naylor. And I think he came up with that nickname, right? I mean, it's a weird nickname. I don't know.
So I believe it's a reference to the fact that he is a raw food vegan. And that he has been trying to give people dietary advice ever since he decided to try to become a breatharian.
Yeah, he's got a whole website where he sells various dietary supplements without any sort of empirical backing to their efficacy.
It's awful.
Yeah, honestly, I think, and I don't know where you guys fall on this, but I personally think RawMatt is among the dumbest and most dishonest creationists that I know of. And that's like, that's a high bar. Like, that's a hard bar to clear. You know what I mean?
He's pretty far on that spectrum, I will agree.
Look, I don't know if I can think of a single individual young Earth creationist who is either more stupid or more dishonest. And
okay,
I don't mean...
I'm glad we're on the same page.
Yeah, like, RawMatt is the maximum level of stupid that I have found in a young Earth creationist. And I am counting
So,
flat Earth, young Earth creationists that I know of.
Oh yeah,
And
it's like,
he is also the most dishonest young Earth creationist I'm aware of.
yeah, I mean, yeah, you just had a video about like specifically catching him in the art of his dishonest fraudmanship, like literally just fabricating. I mean, we're gonna see that tonight. We're gonna see a
He
lot.
lied to Donny.
Yeah, he lied to
His best
Donny.
friend. He lied straight to Donny's face, and Donny just apparently took his word for it because Donny has some of the worst character judgment that it is possible to have.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got Matt Powell as their third guy here, which Matt Powell, just horrendous bigot, almost inherited Kent Hovind's Dinosaur Adventureland. I mean, he is not much better. I mean, we're ragging on RawMatt here, but his two present company here are just.
Let's be fair; they're all bigoted to about the same degree. Matt Powell is just more open about it.
True. So we're gonna start
dumb enough
tonight.
he can't put on a filter.
Mhm.
Is how I'd put it.
We are going to start tonight with Matt Powell's presentation, and then we're going to, beyond my better judgment, submit ourselves to RawMatt's presentation as the second one. And then if we can make it through that with all of our, or at least some of our neurons intact, we will get to Standing for Truths at the very end. That's the plan for tonight. So let's go ahead and begin RawMatt's here.
For the audience's sake, we've got...
Sorry, I'm getting my Matts confused already. It's Matt Powell who's first.
Let's just go with Raw and Powell.
Oh, God. I don't even like that. I don't think...
One from Brother Matt Powell, one from myself, one from Brother Matt Naylor. Matt's going to be hot off the press. You're going to be discussing dinosaurs, creation-related topics. I have
and please let me know if it's loud enough and you guys can hear it, right?
I can hear it.
Presentation on genetics and how genetics has discovered Adam, Eve, and Genesis. And Matt Naylor has a little bit of everything in terms of dismantling evolution and confirming creation.
I don't think that there's a single scientific field that RawMatt does not lie and get horrendously wrong here. So he's right. It's a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of, like, I've heard him touch on vertebrate paleontology. He gets it wildly wrong. Geology, he gets it wildly wrong. Nuclear physics, he gets it wildly wrong.
Dapper, he's going to start the
Anything having to do with
presentation by
chemistry.
talking.
Yeah.
He's going to start the presentation by talking about how a Ukrainian lab unlocked cold fusion, but it's being hidden by the war. So
Is that the Z-pinch?
yes, it's the Z, and he's going to describe it. I can't even. We just got.
So, gentlemen, why don't we just get right into our presentations, and immediately following the presentations, we will be engaging.
We will all have been in a comatose state by then. Let me just skip ahead a little bit.
Matt Powell, we're going to hand it to you, brother. You just let me know when you'd like me to share your screen, and we'll give you the floor.
Also, I don't know what it is, but for some reason, creationists can never figure out how to like screen share properly. So we got to kind of like.
Nope.
It's the same thing with flat earthers, right? You can basically tell how stupid a conspiracy theorist or theory is by how bad the proponents are at using basic technology.
Yeah. So we have to skip a couple minutes to where he finally gets to start his presentation and can figure out how PowerPoint works.
Dinosaurs. There we go. All right.
You're good to go.
Perfect. As I was saying, dinosaurs and man. All right. Slide number 2 here. So children's books regarding dinosaurs. Obviously, the mainstream is that dinosaurs existed millions of years ago, that a human has never seen a dinosaur. A lot of people espouse that. And you can see these kids' books that kids often read about, I can read about dinosaurs and so on and so forth. This one starts out by saying millions of years ago. So before kids have even hit kindergarten, they are already getting indoctrinated. Somebody's also already trying to...
Real quick, this is the exact same complaint as when flat earthers complain that the schools and the media always depict the earth as a globe. Yeah, that's because that's what's true. If you want to change that, it's on you to change not the children's books, but the scientific consensus, which is upstream of those books. Yeah. Good luck, guys.
And Matt is acting here like he's so against the principle of indoctrinating children. It's like, how early do you think his own kids were being taught about his young Earth creationism, right? Like, basically out the womb.
Anti-science views, yeah. Also, I was just trying to count how many of these dinosaur books I had as a kid. I'm counting at least 10.
Nice. You've been thoroughly indoctrinated, Doc.
Oh, absolutely.
You were so
unapologetically.
You were so indoctrinated that you became a paleontologist and actually do real science on real dinosaur fossils. Like, wow, for shame.
Well, hey, I'm not published yet, though I am working on that.
Yeah, yet is choice word there.
Proves evolution to them, or at least suggests that it's true. Notice this book right here. Millions of years ago, huge dinosaurs walked the earth. They were the biggest animals that ever lived on land. Ultrasaurus may have been bigger than a 5-story building. Again, in Dr. Seuss, we see.
Wait, what?
Wait, which of those things does he object to other than the timeline? Like, does he have some take on the size of Ultrasaurus that I don't know about? That's like he's got papers to back him up on or something? Like, what are you complaining about, Matt?
I think he does actually make an argument later on that there's some, or no, I think the other Matt, I'm getting my Matts crossed, but one of the Matts says that sauropods could not possibly have been that big because there's like, they would just crush the topsoil or so. We'll get to that, but like,
we have their bones, so we know that they were that big.
Right?
So
right?
It's worse. He says sauropods were so big, and then he starts talking about Triceratops and asking how Triceratops could have possibly lived.
Oh, God. Okay, we gotta...
Suggests that millions of years ago, the dinosaurs existed. Well, is that possible? Well, here's from a modern-day atheist who says, dinosaurs were my gateway drug to atheism. And while I was still 6 or 7 years away from reaching the conclusion that God either didn't...
Sorry to stop you, brother.
It's like, did you just hear that? Even
there
Donny's
it is.
laughing at this. Like,
Yeah.
And guess why Johnny's stopping him? Because the PowerPoint wasn't working, of course.
Go on the. Oh, it's moving now. Moving now.
It adjusted. Whatever.
So there must be like a delay.
What a weird idea that the existence of dinosaurs would be your, quote, gateway to atheism.
No, gateway drug.
Yeah, like I can't even comprehend that would be something that would make you decide whether or not God exists. I just don't get it. Maybe I'm just a crazy person and I just don't understand just how devastating to theism the existence of dinosaurs is.
I cannot get over the fact of describing dinosaurs as a gateway drug. It's like, it's so cringe. I can't.
Guys, I'm addicted to
find this
dinosaurs.
original quote because I'm curious.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Myers J.A. Atheism's Gateway Drug. Meaning without God.blogspot.co.uk. So just some random blog. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I'm sure that this was
Accessed in 2016, too.
Yeah.
Did he steal this from Kent?
I doubt Kent has ever accessed a blog.
Does it let you go full screen at all?
Let me do this. Let me try full screen. Like this.
Like 3 of them collectively right now are trying to figure out the concept of full screening a presentation.
It's pretty embarrassing.
Yeah.
Because that usually is the case, no worries. When you share just a tab rather than an entire screen, for some reason, the StreamYard doesn't let you put it full screen. I'm not sure why. So, but it is moving now. Like currently we're on.
Just put us like on the bottom here so that it's not as confusing about where we're all. I don't know.
Look, here's just a production tip, right? If it is taking you longer than about 15 seconds to figure out how to go full screen on something like this, but the slides are updating with the previews on the left, just keep going.
Oh, and
it will be less disruptive.
I want to take a quick pause here to introduce a new guest. We've got RJ coming out with us.
Hey, RJ.
Yeah, I came in a little late, but the moment I heard that Dak had a whole bunch of kids' dinosaurs books from Creationist perspective, you have got to do a compilation of that. I'm aware of
not from a Creationist perspective, just dinosaur.
Yeah, he's
just
dinosaur real
books,
dinosaur books.
I was aware of the old Dwayne Gish stuff that he did, Dinosaurs by Design, I think something like that, and one of the old Ken Ham books from 1998. That's kind of the thing. And the fun part is to look and see how they have evolved over time. If you're aware of my current hobby, I'm currently going through Sarfati and Tay's Titans book on dinosaurs and examining how disconnected they are from the technical literature and all of that stuff. But anyway, yeah, that's a thing that we can get on. So
Tay, that's the host from like the weird ICR like vlog thing, isn't it?
I don't know about how the Tay end of it. Sarfati. any book by a creationist that lacks a proper reference bibliography is fodder for doing a proper reference bibliography if they have the sources. And that's when you discover how threadbare it is. So something on the order of like only about a third of their sources are actual technical literature, that a huge block of it are creationists, largely CMI and largely Sarfati. So it's just a very incestuous mess. And so I've been going through day by day, week by week, plowing through all that source material on that. But any of those, if they put up reference listings at all, that's fodder, because you can analyze how old they are, how much of it's relying on secondary sources. Poor little SFT and that crowd. I mean, you know, they're just authority quoting from secondary material.
Yes.
Now, I will say, for me, coming in a relatively secular household, that dinosaurs were my gateway drug to being kicked out of Sunday school. Literally.
For those of you that don't know RJ, he's awesome, meticulous about like really diving in deep and debunking these creationist claims. He co-authored a book with Jackson Wheat that I have. It's a great book, RJ. Everyone should check it out.
Volume 2's on the way.
Volume 2 on the way.
Fun.
But is your copy signed by RJ? Because mine is.
My copy is signed by Jackson.
Mine's
signed by RJ, but that's a story for another time. So, but I have it signed by Jackson at least, so I can.
Okay.
So, anyways, we're gonna get back into this. We're trying to make it through these. I don't even know how to describe these presentations, but we're trying to make it through it. So, Doc, you want to say something?
Really quick, you have a super chat that I very much agree with. So I want to check that too.
Sorry about that. Yes, Ian Chen coming in. Thank you, Doc, for putting that on my radar. Is it me, or does Grayson, Doc, Dap seem to mirror their creationist counterpart, Creationist Donny? Oh, Doc.
Oh, no.
Dapper. Oh, stop it.
How did I get to be Powell? What did I do?
We have an isomorphism.
Round.
Oh, my goodness.
I can't. Oh,
Ian, what did I ever do to you to deserve this this
Hey,
mistreatment?
you have a brown shirt and you're both wearing headgear.
Ian,
Ian's one of my patrons, so I can say nothing averse to dear Ian.
I hate this so much, Ian. What have you done? God. Okay, let's just keep playing. Okay, let's keep going.
The quote here with the T-Rex picture.
We just try to like do this here, play around with this a little bit.
Praise I am, our team technician, said go to view.
Oh, they're talking to Praise again, huh?
Is there a part there that says?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, didn't they have a falling out? Was it?
Yeah, it turns out Praise I Am isn't a Trinitarian, and they ostracized him for a while for that.
Whoa.
Oh dear.
Yeah, well, I happen to know that Praise I Am still actually does like the thumbnails and stuff for SFT and still does a lot of work and editing for that channel. So how deeply could this fallout have really been if he's still using his
To be fair, that is a long-standing tradition in creationist apologetics going back easily to the 1930s, infighting and backbiting and hissy fits from the George McCready Price days. No, they have not reinvented the wheel.
Yep.
Oh, this
Also, how hard is it to press the presentation button?
Very hard, apparently.
If you don't know that it's there to press, it's impossible to press.
I guess you're right.
Hell, I can do a damn PowerPoint.
Well,
you're like something called present slide.
Doesn't Matt Powell claim to have a degree in like computer science or something?
Oh, he should ask for his money back. Maybe he got it from Dunning-Kruger Community College.
Yeah, or Patriot Bible University.
Okay.
I think he usually.
Let me skip a little bit here.
Good.
Yes. Maybe
the slides have evolved.
Yeah. There we go.
J.A. Myers. Okay,
right, so
2010.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a effing blog post. Who the hell cares about who he is?
Yeah, right. Well, some guy said it, that
dinosaurs
I'm
not sure if it's still up.
Dinosaurs are my gateway drug to atheism, this guy says. And while I was still 6 or 7 years away from reaching the conclusion that God either didn't care about us or that he didn't exist, the dinosaurs had shared an important secret that the Bible can be wrong.
Oh, no.
And so what I'm seeing online, and I don't know about you, Donny or Matt, but most of the time when people come out atheist, one of the common denominators is that the dinosaurs had something to do with it. And they will say
it was Matthew and Luke that did it for me.
Have you ever heard one atheist say, "Yep, it was the dinosaurs that got me"?
Here's the closest I've heard to that. Is I've heard some atheists say, "Well, it was realizing that young Earth creationists had lied to me." And that was the beginning of my distrust of Christianity and Christians and the Bible.
Funny how
I've heard that.
In my case, it was the matter that I was asking the Sunday school teacher about whether there were dinosaurs on Noah's Ark, and the teacher was saying, we're not supposed to ask questions like that here. This is like early 1960s. And I was then asked Mom, do not send Jimmy back to Sunday school next week. So I was kicked out.
Yeah, early 2000s here. Asked the same thing, also got kicked out.
Yeah,
Man.
yeah.
Okay.
I read such and such article about how dinosaurs existed millions of years ago. Therefore, Christianity is false. The Bible
Said nobody ever.
not true. And yes, I mean, scientists do claim, for the most part, that dinosaurs existed and that they died out.
I mean, at this point, this is actually worse than RJ was implying about like tracing back their sources, because in this, the source is literally just a funny internet comic that Matt found. That's the source.
No one is ever going to accuse Standing for Truth and his friends of being sound scholars.
I believe specifically this might be. Oh, actually, no, I don't think it is a Dan Letha. I think this is one of the uncredited AIG artists.
Yeah, like not even his funny online comics are sourced.
It could even be something that, because of the illustration style looks an awful lot like the cartoon stuff from the old Ken Ham books in the 90s.
Kinda, yeah.
Plus million years ago. But I'd like to look at
forensic evidence,
because I think that if we actually cross-reference pieces of material, we can actually discover what the truth is. And is it still working?
Soft tissue.
Oh my goodness.
Okay,
great.
Dapper,
By the
you
way, I
wanna
will
do a
shameless
video
plug.
on this? You want to take this, or do you want me to?
Sorry for a second. Hold on.
Find and
Sorry about that. What was that?
Dapper and I were going to do a video on this. Dapper, do you want to take this, or do you want me to?
You can go for it.
Okay. Soft tissue and dinosaur bones. Quick overview, because I'm sure everyone's heard this 1,000 times. There was a little experiment in the early 2000s with Dr. Mary Schweitzer and her crew, where they had to crack open a T-Rex bone to get it out of the field. When they brought it back, they dissolved a few bits in acid to see if there was any weird remnants remaining. They did. They found some fragments of collagen, which are not blood vessels. They're not blood cells. They're
durable.
They're
one of the most
durable
animal proteins.
Yeah, like for anyone like questioning this, like there's like natural state of collagen, which is like an extremely long protein, but over time, which by the way, this collagen molecule is naturally one of the most stable proteins in your body. But over time, it just fragments into smaller fragments that are even more stable. And if you have certain environmental conditions, like you have some like iron nearby, that can actually facilitate the formation of these little these disulfide bridges.
Yeah,
these
cross-linkings,
between like the actual structures within the protein of the collagen. And that increases its stability many, many times over that even.
And they are always microscopic.
Yes.
And although occasionally you find like a measuring rod where they will give the scale that these are like nanometers and that, by and large, the creationist literature, especially Brian Thomas, he does not go out of his way. The vast majority of all the apologetic literature on soft tissue is just Brian Thomas cycling himself at ICR.
Yeah. So exactly what we would expect if these collagen fragments were millions of years old, we would expect them to be in a highly fragmented, highly stable state with lots of cross linkages. And guess what is exactly what we find in these fossils?
And not only that, we would expect to find less and less of it as we go farther back through the geologic record.
Which we do.
I think the oldest soft tissue we have is from the Permian, but it's like tiny, minuscule, tiny scraps.
Yeah, and everybody likes to go after the dinosaurs, but in fact, Schweitzer and her various researchers have been doing this with turtles, with a whole bunch of other stuff from the period, but they're always tiny microscopic little fragments or the remnants of things that have been biodegraded to some other form. And spoiler alert for the section Jackson and I are doing on that in Rocks too, they leave out the caveats. It's just a continuous mess of misrepresenting of the primary source material.
And,
I want to
and if
highlight
you work with more modern,
sorry, Doc. I want to highlight really quick. Super chat here from Left-Handed Jedi. Powell got his degree from a cinder block drive-through, which is just an amazing imagery. I love it, Left-Handed Jedi. And yeah, thank you for your super chat.
And
Doc,
he has yet to figure out how to turn spell checker on in his writings.
yeah, well, they didn't cover that in the cinder block drive-through. Neither did they cover present slides.
hey, well, two things. First, I'll give Matt credit for not writing T-Rex.
Yeah. Yeah.
Although he
Those
does
pieces named
capitalize
capitalized.
Rex.
Yeah, and it's not
Yeah.
italicized, so.
And second thing, I can say from actual experience that you'll find a lot more collagen in more recent bone. Back in college, I helped a master's student with her thesis, and in order to do it, we had to grind up tiny scraps of Ice Age animal bones.
Ooh.
There's still enough collagen there that you can smell it. It smells like Fritos, the chip.
Phil Sentner has done a bunch of different things, both collaboratively and individually, where they've gone into great detail in explaining how creationists have misrepresented all of that material.
Mm-hmm.
I also want to welcome to the stream Dr. Tapioca Weasel, otherwise known as Bandy, who is a actual PhD physicist who will be suffering tonight as we go through. Hopefully he can make it to the cold fusion section. We shall see. But we might break before then.
Oh, get I'd like the contact information on that, because I'd love to have a physicist, and Grayson, you can do the same thing, to look over the material on the cosmology stuff that Jackson and I are doing for the new book, because neither one of us are astrophysicists.
Well, I'm not an astrophysicist, but Landon Knoll would also be a good person to talk to.
Yeah. So, Tab, for you just joining us, we're going over the first of the three presentations. This one is from Matt Powell, all about dinosaurs. We just hit the inevitable soft tissue lie, so we were just going through that. And let's see what Matt has to say about it here.
Dinosaur bones, which is soft tissue. We find blood cells.
Nope.
Nope.
Wait.
Okay, she got goosebumps. No kidding. This was groundbreaking. This was amazing.
It's
not impossible,
claim
though.
of finding blood cells is so egregious. Oh, and we got another guest here. We got another guest. Dan Stern Cardinal, welcome.
Hey, Dan.
Well, we just got to, of course, the misuse and abuse of Mary Schweitzer's work.
I was going to say, I recognize that. That's not what, that's definitely not what he says it is.
Matt Powell just claimed that they find blood cells in dinosaur fossils.
Failed the hemoglobin challenge already.
Yep.
Right away.
Yep. So let's continue at least a little bit here.
Globin inside of the blood, bone cells, nerve cells. Look at this. Mary Schweitzer said that she got goosebumps, and it was actually like looking at a modern slice of bone. But of course, I couldn't believe it. She said,
Dot.
Yeah, right. Quote mine.
Are 65 million years old. How could blood cells survive that long? Now,
Rhetorical question she probably went on to answer in the secondary source.
Yes.
In part by pointing out that she didn't actually confirm the presence of blood cells.
Yeah.
Oops, leaving stuff out, Donny.
Oh.
the question they should be asking is, did these blood cells actually last that long, or were they from that long ago? Check this out.
Okay, so this is something I say a lot about this particular topic. The young Earth creationist looks at this and says, biomolecules preserved for an exceptionally long period of time. First, I'm going to lie about what they found. And second, I'm going to propose that finding this longer ago than expected means not that they were preserved for that long, but that instead, virtually everything we know about biology, geology, physics, and atomic theory is all wrong, and we have to start all of that over from scratch. And it's like, okay, just from a statistical standpoint, what do you think is more likely? We have a little bit more to learn about biochemistry, or all of fucking science is wrong about everything? One of those is a bit more likely than the other.
Well, the Earth is
and
flat.
that Triceratops rib. How did they identify that it was a Triceratops rib? Oh, always the missing details.
Yeah, but what
Dapper,
about-
Does this look familiar? You know what this is from.
Just from Armitage?
Oh, yeah, this is from
Yep.
Armitage. Yeah,
It's Armitage.
Yeah,
this is
a bison.
Armitage's. Well,
I mean,
there's no way to rule out that it's a bison. I'll say that.
Yeah, I think
obviously,
the only one that he might actually have gotten the taxon right is the stuff where he's talking about Permian stuff. He may actually have a thing from the right bit, but because he
I
just
talked about
never
Permian.
delves in to the particulars and the methods as to how he identified any of these things, it's all worthless crap.
Doc or Dapper, does one of you want to give a little brief explanation about Mark Armitage and his Triceratops finds?
Yeah,
you guys
so-
work on it.
So here's the thing, right? First, where Mark went to dig is a place that does have Triceratops. So that's good. But it's also a place that we can't rule out having bison latifrons for the very good reason that it has Pleistocene alluvium all along like some of the sides of the valleys, including the place where we've been able to probably triangulate that he was digging. This has involved things like calling the private ranch owner who owns the ranch that he did this dig on, comparing his he uses this obscure taxation-based like land parcel coordinate system, which is absolutely not standard in paleontology. You just give GPS coordinates.
At least not within the last 30 years, yeah.
Right, yeah, like just give GPS coordinates. We don't have a site map from him, which is standard practice, but he doesn't bother with that because he doesn't know how to do paleontology. And we also have no actual work in any of his papers going through how he identified an animal as a member of any genus or species to which he assigns it, other than that it was in the right place, which is a good start, right? Like, you know, if you think you might have a Triceratops, it helps to know that other Triceratops were found nearby, which, okay, great, but you have to keep going with that. You have to tell us more. You have to give us in situ photographs, of which he has a couple of in situ photographs, but they're not very good. And they aren't of all of the find. And we basically just don't have pictures of his rib. Like, I've read the papers that he's written.
Dapper, can I suggest a very simple solution to this problem? They found intact cells. They can just sequence the DNA and match it up with all the other dinosaur DNA that we found.
Yeah.
Hey, you could do proteomics.
Because I've been reading creationist literature about this, and it turns out we find dinosaur DNA all the time, according to creationists. So I want to be able to log into NCBI and compare a chicken to a T-Rex, right? Like we could just that's the simple
Yeah,
test.
it's funny that they haven't made available that data field yet.
So this is exactly how I see that going, right? I can see the creationist publications already. Evolution debunked. Triceratops DNA is actually more similar to bison DNA, disproving evolution.
Yeah, that might be what happens.
Yeah, the other thing that intrigues me is how less and less is Armitage doing stuff collaboratively. Oh, I think he's got kind of like a shill person that he's been doing some of the recent papers with, but it's looking like he's just winging it on his own now, kids.
Let me just highlight really quick. Stop the Stupidity has been amazing this stream so far. Gifted 5 more memberships. Thank you so much. And I think we all agree here. Stop the Stupidity.
Agreed.
But at the same time, I'm sorry, that's not this type of stream. We're gonna keep the stupidity rolling.
Blood cells in a Triceratops rib. I thought that this was pretty interesting here, that they have peer reviewed.
It would be.
Ooh, we got pictures.
Sorry, Grayson, I need you. So the top right image there, that's from a bone bed that I have fought with a certain creationist about quite a bit. So sorry, it's a special bone bed. It's actually a really, really nice one, but they go
You
after
see any
it because it's
osteocytes
really
on
well
there?
preserved. No, that's ice because it's in Alaska. But they say that it's an organic film on the bone that disappeared. Ice.
Oh dear.
It's like, this is so exemplary of everything that RJ was talking about when he first came on, where he said, you know, if you dive into any of these individual sources, which by the way, they don't provide them on the screen. Funny how that happens. all of the claims about it instantly falls apart. Like, it's just they're playing this game of whack-a-mole where they're just peppering you with so much misinfo, knowing that no one's going to take the time and go through and check every single one of these hundreds of inane claims.
Yeah. And what the hell is that on the bottom row, the first in from the left, that little spiral thing? What the hell is that supposed to be?
That looks like a metabolic pathway diagram.
Which is not really something one finds.
Hang on, the one with the red, the yellow, the cyan, and the green.
That looks like a ribbon diagram of a protein from like the top down.
It looks like a microtubule arrangement.
Oh, I can see that. I can see that. I again, this like they're just showing some random illustrations of figures from biochemistry literature. Maybe like that's like the best fake interpretation of this I can even come up with.
Can I just to the last point? In terms of people not checking the creationist work, there's two factors here that we have to point out. One is they're liars, just across the board, they're lying.
Mm-hmm.
Second, RJ exists, so somebody is going to check that work.
Yes, recognize RJ on this. Okay, everybody check out The Rocks We're Here Volume 2 when that comes out. Let's continue through this because we cannot. We just can't stop at every one of these 16. They are peppering hundreds of misinformation claims on this thing.
It's true.
Types of bioorganic materials that are found in dinosaur bones.
Hey, let's just say, like, broadly speaking, none of these are accurate. I mean, at
least 2 are from the same Armitage paper.
Yeah.
And several of the ones are just technical illustrations, graphics and the like. No, that's not what you're finding. This is a secondary element on it. So you've got maybe like say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe depending on what's on the rest of the screen.
Why is
7,
carbon
8, 9,
14
and maybe 9 out of the 16 might be considered kind of bioorganic. The rest of it is all fluff.
But one is an actual picture of just a carbon-14 atom. So, yeah. That's...
At least they got the number of electrons right.
He is always the optimist. I got to give him that.
I am.
Yeah. I think of the fact that we find collagen in dinosaur bones. Collagen is the soft material that's inside of our bones, and it degrades quickly after we die. Well, check this out.
And notice no sourcing.
Yeah, it's like, hey, guess what? The collagen that we found is degraded. It's fragmentary. Wow.
Yep. And also, it's one of the slowest things to degrade.
Yeah.
Because the whole point of collagen is that it's a structural protein.
Yeah. We're going to be having charts in the new book, which will be listing off the actual listings of how long things list, how long they last, DNA and collagen and others, according to the technical papers that the creationists have signed, and then how the creationists will cherry pick which elements of it, and they leave out all the caveats. It's just this hilarious daisy chain, most of which involves Brian Thomas.
Here's the thing, right, is that all of these half-lives, so, the collagen of, the half-life of collagen is this, and they give a number, and it's like, under standard conditions in a lab in solution. Like
there's no coincidence that they're finding more and more of the like DNA fragments and stuff in extremely cold permafrost surviving things. That's why we're getting more mammoth DNA and all of that.
Conditions.
Look, if atomic nuclei can't have their half-lives change, then neither can collagen. Obviously. Because chemistry and nuclear physics are the same thing.
Dapper jokes, but that's literally an argument that Jeanson has made in a different context of, you say there are constant rates here, so why can't there be constant rates there? You have to be consistent.
God. Okay, let's go.
Find collagen inside of a 195 million-year-old bone. For now, scientists are still trying to figure out how these protein fragments really managed to last so long in the first place.
Source documentation, please.
Yeah.
None.
Suggests that dinosaurs did not exist millions of years ago and that the Bible was actually true.
None of that suggests.
Okay. Sorry, really quick. 1, citation for this image. 2, do you guys see those blue-orange blocks off on the left side of the image?
Yeah, it's just like kind of like a crystal. Like
there are crystals.
Yeah.
This is a thin slice under cross-polarized light. It helps you see different minerals and stuff. This is a fossil. I don't know what the green and the red is, but it's a fossil.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Edmontosaurus stuff, a lot of that material comes from Canadian sites where it's unclear as to whether or not actually it's Edmontosaurus or something else, because they just are terrible on the provenance on this. We want damn footnotes, kids!
Not well, with the creationists, I can believe that. Actual paleontologists know what an Edmontosaurus is.
Yeah, let's continue.
The behemoth dinosaurs walked with man. They were created alongside of mankind. Look at this duck-billed dinosaur skin preserved in Alberta, Canada. We find
I think this one
not
was
soft tissue, really.
Actually, it's kind of neat.
That's like a skin impression, right?
Right. Yeah, it's soft tissue in the
skin
sense that like what is preserved here is soft tissue, but it's not soft tissue in the sense of like this is something pliable. This is an impression. So it's soft tissue in the same way that like say, oh look, we found a footprint. That's soft tissue preservation.
And hey, look who's done. It's Mark Armitage again.
Yep, that dear old Triceratops, which may not be that. If it's a bison, it might be only 20,000 years old.
Yep.
Okay, wait. Why does the citation have an address on it?
That is a good question.
I think this is like, it's not a citation. It's just a screenshot from an article on a blog. So
that is a good point. These guys don't know how to do citations beyond just like screenshot or like give you the name of the article, which I mean, look, to be fair, on YouTube, I don't expect properly cited citations in every case.
Yeah.
But like, fortunately, as far as I know, all of Armitage's stuff is available publicly somewhere or other in full PDFs. So nobody, because a big chunk of it has been done in those little pay-for-play journals, you know, Microscopy Today and things like that. So that they're freely accessible. So nobody needs to take our word for it as to how bad they are.
Yeah. Well, that's a little silver lining of this, I guess.
The United States that contain nerves from dinosaur bone cells. I mean, it is from bones of dinosaurs. It is just incredible.
Yeah, it's actually the opposite of credible. Correct.
Yes, it is incredible.
Isn't it wonderful how he loves to get the AI overview from Google?
Yeah, that's the level of citations we're at now.
Last after an organism dies, and it says here in the highlighted section that they...
Oh, I think we might have just lost RJ. Maybe he'll join back on, but just for everybody listening... yep, he's coming back on. But just for
RJ has notoriously unreliable internet.
Yeah, I will say this. I just swept the wrong way. My smartphone handles StreamYard in a way that my home computer or the laptop don't.
Well, I wanted to use the pause to just tell everyone that this is going to be a marathon. This is a 3-hour video of back-to-back mind-numbing presentations of Matt Powell, then RawMatt, and then SFT talking about genetics at the very end. So this is a gauntlet, and I'm not expecting any of you to make it to the end with me. I'm not expecting myself to make it to the end. I might just pass out on screen at some point.
But Grayson, keep it going. We get as far as we get, and then you pick it up next week. And like by 2026, we'll make it to SFT's part on genetics, and I'll have something to contribute.
I'll step out to have dinner, and then I'll be back later to see how far the great science of SFT has advanced in the meantime.
Yeah, thanks, RJ. Yeah, you can rotate in, come in, come out whenever you need to. Let's just press play and keep continuing.
I will make a prediction that the only new things that will be known by the end of the video are what we've been talking about, not what was in the videos.
I think that's very liable to be correct.
Okay, see you later, kids.
Bye.
A period after an organism dies. And so is it plausible to suggest that dinosaurs lived millions of years ago and that they died out during those prehistoric ages?
Yes.
When we're finding evidence to the contrary. We're actually finding materials that suggest, and that actually I would argue prove that they did live recently.
Wow. Well, if Matt Powell would argue that, then we're helpless in the defense of that. I mean,
look, this is a problem for evolution in the same way that finding like Jesus's underwear would be a problem for Christianity. One, it would be pretty unexpected, but two, it wouldn't really do anything to harm any of the basic claims that Matt Powell thinks are essential to Christianity. It would just be a neat thing that happened one day.
Yeah.
And something I want to highlight. If you found evidence that challenged the paradigm of paleontology, we would accept it and we would move on. we would incorporate it into our future research. We can see this with Mary Schweitzer.
Exactly.
We can see this with a ton of research that's happened in the last 50 years and is continuing to happen today.
Exactly.
Science incorporates new information.
So, are you guys ready to figure out how carbon-14 dating works? Oh, God.
This is going to cause so much pain. This is going to be so bad. It really is.
I think I need to grab my rock hammer for use as an ice pick.
Think of this. A lot of evolutionists will say that C14 contaminated the bones. Well, if the bones are getting contaminated from C14, why is the blood cells still existing in certain of the bones?
They're not. What? They're literally not.
I don't even understand the argument. What is the argument supposed to be?
It's just like, well, if evolution is true, then why is this thing that we never observe happening so true? That's not at all the case.
But even if it were true, I don't understand the argument. Like, okay,
no, there wasn't one. What he said isn't coherent. If you accept every individual fact, it makes no sense.
If the roof is purple, why triangles?
Exactly.
Basically,
that's probably one of my favorite quotes of all time. Shout out to the Italian dude that said this. If my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bicycle.
So genuine question for the atomic physicist and chemists in the room. How ubiquitous are carbon atoms?
They're very common.
Very.
They're very, very common.
We actually have I think almost over 50%. I know at least 40% of the carbon in the known universe exists in gaseous clouds of polycyclic aromatic complex carbon compounds that are generated by solar winds and ice crystal formation. It's crazy. There's a lot of complex organic carbon-based.
There is.
This fancy carbon of yours, is it in the air or in the water?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes, it is.
Yes.
It's also in basically any
bones.
Bones are made partially out of carbon. The issue here is carbon-14. Carbon-14 needs to be created with because it's got the half-life. There are a lot of ways.
He just admitted it, folks. He just admitted it's created.
Andy is a creationist confirmed.
Yeah. So, but there are different ways that can happen. I'm probably not the person who knows most about the geologically relevant ways, but probably on the panel, I'm the least qualified to talk specifically about carbon dating in the context of counter-creationism. But if you're measuring, if you're getting a date of 50,000 years from something from carbon-14, you're measuring a handful of atoms.
Yeah.
You're measuring background rate. Background.
That's indistinguishable from background.
Exactly. It depends on exactly how you're able to sort of do your background. I don't know how the hell you would possibly get below that.
So
the way I would do it would be to manipulate individual atoms in a vacuum chamber, which is not really applicable technology.
So I actually do know how you measure the background.
It is a little
bit. I had my mouse here hovering over this, and I just had to move it away because it was too intimidating. We need to press play and just. I know nobody wants to hear.
You don't want to know how we zero out a carbon-14 machine?
Okay. Can I say super quick?
We'll get to that.
Can I say super quick how carbon-14 gets into fossils?
Sure.
Okay, you have three main ways. 1, someone breathes on it. 2, groundwater conducts it into the bone, because that happens. 3rd, shellac. Do you know what shellac is?
Mm-hmm.
Hit us with shellac.
It's a common organic preservative that used to be used on a bunch of fossils. Creationists have sent old bones from museums to labs to date them that are coated in this shellac. And I don't know if you know this, but organic resins have carbon.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not a mystery. They're just stupid.
The way you zero out a carbon-14 reading is you basically crush up a diamond. Because it's presumed that they're not going to have any carbon-14, which also just means you're going to get whatever the background rate of carbon-14 is in the Earth, because there are relevant atomic processes that can occur in the ground, which can induce
radiation
the occasional bit of carbon-14, which there's no way to get a perfect vacuum in the test chamber, which means there will always be residual carbon-14 in that test chamber, which means if you test 50,000 years, you've basically tested infinity.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Dapper.
And sorry, Grayson, but there is one fourth thing.
The C14 in diamonds. Doc, no, we got to move on.
The C14 in diamonds was a calibration study. That's the key.
Yeah.
Rated if it had been contaminated by C14. So they can't have their cake and eat it too on this point.
Wow, the man of the hour only gets a 1 second little shout out there. Mark Armitage for a second.
Oh.
Bone cells, you can see close-ups from a stegosaurus.
Hey, I saw that. He misspelled stegosaurus.
Yeah, and that was definitely not a stegosaurus. That was, again, just Mark Armitage. I can't with that guy. And then here, does anybody know about Skippy over here?
Shipionics.
Yeah, there you go. With clearly intact organs. Did you know about that one?
Well, I know there was of the organs.
Yeah, I know there was discoloration that roughly corresponds to the location.
Yeah, like when Matt Powell says intact organs here, what he means is like impressions of organs in rock. He doesn't actually mean intact.
Is he talking about that specimen?
Yes. Yeah, those are intact organs, apparently. Those slight discolorations, intact, completely intact.
Those are rocks.
Liver.
Those are rocks. All of it is rocks.
Beautifully preserved, but they're just imprints.
Because I know we're not going to get to the genetic stuff tonight. I just want to impress upon people so the way Dr. Tapioca Weasel just reacted to that is how you should all react to everything SFT or RawMatt or Matt Powell says about genetics. I just want to put that out there. That is the appropriate reaction to everything. I know we're not going to get there. That's my reaction to all of it.
Look, the thing. One of the things we say a lot that we sometimes forget ourselves is that as bad as you think they are at the thing that you know about, they're just that bad at everything else, at least. And I'm realizing it even harder because I've been taking a look at Bodhi Hodge's book about the Tower of Babel, where he tries to get into linguistics. And one of the things he has the audacity to say is, why don't linguists look into the possible connections between so-called language isolates and other language families? And it's like, dude, that is a huge portion of linguistics literature. What the hell do you think linguists do?
How do you think they found out they were isolates? Like,
exactly.
You have to do the thing to give it the label. Like, what are you talking about?
And it's like that with every topic. You just don't know about all of the topics. That's the difference.
Anytime anybody who's not a professional in any of the fields we're talking about watches one of these things where it's a mix of people from different fields and one person has just endless facepalm moments for like 20 minutes straight, just apply that feeling to all the other fields. It's the same.
They literally complain about like, no, I haven't read or read widely or have any grasp at all of the actual academic literature in this field. But how come nobody is doing the research about the thing that I Googled for 5 minutes? I don't understand. That is
not even good at Googling.
Almost all of these arguments. And like, they're not even Googling anymore, to be honest. Like, ever since 2023 or whenever Google came out with their AI, they're not even Googling anymore. They search it and they just read what the AI tells them on Google and just
never trust the AI.
Put it directly in their PowerPoint. That's
almost unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, we find this dinosaur called Skippy. He's supposedly 113 million years old, but these organs on him were not fossilized. He had intestines that were intact, a colon intact.
Look at the picture you're showing. They're discolorations. Jeez,
this could not look more fossilized.
Right?
It's literally discoloration of the rock is what he's talking about.
The thing is, Skippy is a beautiful fossil. It's frankly a miracle it preserved at all. This is like a week-old hatchling. It's a baby.
Wow.
Windpipe intact. That to me is incredible.
Which part of this does he think is the windpipe? Because what I'm seeing looks like a crop. And I don't know if you guys know this, but the crop is not the windpipe.
I don't know what a crop is.
A crop is a part of an avian or dinosaurian digestive system that comes before the stomach. It's usually used to hold food before digestion if a whole lot of something has been swallowed. So
I think I might actually be willing to grant the existence of a miracle if Matt Powell could differentiate a crop and a windpipe. So,
I mean, yeah, that's a. Am I saying that I know that that's a crop? No, I'm just saying it looks a heck more like a crop than it does like a windpipe. So why are we saying it's a windpipe in the first place?
Because he says so.
Not possible. Darwinian evolution is impossible just based on the fact
that Matt Powell said.
Darwinian.
Yeah.
That dinosaurs must have been existing in the recent past. They must have existed.
I mean, they did. That's true.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they're still around today, actually. They're called birds.
Yeah, I see dinosaurs most days.
A reasonably recent time in order for these materials to have not degraded. Check out this Nodosaur that we found.
Another incredible fossilized specimen.
Mm-hmm. Literally all of what you're looking at is permineralized. None of that is actually...
That's not mummified. Even I know that.
So
I mean, it depends on your exact definition of mummification, right?
There is original keratin, I will say that.
Okay.
But, okay, weighs 2,500 pounds. It's not flesh and blood.
Right.
It's rock, and it's like the upper third of the animal. Beautiful fossil still, but it's not intact.
It was mummified. It still had intestines that were inside of it that were unfossilized.
What?
I'm going to need a citation on that one.
Yeah. What magical world is this man living in that he thinks they're just pulling out
Roger's world
fossilized intestines out of here?
Grayson.
I
Grayson.
misheard him. Okay.
Air and space. That's all I have to air and space.
Yeah. This is also a man who looked at a Fox News article about a study that said that sauropod flatulence may have been a small contributor to end Jurassic global warming.
Are you psychic, Dapper?
Are you psychic? Because he's going to bring that up tonight.
Then I'll just save it for that.
Yeah, he's bringing up the massive dinosaurs. Don't you
But it's a
worry
3-hour video. He's probably going to bring up everything tonight.
Well, he's only got like the first hour of it.
Yeah, everything.
Oh, okay.
How is that?
For anyone who wants to see this, it's called Borealopelta.
Tap, we're literally going to get to how cold fusion that's being hidden from the public explains radiometric dating. So don't worry.
How long do I have to wait for that?
We're covering all the bases.
I mean, it just to me is a checkmate to Darwinian evolution. Think of
atheist
finding a bunch of ice inside of a desert. It just wouldn't make sense. Or like an ice cream cone in the desert.
I mean, Antarctica has a lot of ice, and it's a desert.
Yeah, touche.
I don't even know what he's trying to argue anymore. Like, this is one of my problems with Matt Powell is every once in a while he will just lose me so thoroughly that I don't even understand what he's trying to get at.
I'll translate. I speak Powellese a little bit.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to say that all of this soft tissue that would degrade so fast, like whole unfossilized intestines would degrade so quickly that the fact that we are definitely really finding them means that it's like finding ice in the desert. You know, it doesn't make sense. So it must be millions of years.
Okay, well, that would be cool if we were finding that.
Yeah, it would be cool if we were finding that. And my grandma would be a bicycle if she had wheels.
Yep.
Also, where's that quote from? I don't believe him that it's from this article.
Yeah.
Evolution
Or
were
the
true,
paper. Sorry.
then this material that we're finding inside of these dinosaurs just simply would not exist. It would have degraded into non-existence.
Would it?
All right.
Yeah, right?
Dinosaurs.
The silence, okay.
Now, I'm sure, Donny, that you and Matt have both heard that dinosaurs actually did not die out, that they evolved into birds. And you can even see here in a kid's book,
there's no way that's a kid's book.
Okay, it's not a kid's book. It is a bad kid's website that no longer exists. I've found this source before. It is literally some website for kids that erroneously states that chickens evolved from T-Rex. in an attempt to explain that birds are dinosaurs. It was horrible. It was absolutely never in any kind of journal. And the fact that he needs to cite a kid's website that is now no longer even in existence, I think, might say a thing or two.
Can I just jump in here, because I have small children, and we have a kid's book about evolution, and it involves a chicken named Darwin, and the story is about how Darwin the chicken is related to dinosaurs, and the book goes out of its way to talk about how Darwin the chicken is not descended from T-Rex, but is descended from the smaller feathered dinosaurs. But it's related.
I love that.
And it's well done. It's
good.
I love that.
The
We
quality
need
of
more
of
good kids books about dinosaurs.
Yep. Not like this.
Chickens related to the T-Rex. The answer says yes. Science has revealed compelling evidence that the T-Rex actually evolved into a chicken. I get that this may not be a mainstream theory, but this is one of the books that's given to children.
No,
it's not even that. It's just a website.
Okay. For
It's
a
like
bit of a
Why would he lie about something so trivial?
And he even says, I understand that this is not the mainstream, and I'm showing you right now a debunked fringe from a now defunct website, but I'm doing it anyway because I really am. I need to show this stuff in order to try to make it look silly because I can't show the mainstream stuff.
and for anyone who's curious, you're probably closer related to a platypus than a bird is to a T-Rex.
Yeah,
Any bird.
Mm-hmm. The common ancestry time is probably closer for humans and platypus.
Yeah.
Claims that T-Rexes turned into chickens. It is ludicrous. I mean, it's just flat out impossible.
Like he skips past all of the text there just to highlight this little comic meme. So, well,
he's gonna do the leg to arm thing, isn't he?
It says it's impossible. So
I hope he does. The thing is, here's the thing, man. A cartoon that says the word impossible isn't an argument. You could give it as a conclusion, right? After you give your arguments and your evidence, then you could put up the impossible cartoon if you think you've made your case. But we're not there yet.
Trying to do.
You think he's trying to make his case?
He thinks he's there. He thinks he's there, though.
Oh no, that's worse.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I thought this was kind of funny. I saw it on Facebook. Thought I would share it. The evolution.
Okay, now we're just sharing Facebook memes. What are we doing here, Matt Powell? What are we actually doing here?
Also, that's an AI-generated Triceratops.
Oh.
You have dinosaurs that evolved to chickens. Chickens that get chopped up and prepared as meat. The meat gets turned back into dinosaur nuggets, and therefore...
Therefore what, Matt? Therefore what?
It's literally...
Therefore evolution is true!
What does he think anyone is using this as an argument for anything? It's just a... No, here's the problem, though.
It's Matt Powell, of course.
Matt Powell doesn't understand fun. That's why he has entire videos where he rants about his quote-unquote atheist opponents having like anime posters and video game posters up. Because Matt Powell fundamentally doesn't know what fun is.
Yeah.
Fried dinosaur that we're really eating from. Incredible.
I
find it interesting that Darwinists will even admit that dinosaurs probably did not have feathers. Check this out from Smithsonian. And this is not...
Depends on the dinosaur.
Yeah, he's literally citing the fact that T-Rex likely did not have feathers, and then saying, therefore, the secular scientists are saying dinosaurs did not have feathers. Like, just the most idiotic lack of logic. I almost wish he would go back to the Facebook memes if this is what he's going to be presenting for arguments.
I just quick quibble there, Grayson. It's not a lack of logic. This man is a liar. He is lying to your face and mine, and most importantly, he has zero respect for his audience and lies to them with no reservations.
Impunity. Yeah.
And meanwhile, whenever he talks, he can only ever look and talk like this in anything he does.
Yeah.
Unless he's talking to a member of his congregation, and then the yelling starts.
I also want to remember, this is the man who was quoted as saying he doesn't think that quote mining is a bad thing.
Yeah.
Question, does anyone else see that little logo in the bottom right corner?
We don't have time for it, Doc. We don't have time.
Okay. He stole this too. Okay.
This is an AIG source. It's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Grew feathers at some point, and some dinosaurs even had feathers in their early existence, and that they evolved into birds. Ludicrous. Smithsonian even will tell us and show
Argument from incredulity
that it's more likely that they were covered in scales instead of feathers.
T-Rex specifically because it was the size of an African elephant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go. It can effectively thermally regulate without feathers because of its size. Look,
this is exactly as silly as saying, well, elephants aren't covered in thick hair, so mammals probably never have thick hair. No,
yeah.
No, that doesn't follow.
It's literally the exact same argument, Dapper.
Well, how did the dinosaurs go extinct? There's a lot of theories on this. Most famous one would be the dinosaurs were killed by an asteroid. Well, I would ask, what about all the other organisms? I mean, is that really
most
possible?
of them also? Yeah.
80% of them died.
All the large animals, all the large ones,
and probably most of the small ones.
Yeah, even most of the small ones, right? We know of relatively small body groups of organisms that didn't make it through the KPG, right? Like there were small bodied Charistoderans. They didn't make it. There were relatively small body groups of all sorts of freshwater fish.
Mm-hmm.
There were smaller freshwater coelacanths. They didn't make it. There's a whole swath of organisms. Yeah, there's a whole swath of organisms of various body sizes that didn't make it. It turns out that among those who did, there is a correlation with small body size, but that doesn't mean that having a small body size made you safe. And it basically, because RawMatt hasn't heard of other organisms that went extinct at this time, he basically thinks there weren't any.
That is completely correct, except, well, it is completely correct, but this is not RawMatt. Wrong, Matt, but both of those Matts do think that, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Look, if we're talking about Matt Powell and I say RawMatt, we can probably assume that I mean RawMatt, or Matt Powell, whichever one, the right one. Assume I mean the right one, because here's the thing. Most of the things I say about one is going to be just as true about the other.
Exactly.
Wipe out large dinosaurs and not everything else on the planet. Dinosaurs killed by starvation.
A lot of them, yes.
Dinosaurs killed by overeating.
Like, he's trying to claim that these are scientists that are putting forward this, and then the only citation is not even a citation, it's just a picture from a comic.
I love the idea also that he thinks that these are contradictory statements, as if dinosaurs weren't a large, diverse group of organisms who could, in the wake of an asteroid impact, have different immediate effects on their diet. Like, say, carnivores now presented with a large buffet of dead herbivores, which will quickly run out. But sure, some of them could have eaten too much. Now, I don't think that actually there's anyone who's actually saying dinosaurs were killed by overeating, because I've never heard anyone state that. And also, this is a completely unsourced cartoon.
Yeah.
There's only evidence for this. But those aren't even contradictory statements.
Yeah.
We do have a T-Rex that might have died from choking on a leg bone.
Well, if one, then
that's the closest we can get.
Every dinosaur had just one giant leg bone that they choked on to death. That would be what I've learned so far in this stream.
Yes,
that checks
throat
out.
Bone.
Yum. Dinosaurs killed by disease.
Sometimes they were.
I mean, these are all theories people come up with.
Did you guys know that dinosaurs died from things that normally kill animals?
No way.
No.
Crazy.
And evolutionists will espouse. This one blew my mind. I thought it was actually fake when I saw it.
Well, it looks fake when I'm seeing it right now, so...
It looks very fake.
Like caterpillars.
Were you saying something, Dapper?
No, I'm just do you have a source for any of this, Matt?
Right? Like, just one single source that we could verify any of this, but okay.
How old are butterflies as a clay?
They're in the Cretaceous.
Yeah.
Basically, the theory is that caterpillars overtook the dinosaurs by eating all of the green leafy material, and therefore the dinosaurs ran out of food and they weren't able to survive. So they
well, I'm sure if one guy said that one time, then it must be a mainstream scientific theory.
died.
Also, in the wake of a nuclear winter, which we should emphasize, there was a nuclear winter for at least 2 or 3 years, maybe over a decade.
I just also want to welcome onto the stream Dr. Chris Thompson, a neuroscientist here to break his brain with Matt Powell's Dinosaurs. Welcome to the stream, Chris.
Thank you so much. I'm glad I could join.
We're just on the dinosaurs killed by caterpillars.
Is that right? Okay.
I don't know, but also I see. I think I don't know if I can add another person onto the stage. I'm at the limit. So there's people backstage right now. So
here, you know what? Here, Grayson, I'm gonna leave because I'm a genetics person. I don't know anything about dinosaurs beyond a little bit. So
yeah.
I'll go. People who are more
wait, Marguerite is already. I lost him. He was backstage. I lost him.
If somehow we get to genetics tonight, I'll pop back in.
I'll text you if we make it to any genetics, but it might be very late. Peace.
Night, people.
All right, let's continue on with the because I'm curious if he's ever going to give a citation for the caterpillar theory. Anyone think that we're actually going to get one?
No, we didn't get citations for any of these other things. And here's the thing, right?
Butterfly.
The citation is almost certainly going to be or if you could give it, it would almost certainly be a PopSci article that said that there were some caterpillars somewhere in the Cretaceous implicated in the local change in like fauna over the course of like 5 million years, and that caused like sauropods to exit that one environment or something. Because that's what he does, right? He will extrapolate from like an article that says dinosaur flatulence might have slightly warmed the globe at the end of the Jurassic to
that might
dinosaurs
be
farted themselves to death.
It's coming, Dapper.
I'm sure it is.
Caterpillars.
Oh, whoa, look at that.
Oh.
Whoa, Matt, well done.
Wow.
Did the caterpillar exterminate the giant reptile from 1962?
1962, yeah. Cutting edge science here.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and guess that if that's the most recent citation we have, that is not a hypothesis that has made a lot of waves in paleontology.
And of course, there's one guy, an entomologist, that just threw it out there in 1962. Okay.
And that was like the contribution of the meteor impact was only confirmed with like the last 30
Yeah, so this is,
years, right?
This is pre-Alvarez hypothesis becoming the dominant hypothesis.
Yeah.
Like, so...
Pre us finding Chicxulub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really important to note here.
Like, that clearly contributed in some way, I feel like. I feel like that's not really controversial anymore, whether or not it was the, dominant thing.
Yeah, look, there are ideas about other possibilities that might have played a significant role. But I don't think there's anyone in the scientific, like in paleontology, who disputes that there was an impactor and that it wasn't exactly a good time to be, a living organism on Earth in the wake of that impact.
Yeah.
For anyone who is actually curious, the way we currently think the dinosaurs died follows a very simple process. Giant mountain-sized meteorite crashes into Mexico, sends up mega tsunamis throughout the entire world, sets forest fires that cover most of the world, and then sends mountains of ash into the sky that causes a possibly decade or more long nuclear winter.
And like rains,
no sun.
Like just terrible. Our apocalyptic makes total sense why this would wipe out a bunch of life on Earth. Let's continue.
Everything within 300 miles was burned alive to dust.
California scientist Stanley Flanders, who has made his living as an entomologist, an insect man, which is perhaps why in
okay. So entomologists, insect men, paleontologists are bone men, physicists. Here's Atom Man, and
I'm an Atom Man.
You're a brain man.
I'm a brain man, obviously. Yeah.
All the crazy nonsense he said. calling entomologist Insect Man is probably the least crazy, so I'm just gonna let it go. Like,
Hey,
whatever.
I'll take Bone Man as a title. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Paper called "Did the Caterpillar Exterminate the Giant Reptile?" Dr. Flanders proposed that the great dinosaurs were eliminated by a giant influx of moths and butterflies.
Mothman.
Wait, did moths even separate from? Or sorry, did butterflies separate from the rest of Lepidoptera by the end Cretaceous?
I don't know, but here's
I think
this
moths are a lot
thing,
more-
Dapper.
I think moths are a lot more recent. Yeah.
Well,
But
no,
yeah,
butterflies are derived moths.
Butterflies are a subset of moths.
Yeah,
We've
so
finally
butterflies have to
gotten
be more recent.
We've finally gotten to the dinosaurs farting themselves to death. So
Oh,
it's
goodness.
finally happened.
Dinosaurs gas themselves into extinction. I know most Darwinian evolutionists would never believe that. A lot of them do, though.
No,
And I
not
have-
even the scientists who wrote the paper this news source is based on believe that.
Yeah.
Not even the person who wrote the paper believes that, because that's nowhere in, the news source, because that's nowhere in the news source.
Yeah.
This is a headline that exists on a Fox News science article on their Fox News website. And the only conclusion I can come to is that the editor changed the headline to get clicks, because even the body of the article reports pretty accurately on the conclusions of the paper, which is there is some evidence that methane release via sauropod flatulence was a minor contributor to the warming trend at the end of the Jurassic that we see evident in paleoclimatology data. That's it. That
I
is
mean,
the
the
entire
slight
paper.
warming trend that encouraged plant growth and caused
The
dinosaurs to continue exploding.
Yeah, it was the opposite of an extinction. And it's just
Well,
like,
that's so shocking to me that Matt Powell would take a screenshot of a headline of a science journalist and then misrepresent the science to be the exact opposite of what is actually in the original source. That's just shocking to me.
Certain people, point blank, do you believe this? And they will say, yes, I have film footage of people saying they believe it.
Oh, wow. That's
No
a great...
one has said that, Matt.
No, I assume that because, Matt has this thing like where he goes to college campuses and like talks to college students and like, I don't know, maybe he could get a college student that was joking with him and say, yeah, I think the dinosaurs farted themselves to death, dude. And he freaking clips that. And it's just like, see, the scientists believe it. Like, that's what I really think.
Right.
So when atheists come along and say, nobody thinks that, that's just a headline of a news article that's misrepresenting the source.
Yes, exactly.
Well, even if that's the case,
okay.
He just admitted that's the case.
they're still wrong.
Yeah.
About what, Matt? Let him play. I want to hear what his conclusion is.
Okay. We got RJ back here to...
Oh, hey, RJ.
Perfect time. Dinosaurs gassed themselves into extinction. No, they didn't.
Yep,
We have to see why.
Farted themselves to death. I've seen a lot of people say that. And on YouTube, you can see a
lot.
lot of people assert that. So why, when they say nobody believes
Yeah,
it?
like name one person who asserts that other than you.
Yeah, I've literally never heard of anyone but Matt Powell take this claim as something anyone actually believes.
He clearly couldn't read, because even his own sources, when he would occasionally offer them, all they were saying is that some scientists were speculating that the methane emissions from large dinosaurs could, like the methane emissions from cows, have been a greenhouse gas and may in part have contributed to the high temperature during the Mesozoic. Nothing connected to them gassing themselves into extinction.
Yep.
Exactly. Yeah.
And look, the one caveat I want to point out is when we say no one, that doesn't mean that if you can find one crazy guy with an internet connection, that means that no one was wrong. We mean no one in the general sense, and that this is not a popularly held belief, and you will be hard-pressed to find genuine proponents of it.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And you will also note the date, 2012, way back in the ancient times.
In 2010, this article came out by Steve Connor. Mystery solved. Why the dinosaurs died. And so they ultimately claimed that it was a asteroid, like I said, the most famous extinction theory. But is that really plausible?
Yes.
Asteroid that struck 2,000 miles away from the heart of where most of the dinosaurs are found, for the United States.
Oh my
This
God.
is not hard to figure out. Come on, like just dial it up until it's obvious that it would work, and like there's an intermediate size that will do the thing that you're describing. Okay, like if the moon just crashed into Earth, Majora's Mask style, I don't think he would have a hard time believing that that would cause an extinction, right? But if a pea does it, it's not going to do jack shit. Therefore, by the intermediate value theorem.
But wouldn't a giant asteroid ignite all the atmosphere in space?
That's a good point. You didn't
You
ignite
say
the
that it
atmosphere in
did burn
space.
the atmosphere.
No, because the space and the air in space, it burns differently than
Sure,
the air
in
on Earth.
space burns
I know-
differently, but
I
all
know
the
you're
methane
joking,
in the
but it did-
atmosphere on Earth from the dinosaurs, obviously that would all explode quite
Right.
I know you guys are joking, but the atmosphere did hit hard enough to ignite the atmosphere.
Hey, he really did just say that the majority of the dinosaurs were in the United States. Is that right?
Yeah, and he is oh so wrong.
So Matt Powell has this idea that basically the Morrison Formation and the Hell Creek together are actually representatives of a pre-flood dinosaur peninsula or island. And that is where most dinosaurs lived, because he's not aware that there is paleontology that digs up dinosaurs in places like Africa or East Asia.
Which he was copying from Tim Clary, I think.
Or Australia, or even
Australia.
Japan.
I mean, all over the place. I know.
It's like actually just so it's willful ignorance to a shocking degree.
Forget the first two named dinosaur genera were both from Europe. That's not important.
So, Grayson,
Megalosaurus
can you
and
share the
Iguanodon,
thing
yeah.
that I'm sharing below really quick? Just really quick.
Doc, we do not have time, Doc. I'm sorry. I am pressing play on the dang video at this
Okay. It's a map of dinosaurs.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
They're all over the place.
We don't have time.
Yeah.
Is that reasonable?
AKA the Neobara Seaway.
Center of the United
Okay, so this is his dinosaur peninsula here that he's circling, I think.
States, we find hundreds and hundreds of dinosaur graveyards.
So,
And
by the way,
you can
this is something that you can get from the PaleoDB Navigator, which is actually a really cool tool.
That's what I brought. That's what I have on my screen right now.
And I've reproduced this map before.
Okay. We'll check it out.
Thank you.
So that's the whole map. There's the whole map. So Matt is actually getting this, I believe, from Dan Biddle, who is the one who I think is the first creationist I've been able to trace down as using this. Now, he's never cited Dan Biddle, so I can't be certain about this. And I've not bothered to exactly line up the maps to prove it. However, like I said, he is the first young Earth creationist I've seen use this. And the way to duplicate this map is to just go to PaleoDB, filter by dinosaur and Mesozoic.
Yep.
That will get you that exact map. Yep, there it is.
And
There's
spoiler alert, if you file for Dinosauria and Paleozoic, you get zip.
You know, let's test that.
Good point. Wait. Just zoom out of the map. Okay. Doc, we don't need to test everything, man. We got to get to the video. I'm already just going back to it. Everybody knows you don't just find dinosaurs in the U.S. Everybody
I know.
Right, but here's the other thing, right? Because Matt Powell is using this as his example of the dinosaurs killed by the asteroid, what Matt Powell thinks is that every dinosaur from every single period of time that has ever been dug up by paleontologists is thought by mainstream science to have been directly killed by the asteroid that impacted at Chicxulub.
That's true. It's even worse.
He thinks that Triassic Plateosaurus and Coelophysis are thought by us to have been killed by the same asteroid that killed the T-Rex like 150 million, 200 million years later.
Yeah, God. He really does think that, I think.
Yeah. That's because Dan Biddle thinks that, and that's where he gets this from.
Oh my god!
Because remember, Matt Powell doesn't come up with his own ideas, right? He uses.
Yeah, he is not an original thinker.
Right.
I might have the opportunity to debate Dan Biddle, by the way, because apparently I met a family friend of his that operated a dinosaur themed cafe in like the middle of northwestern Colorado, and I stopped in and was like, I love your dinosaur themed cafe. I'm eating an Allosaurus burger. And then they were telling me they're young earth creationists that believe in the electric universe. And
yeah.
And then they were like, and then I showed them my YouTube channel, and they were actually very interested. We had a whole conversation about it. They were like surprisingly open to talking and arguing about these things. And then at the end of it, they said, you really need to talk to a friend of ours. He's involved in this, and like I think he'd be great to talk to you. And then they said his name was Dan Biddle.
Oh no!
Wow.
Of course.
Well, the thing is, young Earth creationism is a small world, right?
It's a very small world.
That many of them,
yes.
Yeah. So I'm trying to arrange that. We'll see. But let's play here.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
See my screen represents a graveyard that contains hundreds of thousands of fossils, including dinosaur bones.
No.
Fish,
that's not how it works.
Toads, reptiles, amphibians. And you have to ask this question. What could cause a million...
No, all of those dots are dinosaurs. Gonna explode because I know this app. I use it actually pretty much daily.
It's really cool.
It's really cool. I put a link in the chat if anyone wants to check it out. Highly recommend it. But
water, because it had to have been water, because a lot of these dinosaurs were buried quickly and protected, and thus were able to be fossilized.
Source citations needed, kid.
I mean, he is right that most of this rock is sedimentary rock that was laid down by water, but it was laid down under various different conditions. Like some of it was braided channels, some of it was relatively swift moving streams, some of it was shore water, some of it was near shore oceanic water, some of it, and then some of it also was things like subaerial ash and Aeolian sandstone. So some of it also wasn't laid down by water, which is a big problem.
Right.
So just saying,
if you want
laid down by water doesn't help.
If you want a cottage industry of amusement, when you look through how creationists cite technical papers, find the chart in the paper that gives the stratigraphy and the listing of all the little deposits, and keep your eye out for volcanic ash, Aeolian deposits, etc. That those are things that are all ammo for being physically impossible for the flood. And of course, I live up in Washington State, where all of our geology is inexplicable from the big slosh perspective.
Good point.
Storm that the Yucatan asteroid, that the Chicxulub asteroid caused, then this wouldn't make any sense. The dinosaurs would have had to have been buried by water in order to be preserved. The Chicxulub asteroid.
I'm glad we already preeminently debunked everything.
And as we all know, Triassic dinosaurs were dying out because of the Chicxulub impacting the Cretaceous. Right.
And also, this is directly taken from Dan Biddle's material.
Of
He
course.
is just plagiarizing Dan Biddle.
Of course.
I'm seeing orange dots in there. That means he has Cenozoic material in there too.
Oh, so he's including the birds, huh?
Oh,
Matt,
yeah,
I thought you didn't think
yeah.
I thought you didn't think birds were dinosaurs. That's weird.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, Aviala.
No, not just aviale. Aves. That's what those yellow dots are. Those are
that's what that has to be.
aves.
Yeah.
The orange dots, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's so much worse. The longer you look at the screen, the worse it gets.
Yeah, because PaleoDB color codes, basically the way it works is every period gets a certain color, and then how deep the color is refers to like how far into that period you are. Like the deeper it is, the older it is within that period. And by which I mean like basically the higher saturation it is, the older it is. And so if you find the color code for Cenozoic and it's in with the filter Dinosauria, there are only one group of dinosaurs known from the Cenozoic, and it's not just Aviale, it's Aves. It is crown Aves.
Oh man.
Buried and killed. And we find that the dinosaurs were choking on mud. They're buried with fish. They're buried with sea life.
Oh, he's talking about the neck pose.
Yep, he's about to talk about
God.
Sharks. How in the world do you bury sharks with dinosaurs in the center of the USA?
Ooh,
freshwater
like
sharks.
a coast.
Yeah, well, there's
Also
there is that.
coastlines.
Coastlines and freshwater sharks are two great ways. And yes,
And I invariably, if you look up the technical literature and look up the taxa involved, you'll find out the details on it. But nobody has ever spot Matt actually exploring an actual technical paper. He never gets past secondary stuff or stuff he's copying from Dibble.
Well, the thing is, Matt couldn't read a technical paper. of anything.
It would be fun to watch, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, Matt cannot even handle a PowerPoint presentation, so he's.
Right. And I want to be clear. What I mean is, it's not that he couldn't glance over it and pronounce the words in a way that roughly makes sense. I mean, there's no way for him to look at a technical paper, understand what it means, synthesize that, and then tell you about it in a way that is coherent. He could not possibly do that.
He's PLOS One published.
No, that's the other Matt.
Oh God, yeah.
Different one. Oh yeah, okay.
Well, don't worry, RJ. RawMatt is giving the next presentation after this one, so we're hopefully going to get to that guy. Let's play.
Oh, okay.
The USA is hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the oceanic coast. Really think about that, folks.
It's a big asteroid. It's oh my God.
So
Also,
Matt,
mega tsunamis.
Yeah.
no one has ever suggested that the tsunami from the impact at Chicxulub directly caused the extinction of dinosaurs by killing them all in that tsunami. That was never the idea. No one ever proposed that.
Buried in Wyoming.
And it would be hilarious to see him try to document that anyone had.
Real quick,
Grayson.
nobody is saying that the dinosaurs buried in Wyoming were buried by the tidal waves generated, the tsunamis generated by the asteroid impact in the Yucatan. Like, this is absurd. I can't.
Really dumb.
Grayson, I'm gonna head out for a little while. I'll come back in a little while. Okay.
Sounds good.
Right, but
Oh, and of course, for those wanting to know the paleobiogeography of things, it's because that ginormous seaway cut East and West North America off, that the taxa that you find on the eastern side is different from what you find on the western side because there was no direct interchange until late in the Cretaceous.
Yep.
That's a big part of it.
And also,
the other big part is a lot of the glaciation in North America during the Ice Age carved out a ton of Mesozoic rocks all through the Midwest. So
yeah, you'll notice that there's very little dots up in Washington State because there are relatively few deposits that are available from the Mesozoic in Washington State.
I mean, look at Wisconsin. There's nothing in Wisconsin.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Beyond any shadow of doubt, and I know we're talking about dinosaurs, but Noah's flood best explains why a lot of them were out and thus able to be preserved by being buried rapidly.
No.
Because you really think about it. I mean,
really think about it.
Got water coming in from hundreds of miles away from the oceanic coast, and if water could cover just one or two states in, if a wave could come in,
he really does think that the inner seaway was from the mega tsunami of the asteroid. Is that what he's?
I don't think it gets that far. Generally speaking, that Niabara Seaway isn't discussed by them much. No, he is thinking entirely in terms of a ginormous tidal wave big slosh, which puts him at the bottom feeder level of creationist apologetics. I expect Tim Clary and Snelling to be more sophisticated than that.
But he's honestly thinking that is supposed to have buried dinosaurs in Wyoming, and then he's saying, well, that's absurd, so therefore that couldn't have been, the asteroid couldn't have wiped out the dinosaurs. Is that really what I'm hearing?
Yeah, Grayson, how marine are the rocks in the Morrison?
So, I mean, in the Morrison, they're not.
Wow, you say that like you've seen it yourself.
Yeah, because
I will mention the Solnhofen, with our dear friend Archaeopteryx and Coelophysis and all the rest, which is a platen calc that is physically impossible to form in other than calm, very quiet water deposition. No big slosh could do that.
Yeah.
And cover that much land. That means that it was a globally catastrophic event, that Noah was a real person that actually existed. It's not a fairy story. A fairy tale is the idea that dinosaurs farted themselves.
Oh, I hope he gets to the ark.
Oh, yeah.
Dinosaur death pose, yipes.
Okay. Dapper, you want the death pose?
Wait. Before we go, let's hear what he has to say about the death position first.
Dinosaurs just died from starvation, or that they ate too much. And I've even heard some people say that dinosaurs slipped their discs in their backs because they had really bad backs, apparently.
Where does he get this crap?
Just
like what is happening?
I mean, just look at them. Look at the way their head is pointed backwards. Obviously, they have bad.
That's his actual argument. That is his argument here. Is they look like they broke their backs.
They were doing the limbo.
Like, look, wait, I want to let him finish this point here because it is actually that stupid. Like, let's just get it
that
through.
way. It makes no sense. And I've actually heard a creation scientist say this. I think it was Dr. Charles Jackson, and I really agreed with him. It was a great point. He said that it's unbelievable what unbelievers will believe to remain unbelievers. And I feel like that is really quite true. It's really unbelievable.
The blinder leading the blinder.
Yeah, he just goes through all these straw men that nobody believes in and then says, it's incredible that they all believe in this crap.
Charles Jackson as an authority figure, I tell you.
Yeah,
oh, God. Okay, Dapper, do you want to talk about like the actual reasons for the death position, or Doc?
First, you don't have to lose... You don't have to not... You can be Christian and still be a great paleontologist.
Yeah.
I could list a dozen of them off. I'm not going to. Yeah. I've done it before.
Yeah.
Second, that slip discs thing, he's saying that's a reason evolutionists give for why the dinosaurs went extinct. That's a whole nother level.
I've heard yet. I mean, that's...
Now, could dinosaurs get back injuries? Absolutely. They had a back. They could injure it.
Yeah, well,
yes.
But every single one of them just at the same time slipped the disc and broke their back and caused a mass extinction. Like, what?
Okay.
Yeah, isn't there a fancy multisyllabic word for the thing, episteme something or other, that refers to that process of the back arching as the thing contracts after death?
Yeah, it's an epistotonic posture. And
there you go. You're way better at that, kid, than I am.
You want to take that, Dapper?
Yeah, so the epistotonic posture is something that we know how it can be generated. I guess I can't say for certain that we know that that is exactly how it was generated in every dinosaur with that pose. But basically, like we said, most dinosaurs are deposited in sediment that was deposited by water. And when a dinosaur is in water after it dies, it starts to contract a lot of the tendons that are normally used just to keep the head upright. And those are along the back of the neck because that is, mechanically how that would work, right? If you wanted to have a tension support system. And when they contract, it pulls the head back. That's it. That's
not
the whole
that hard.
It can happen if they die on land too, and the tendons just dry out.
Yep. And if memory serves me, modern higher level creationists don't typically repeat this argument that they've moved past it, kid. And poor Matt hasn't caught the memo.
He's not.
I don't even get the point. Like, what does this prove one way or the other?
That they died in water.
Let's see if he can drive it home here. Let's see if Matt can drive it all together and make an actual point here. I believe in him. Let's go.
People would actually think that caterpillars killed the dinosaurs.
Oh, God.
But then they'll claim the Bible's a fairy tale. That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, dear.
Oh, no.
Okay, couple things. One, basically no one's making that claim. I know you found one guy from the 60s who did, but that's basically not a... Okay, Matt, here's just a tip. Just a general tip for life. If you tell someone what you think they believe, and they look at you like you're the stupidest person to have ever crawled out of a woman's reproductive tract, chances are they don't believe that, and you're about to strawman them. Just putting that out there.
Oh, he knows that, Dapper. He absolutely knows that.
Right.
He's doing it on.
This is really hilarious because I'm assuming it's more Armitage, but the irony is, as I remember, I think we're going to be alluding to it in the book, that Armitage cites a paper on supposedly blood clotting coming from drowning, and the paper he cites said no such thing.
Yup.
Yeah.
What a shock.
Also, I can tell you what we're looking at here. We're looking at another thin slice under cross-polarized light. Again, makes minerals make pretty colors.
Sure.
That means that this is fossilized. Those dark things, those are just dark minerals in there. They're probably iron-bearing. I'll give him that.
Sure.
But many minerals are iron-bearing.
Yeah, and he's trying to use this as saying these are blood clots that indicate drowning.
Okay,
they're just mineral deposits.
Creationist says most people are pushed or pulled in reference to my comment. Okay, but Matt Powell is a horrible gremlin creature who crawled his own way out.
Yeah, it's very, very true.
The people do that. Now, in the dinosaur graveyards, we find that they died in an asphyxiated position, meaning that they had drowned. And like I said, they were covered in soot and they were choking on mud.
Soot.
No, it doesn't mean any of that.
Soot.
Here's the thing. Look, we have.
I think he meant to say silt, obviously, but
No, he meant
did
soot.
say soot.
He meant
Really?
soot. Yeah, he thinks that basically all of the Phanerozoic igneous deposit or igneous rocks that exist were caused during the flood, because the flood, with all the continents racing around, because remember, he also thinks that the continents were moving around at like 20 meters a second or something.
Breakneck speed.
Ord and Woodmarap argue hilariously, and they haven't done it recently, that the Columbia basalt is formed during the flood.
Yeah, like they think that basically all the volcanic activity that is evident during the Phanerozoic is done during the flood. So yeah, he thinks that's fine.
Somebody please explain Specimen Ridge to me then. I'm gonna need a flood explanation on that.
Oh, now if you're going to start bringing up actual data now, Grayson, that's not fair.
Yeah, that's just rude.
Okay. That was unfair of me. You're right.
Boy.
Comes from a flood.
Another tea kettle soon.
And even if we look at the blood cells of the Triceratops that were buried in this flood, we can find that they were clotted cells. What does that indicate?
Absolutely none of that is an accurate description.
But also, even if you were right, it wouldn't indicate anything.
Yeah, I don't even think one word of what he just said was correct.
Yeah.
That they were drowned.
No.
Yet another cross-referenced piece of evidence. We find plant life inside of dinosaur stomachs, ferns, etc.
Fossilized.
That's a hadrosaur. It ate plants. I wonder why.
I'm shocked to hear that.
Shocking, yes.
How in the world would that have not digested?
It's fossilized. Oh my god.
I don't even understand what his question is.
How is the food not digested if it's if it ate it? Why is it not digested?
Like how can dead things
died?
Animals that die always have completely digested material. They never have anything in their tummies. We got it. Okay.
He's implying.
Okay, Matt, if you ever watch this, I want you to think about your life. And I want to think about any time when you ever ate maybe some corn. And did you ever notice that you pooped out identifiable corn kernels? And you didn't even die before that happened. Some things stay a while in the digestive tract of animals. That's just the thing.
And I can tell you, Matt Powell stays an awful long time in my digestive tract.
Cannibal RJ confirmed.
The thing is, Dapper, is that Matt Powell has a reverse digestive tract. So all this shit comes out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then just think about the last time that you were, anally inserting a corn on the cob and what came out through your mouth the next day.
I think we're actually witnessing that right now on this stream.
Buried so quickly and protected very quickly in order for the plant life inside of its stomach to be able to be preserved to begin with. And RawMatt pointed this out to me, and I thought,
I think his slides
authority quotes. Isn't that wonderful? He can quote other stuff.
And I love that his authority is RawMatt on this one.
Without any sources. Isn't that wonderful?
He said it was RawMatt.
Yeah. The interesting thing, and I did analysis of this quite a few years ago when I was first encountering Duane Gish, is that in fact mass graveyards of anything are really, really rare in the paleontological record. They stand out like a sore thumb. The vast majority of fossils that are found are not in those big graveyard contexts. So if you think of how much time is involved and how much planet is involved, it's not a surprise. But he's got a dozen quotations without sources that would be really impressive if we knew what the hell they were.
Say, Dapper, I do have to ask, near the bottom there, can you think of any, I don't know, national parks with a petrified forest? Do those ring a bell at all?
Let me think. There's something called like Metrified Forest National Park here in Arizona, I think. Wait, no, that's not it. It's Petrified Forest National Park. Yeah, that's a whole thing. There's a whole park.
The argument that we're seeing on screen right now is that floods sometimes happened in the past in different places. Therefore, they all happened at the same time everywhere globally. It's
That's what we're saying.
Hey,
yeah.
did you know that it's rained before everywhere on Earth? Therefore, it rained at the same time everywhere globally?
Yep. Look, if my house ever caught on fire, that means everyone's house is caught on fire that same day.
Yep.
It's just how reality works, apparently.
That's proof.
And I think if anybody went through each one of those statements, especially the ones with the telltale ... ellipses, and tried to track down where he's getting them from, he would find there's secondary sources that are probably 2 or 3 steps removed from any technical literature, which if you find the technical literature, you'll find out that none of those generic statements are justified.
Yeah, RJ, he's saying that these are from displays at museums, I think.
Yeah, I know. I know where all but 2 of these are, I think.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, we just got to move on.
Even in American museums today, they will admit that dinosaurs were killed by massive floods in the center of the United States. Is where these dinosaur graveyards are that these museums are describing. A herd of dinosaurs died in a flood or some other catastrophe. Massive flood events may have killed thousands of dinosaurs at one time.
Yeah.
10,000 dinosaurs.
Yes, floods have happened before in different places in the past. Yes.
Buried by
200,000 human beings die in tsunami from volcanic eruption. Must be the flood.
Yep.
Hey, how do we explain fossils in, say, subaerial tuff or aeolian sandstone, or even occasionally there are fossils, usually microscopic, found in evaporite deposits like evaporite halites?
They just deny it. It's absolutely fascinating. It's the same way as they only allow a single ice age. So every ice age that's ever taken place prior to the one in the Pleistocene has to not actually be an ice age or somehow be maneuvered over to the flood. And it gets hilarious.
Including the ones that
Michael Ord is just obsessive on this.
Excuse me. Hundreds of dinosaurs buried together with shark teeth. Dinosaurs, fish, and clams buried in a 100-yard wide flood deposit. A large ancient
so the size of a football field. We can't imagine anything like that occurring naturally.
It had got to be a global flood.
All at once, entombing them. Giant trees stripped and quickly buried by an ancient flood. Hundreds of dinosaurs died and were washed and were
that proves it. That proves it.
Buried by flash floods. To me, that
from which we can determine that Matt Powell knows how to read a caption.
Yeah, I want to hear. He was just about to say, to me, that shows. I want to hear what this shows to Matt.
That even secularists, secular paleontologists will admit, and geologists, that flooding is what caused these extinctions to happen. And
those are not extinctions. Those are just fossilization events.
They're just dead critters.
Yeah.
Well, for that, poor Matt would have to have a sense about what taxa exist in a particular time and to find out whether or not the taxa that died out in a particular local flood actually died out at that time. Odds are most of them didn't, unless you could pin these to an actual mass extinction event. And I would wager that no more than maybe a third of them would.
And also, you have to remember, RawMatt is under the impression that the mainstream view is that all Mesozoic fossils died basically simultaneously on the same day, at least. All of them. So he is arguing against a straw man that is so incredibly stupid that even RawMatt, maybe not RawMatt, Donny.
The analogy I use that I like, it's imagining that the Astor Mansion in New York City and the Waldorf Astoria and the Empire State Building, all of which are on exactly the same site, all took place at the same time.
Yep.
Different places, these wiping out of these dinosaur species here.
Where are my therapsids? Why won't he ever discuss my therapsids?
You know why.
Yeah, you know.
There's the T-Rex.
Yep.
Oh, wonderful.
We're just going to move quickly.
Oh, thank God.
No, we're not going to go into dinosaurs in the Bible?
Dimetrodon.
Blood cells are clotted many times, again indicating
here, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Now, can you guys hear me well so far? Is everything good so far?
How are you just asking that now?
Matt,
what?
Matt, the reason the word dinosaur isn't in any modern Bibles is not because it was invented in 1841. Because, hey, Did you know that many Bibles have been translated since then? Yeah. Turns out the reason the word dinosaur isn't in the Bible is because no word in the Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, or for RawMatt, since he's here, pre-Yiddish, is best translated by the modern word dinosaur. That is
And
why.
may I suggest that the fact that we're seeing KGV is because Matt is one of those KGV groupies in the Kent Hovind orbit.
Of course.
Oh,
Yes.
He's an what is it? New Independent Fundamental Baptist.
Yeah.
I think the fried chicken eating is supposed to be in there somewhere.
Well, that especially if you're Kent.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, the thing is, even if the word dinosaur had been invented in 1523, it still wouldn't be in the KJV.
Yeah.
Obviously. Yes.
Far here. Yep.
You're coming in great. Excellent
Okay,
visuals.
give me some Job.
Thanks. Did you guys have any thoughts on any of this or any comments?
They don't have thoughts on anything.
Yeah, I like what you pointed out earlier. I'm just paraphrasing here, but I think it was Charles Jackson that you pointed to.
The great scientist.
Wild
He's
things
got 4 degrees, you know.
that Guardians of
And he's a
Evolution
Mensa member.
rather than believing the Bible. It's like
No
anything.
bright star in my book.
Yeah, the absolutely wild things that the consensus science like accepts, like talking snakes and talking donkeys and like literally some of the most insane mythology like out of this world in Genesis. I just
And a lot of interest in circumcised penises.
yeah, God's super into that. Yeah, but that all makes sense though.
Yeah.
Jesus
But let's
Christ.
get into Job.
Believe in, and then the guts to call these things science. It's pseudoscience, as you're showing, Matt.
You know what? Actually,
What is he shown?
I agree with Donny. Matt is showing a bunch of pseudoscience.
I mean, there is that, yeah. In that,
And I've got a couple of things to add to your list. As a matter of fact, another extinction event for the dinosaurs was that possibly they weighed so much that as they walked across the land, they destroyed the topsoil, so they couldn't even eat anymore. It's
What?
called
Let him finish. Let him finish.
So
Oh,
citation.
No, let him
Yeah.
finish, Grayson.
Let's let him.
So what they did is, I can show you, is that they took large machines that weighed almost as much as sauropods, and as they rolled them over the grass, it obviously kills the entire topsoil, so nothing can grow. So how could there be millions of years of ceratops walking across the ground, destroying it, and have them eating at the same time? It's called
Yeah, he literally switches from sauropods to ceratops.
Yeah.
Woo! Does he
Wow.
know how big these critters are and where their habitats are, and the fact that there wouldn't be any sauropods typically in the environment of a ceratopsid?
I
no,
know.
he
Has
doesn't
he
know any of that.
Okay,
No,
has he
of course
ever
not.
considered the fact that in his model, these dinosaurs still exist in the Garden of Eden and are walking around.
Right.
So-
Yes. They have to accommodate for that as well. Yes, exactly.
Like,
I don't think he's thought this through very well.
No, obviously not. Wow.
This is so absurd. And like, yeah, he's just saying, oh, well, if machinery that weighs the same as a Triceratops, like, it's like no consideration about the distribution of weight, like how
And-
the surface areas compare, nothing about, oh God, it's just so
And
stupid.
for the record here, in case anyone's curious, what does a herd of large grazing animals do? They graze as they move across a wide stretch of land, get to the end, and turn back. Or they go in a circle. So by the time they get back in a month or 6 months, it's regrown. It's that simple. It doesn't matter if it's dead. They poop as they go, and it revitalizes the soil.
Yep.
In fact, that poop has, in many cases, the very seeds that will grow into the things they will eat next.
In fact, we know this on a smaller scale with our little friends, the bison, that the environment changed in terms of what plants will grow when bison were killed off in the 19th century.
Of course it works that way. Yeah.
Let's continue.
Four-pod paradox. That was a good one. And then I also have another slide which also it's another step to the flood, where it shows all of the fossils around the coastal lines as the flood was receding. So that's another good one. I'll show you.
Incredible. Great thoughts,
It is
guys.
incredible.
You know what
Great thoughts.
I find interesting is a lot of people claim that dinosaurs are not even in the Bible. A lot of skeptics will
I
say,
mean,
"Well,
Other than the birds. I mean, there's
It's
vultures
almost like
and doves and
Spiny
crows.
armadillos aren't either.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that aren't in the Bible.
It's almost as if dinosaurs aren't in the Bible.
Just in the Bible.
Well, again, except for the birds that are in the Bible.
Yeah.
I'll know
Black
that-
holes and positrons aren't there either. Spoiler alert.
And neither is created heterozygosity or any of
Oh.
the devices.
Look, it's worse than that. I mean, look, God's omnipotence isn't in the Bible.
Ooh, yeah. There's like the Trinity is in
God-
like the Bible as a concept.
God is surprised and
Who
changes his
are
mind
you going to
for
rely
the
on?
Bible.
Newton?
Yeah.
even invented till 1841. King James Bible was translated into English in 1611.
Even that's wrong.
Of course,
Yeah. You can't even get
The King James version isn't a brand new translation. It is a light revision of the previous bishop's Bible, which is one of the reasons why even in 1611, when it was published, people complained that the language was too archaic. So it's never been a very good translation in that regard. But like, it's not.
I am
even a
so
translation.
disillusioned that Matt is not a particularly well-informed Bible scholar.
Yeah.
But like even about this is something I at least know this. I mean, anything
Yeah, home turf game,
right?
It's not going to have a dinosaur in it, but it
beat
does
him off.
Oh, here you go.
describe or it gives descriptions of that fit a dinosaur. For example, Behemoth. Check this
Hey,
out.
real quick, I'm going to give myself a little bit of promotion. If you want, I have an entire 2-hour discussion with biblical scholar Kip Davis, who is in fact a specialist in Hebrew and early Jewish literature, about this topic, where we go at length to talk about why it is that Behemoth is in fact not a dinosaur and is instead a large chaos monster associated with masculinity, the desert wilderness, and also looking like an ox.
Oh, you're gonna have fun with this part, Dapper. But yes, everybody check that out. Dapper has talked with Kip Davis about a number of things that are gonna be coming up on this stream. Like later on,
Yeah, likewise for Leviathan.
like later on, RawMatt is going to tell us, and this is almost an exact quote. He's like you can just go to the Tower of Babel and see it today, and he's gonna go through the entire history of the Tower of Babel, which I know that you and Kip just sort of talked about. And yeah,
you can see the ruins that are probably the ziggurat on which the story of the Tower of Babel was based.
Yeah.
That's what you can do.
Exactly.
Now remember, the creator of the universe, who can make nebula, was really intimidated by humans' capacity to do mud brick ziggurats.
But remember, he's totally fine with the Burj Khalifa. That's fine. The tallest building that's way
no problem. And atomic bombs and gas warfare. He's copacetic.
Yeah.
But not iron chariots.
Right.
Clearly not.
Or tattoos.
And a lot of Darwinists for many years have laughed at this because they believed for many years that dinosaurs never ate grass or they never even saw grass. Well, turns out that fossilized dung that supposedly lasted millions of years, poop of dinosaurs, was found. And it's
look at that at the end.
But it's not actually grass. It's a rice cousin. It's not the grass that people think of when people say grass, and you would have known that, you idiot, if you had ever bothered to look at the original paper.
But also, once again,
it's also a rock now.
Yeah, he's also arguing against a straw man. Because think about this. If someone were to say the reason that Behemoth can't be a dinosaur is because dinosaurs didn't eat grass, then that would mean that they are imagining that dinosaurs didn't eat grass in the modern period, but that they could have existed at that time anyway. But that's not the actual claim. The reason people say that dinosaurs didn't eat grass, which we now know is less than entirely true, but still mostly true, is because of when grass evolved and when most dinosaurs went extinct. But if I were trying to refute a modern living dinosaur based on a description in a book, I couldn't use, well, back in the Mesozoic, they didn't have this plant, so how could this animal now eat it in the modern period? That doesn't follow. So the only people who he could possibly be arguing against are people who are as dumb as himself.
Excellent.
And that is a pretty low bar.
Yeah.
Beautiful way to put it, Dapper.
Thank you.
Dinosaurs did in fact eat grass. Textbooks have long taught that the grasses did not become common until long after the dinosaurs died at the end of the Cretaceous period.
And they're right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And years ago.
Did they exist? Yes. Were they super common? No. Were they recognizable as grass today? Barely.
Yeah, like,
Or should I say barley in this case?
yeah, like maybe if
Matt
you're
is
a
literally allergic to ever citing a technical paper directly.
Obviously, yes.
By experts to be as foolish as showing prehistoric humans hunting dinosaurs with spears. Well, what does that tell you? These guys.
Oh, here's my favorite.
Was right. Dinosaur dung shows that they did eat grass. Bible says he moveth his tail like a cedar. The pieces of his stones are wrapped together. Obviously,
these are not the only two options.
Nope, they're not.
As Dapper already pointed out, it's a mythological creature, and Matt Powell does not seem to understand that you can describe fictional creatures that are not based on real animals. You can have mythological creatures, and almost every culture on Earth does. And this doesn't seem to have gelled yet in Matt Powell's mind.
It's even worse. The creationists confuse two kinds of cedar trees. They think of the great big Sequoia-style cedar tree rather than the Lebanon-style cedar tree that is very small and has very supple limbs that can blow back and forth. In fact, there are at least a couple videos that have been put up showing just exactly how cedar trees move in a wind and how similar it is even to the way that a hippopotamus tail flicks its poo at people in Africa, which is, if you have to have a literal real creature that may have contributed partly to the Behemoth legend, hippos are a perfect fit.
Also, I also want to point out that Matt Powell is fundamentally misunderstanding the entire point of Job, because Job was not even written in an effort to convince people that the story in it was historical. The story of Job is a fictionalized theodicy, right? So a theodicy is basically an explanation for why God allows evil to befall people.
Yeah.
And
a lot of breastbeating that says, boy, you think you're something, human beings? Well, were you there when we laid the foundations of the earth? And I can defeat Behemoth and that. So, can you do that? Huh?
So basically, the entire message of Job is, hey, why did bad things happen? And the answer is because God's kind of a dick.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's literally the
powerful dick. So just suck it up, kids.
It is not written, or it was not written at the time that it was supposed to have been taking place. We know this because the Hebrew is artificially archaized. It's like when Joseph Smith was writing down his translation of the Book of Mormon, and he was trying to mimic King James English, but he got it wrong multiple times.
And it came to pass.
Right. So it's similar. The Hebrew is being written in an old-timey way, but not correctly, because the author doesn't actually know the correct way to use all these archaic forms. Wow. And further, the end of Job, which has Job getting all of his stuff back and having a new set of kids, that's a later addition. That is not even how the book ended originally.
Which a scholar like Kip Davis would know all about, and poor Matt doesn't.
Correct.
Yeah. What I'm hearing, Dapper, is that the book of Job is written in the Hebrew version of Renaissance Fair English.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
And it's basically fan fiction.
I appreciate having a Dapper on for some of the linguistics. I don't know if we're going to be able to get through RawMatt's presentation, which is like, this is winding down the first Matt, and then the second Matt's presentation. There is a moment here, Dapper. I don't know if you've ever heard this argument before, but RawMatt is going to take Chinese characters and break them down to show.
Oh, yeah, that's fun. We got a whole section on that in Rocks too.
Yeah, so it's got secret hidden codes from Genesis. It is
the Crazy Eights.
Yeah.
There's numerous reasons that's nonsense.
Let's let Matt Powell here wrap it up about the dinosaurs in the Bible.
Movement of a tail that, if you have a creature, right, that has a tail that the Bible is describing that's as big as a cedar tree.
Which is not what
it doesn't say that.
No, it doesn't say that.
Evolutionist.
Doesn't mention a big neck. Doesn't mention a ginormous body either.
Imagine just lying about what the plain text of the Bible says, even in the King James.
Yeah, it says it lives in rivers.
He makes his tail stand up like a cedar.
It makes
isn't it specifically just about the motion? It's like a swaying motion?
Yes, I think that's what that's referring to. Yeah.
So the verb
and also when hippopotamuses, which are one of the most territorial and deadly animals on the planet, killing more people every year than lions do, and also was one of the terror beasts in Egyptian mythology for the thing that devours your soul at the end of eternity.
You cannot
It
be
will.
distracted by hippo trivia right now. I'm sorry. We have to
Okay.
Fast
we have to
forward.
wrap up Matt Powell's presentation. I'm sorry, but Matt Powell's got to get off my screen at this point.
I mean, technically, he's not even on your screen.
His presence is felt.
I mean, that's not Matt.
No.
Yeah, not quite, Mr. Elephant. Definitely not a cedar tree-like tail.
No, well, yeah, it's the cedar tree, not. We already covered that.
Science by
Is
cartoon.
it like a Lebanese cedar, though?
Yeah, exactly. Lebanese cedar. There's your point.
But what I would say is that it best describes a brachiosaur.
Congratulations.
And if this wasn't talking about a brachiosaur, then what could this possibly be? What kind of animal?
A mythological animal, you ingrate.
Look, we have depictions from Jewish communities of Behemoth and Leviathan from stretching back a pretty good ways.
Yeah.
Behemoth is consistently portrayed as a horned bovine creature.
Right.
You know why? Because that's what it is. That's what the idea is. Just like Leviathan. And why are they paired together? Because just like Behemoth is a chaos monster that represents masculinity, the dangers of the desert wilderness, and being a big ol' ox.
And Leviathan is the wet version.
Leviathan represents the dangers of the open ocean, is another chaos monster, and is also representative of femininity, which is
AKA Tiamat.
Which is why you even get Behemoth, right? Morphologically, that's a feminine plural word. But you know what kind of pronouns are used to refer to Behemoth? Masculine singular. There's a reason for that. It's because despite the feminine plural form of the word, what's really being expressed there is that he's like the beast of beasts. He's the bestest, greatest beast in the wilderness because it's a mythical chaos monster.
Ooh, I know why all the dinosaurs died out. They were all male.
Well, there you go. That solves the problem.
There we go. Yeah, I'm putting on my RawMatt thinking cap here.
I was just reminded of the worst argument I've ever heard from a Muslim apologist, which is, how could the Quran have known that ants were all female? Because the Arabic word for ant is by default feminine, which is true for a lot of words in Arabic, in case you didn't know.
Sure. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Which is just like, okay, cool.
That we could define as being as huge as a cedar tree. Incredible.
They're rewriting the text to fit the dogma.
And like I said earlier, the thing on grass, here's from Nature. It says dinosaurs munched on grassy snacks.
So he repeats himself. We already mentioned that kid from 2005.
Yep.
Just play through it.
And this is not quote mined at all. This is they literally say in the paper on the right, you can see the words. It says it was very unexpected. We will have to rewrite our understanding of its evolution.
Oh no!
Yeah, Rice goes back a little farther than they thought.
Rewrite something.
Welcome to paleontology.
Yeah. So that argument, the entire argument there is science is bad if it accommodates new data.
Yeah.
If it takes new data into account. That's bad.
We literally just got done with Matt Powell rewriting the Bible. So, come on.
Whatever was asserted was a complete lie. And so they're just making up stories. I mean,
You got to admit, though, Matt has mastered smugness.
Yeah, basically, Matt is saying that if anything is written down and it has to change and be rewritten at some point, then it's all a lie and a fraud and it's all false. Yep. If it's ever written down.
Right?
Oh, you mean like a King James version?
That's indicative of this being a huge myth, a story, rewrite.
No.
It's a joke.
I wish that.
Okay, toggle through your little things there, Matt.
Does he know what any words mean at all?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Okay. He must just have like the weirdest version of English.
I don't have a lot of time to get into him, but the Bible says, "Canst thou draw out Leviathan with a hook, or his tongue with a cord which thou lettest down?"
Hey, you know that hook thing? That's because it's in the ocean. They're talking about fishing.
Yep.
It's shut up together as with a closed seal.
And always the King James.
Lamps and sparks of fire leap out.
Ooh, so we have fire-breathing sea monsters? Really?
Yeah, which dinosaur?
I mean, according to the text.
Which dinosaur is that?
And
Parasaurolophus.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Dwayne Gish. Raise your hands for those who are aware of Dwayne Gish's hilarious attempt to have a flame-throwing Parasaurolophus.
Oh, I'm aware.
Yeah. Whee! The minor fact that none of the anatomy fits and anything like that doesn't make any sense. But it's going to be alluded to in the new book under the Bombardier beetle section.
RJ, that is unwelcome nuance right there.
Yeah. I'm addicted to it.
I know.
As being a dragon. Well, if people back then never saw dragon-like creatures or dinosaur-like creatures, then how is the Bible describing them before we've even come across them?
Matt,
Have you
people make
seen a
things up.
lizard?
Because it's not.
Yeah,
That's
people,
fine.
like it literally just comes down to people have imaginations.
Yeah.
You ever see a kid draw a monster? Okay, there's your answer. They use the same capacity that a little child uses to draw a monster to come up with a monster in this context.
I think Joshua Bowen did a really whiz-bang video a few years back with some scholars on the whole Leviathan Tiamat stuff.
If Matt Powell's child drew a picture of like a scary like ogre or something, Matt Powell would be like, "Oh my God, where did you see that?
Yeah.
You must have seen that before. Where did you see that?" Like he could not come up. He couldn't conclude that his kid just has an imagination and came up with something that doesn't exist.
I hope he gets to the living dinosaurs part.
Oh, he does. Yes, right here.
In the
Oh,
past,
great. Yay!
humans.
Oh god.
Here's from
Damn
National
it, Matt, I was about to go get a
January
snack.
1993. They say that no human
Do it anyway,
being
who
has
cares?
ever seen a live dinosaur. Okay.
Chomping at the bit.
In the Chinese zodiac, which was invented.
Hey,
seven-
Doc. Maybe you know and I don't, because I mean, you know about dinosaurs I'm not aware of. Which dinosaur had a beard and antlers? Was that? Is
I'm
that a
scratching
dinosaur?
my head on that one.
Is that like?
Sinusoropteryx with cancer.
Oh, okay.
I Sinusoropteryx with antlers and a beard.
It's
although the ones on the Babylonian air quotes Lion Gate, Gate of Ishtar looks kind of like that.
Yeah.
They have a dragon along with a bunch of other creatures that are legit creatures. But we're supposed to believe that they have one mythical animal on the zodiac.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not something that's difficult to believe at all.
Because one of them is a chimerical amalgam of like 8 different animals, Matt.
Yeah,
the other ones aren't. So, yeah.
I would just love to like give Matt like a book where I've drawn a bunch of real creatures and then just like a random cyclops.
Yeah, because human beings cannot invent things that aren't true. Thus said Yoda.
Never happened.
If all the other ones in the book are real, then the one that's you've never seen before, that no one's ever seen before, also must therefore be real.
That would not make any sense.
These are serpent. These are literally serpent leopards on the Uruk seal. I mean, they have hooves. These are not sauropods. Like, look, right next to them, identical head on a flying bird. Like,
yeah, and remember these things are tiny little cylinder seals. They're little decorative things. They love to make up shit. They would put double-headed eagles. If we use that kind of logic, we would have to argue that there actually were double-headed eagles because the German Reich stuck them on their pictures.
Wait, RJ, where else would they have come up with double-headed eagles? I think the Elamites might be one of the earliest ones with a double-headed eagle. I don't know, but if they didn't exist, how could they possibly have depicted them?
Yeah, and Cerberus, your 3-headed dog, must have been real.
Oh god!
I also question why the diapsid here has external ears.
Yeah, yeah.
All these creatures.
Because it's a serpent leopard. It's an amalgamation of 2 real animals, and one of them has ears it's a leopard.
In fact, this was actually a common motif in a lot of areas around Mesopotamia and Egypt in the Bronze Age. And we can find more detailed Bronze Age depictions of this animal, and it's very clearly.
He's about to show it and just go right past the fact that it clearly has a leopard head.
The Mesopotamian cylinder seal. On it, you actually see brachiosauruses that they had.
Well, by the way, that's not a brachiosaurus. That's a diplodocid. So idiot doesn't even know his taxa.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It is really quite incredible. Here's the Temple of Khmer.
Oh my god.
Yeah, flower.
Yeah.
Petals. Nice.
Built around 1100.
This is one of the great bits in modern creationist apologetics. It's one of the star witnesses as to break down which creationists believe this and which creationists say you got to be nuts to use this, because there's been a divide as you move from AIG and CMI and ICR and then the bottom feeders. Good Lord. So this one is a diagnostic on bad method.
Yup.
Yeah.
To go. And on there, you can see a Stegosaurus.
Nope.
Now, a lot of people have said that that is a pig. That cannot possibly be a pig. Look at the plates on its back.
Matt, those plates are
I thought
present
you
in
said
all
right.
the other
Flower
models.
motifs that every one of the damn cartouches has, because the people that did them loved frilly stuff and they filled every effing square inch with stuff.
Also, if this is supposed to be based on a live, so the idea that Matt Powell has in his brain, right, is that these artists saw a live Stegosaurus. So first of all, you're in the entirely wrong part of the world for a Stegosaurus. So there's
And the
that.
head doesn't look like that anyway.
Right. The head is way too big. The neck is barely existent, which Stegosaurids had long necks. The tail is held in the wrong position. It doesn't have any spikes at the end, which
No
Stegosaurus
spikes.
had.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Other than that, it's an exact match.
Right.
it would be hard for it to look less like a Stegosaurus, apart from the flower petals that he thinks are plates.
Yeah, and when you look at other pieces, invariably the ones that bring this stuff up only show that one bloody picture. They never show the other cartouches that show that this is a common element, and they stick them all over the place around anything inside of those ringlets.
The ones next to them also have the flower petals, like just like if we could zoom out of this picture.
Yeah. I mean, even in this picture, you can tell that the entire structure has a floral motif to it.
Yeah.
There's several candidates. There's small hogs that could be one of the things. I think there's a dwarf hippopotamus that was in the area that could also have been that. So there's several candidates as to what they were looking at. Stegosaurus was not one of them.
I'm sorry, Darwinists are wrong about this.
Darwinists.
That it was a pig or that it was some other animal. There's no other animal that fits that description in the animal kingdom. And there's also a lot of other animal engravings.
Like a Stegosaurus also does not fit this description.
Right, that's the thing.
Like art at this temple.
Oh, show us some?
They're obvious.
Because I know that's the only example that anybody offers. There aren't any more from the temple.
Let's hear. He's about to talk about it, I think.
Existed throughout all time. And so this means dinosaurs must have existed throughout all time.
Nope.
I mean, they look so different right there.
Oh yeah, the bottom thing, that's the bottom part is again a very tiny engraving that's on a tomb from Britain, and that one, God, that's all due to this Price guy that's been pushing this for years. It came out, I think, in the 1990s, and everybody simply repeats the same trope from this idiot from, I think it was an ICR article.
Yep.
My favorite thing about this engraving is it has it has heads on both ends.
Yep.
So again, Matt, if this is a dinosaur, which dinosaur do you think had a head on the tail?
Oh, like that's another thing that we're going to be going into in the new book. We're breaking down the examples of the different taxa that various people argue for these things. Like Matt was saying about how he keeps on mentioning Brachiosaurus. That's probably because he's channeling Ken Ham and that bunch. And so there's just a slew, even when they get around to the idea that the tails might not be so big after all. There have been a small branch of creationists that are starting to try to find short-tailed sauropods to be the example, which undercuts all of the arguments of the other creationists.
Jeez.
Gotta love it.
Of course. Now check out these artifacts. They're separated in time.
Just fast forward. We already covered it.
But they're also separated geographically by hundreds of miles.
Wow.
Thousands of miles, you nitwit.
And different people groups. At
Or is Britain that close to Mesopotamia?
Types of creatures.
I mean,
here's from Bishop Bell.
I am.
This was a tomb that was put together in the 15th century.
I love how the sauropod also has like very carnivoran hind legs, like the way it's like bending there.
Yes, that's right.
It's not like those legs need to be columnar to support all that weight.
Yeah, no, of course not.
I find interesting.
It's only enough weight that it would destroy all the topsoil, but not
Right.
enough to where you would need any kind of actual and like skeletal support.
And judging from the pictures that I've seen of the tomb, I think what we're looking at is an image that's only about 8 or 9 inches wide.
Yeah.
Do you think
Right.
Matt
Very
knows
narrow.
the word gravaportal?
No.
Dinosaur engravings on the tomb. If the first dinosaur was, if the first dinosaur skeleton was erected and put together and excavated in the 1800s,
Okay.
He's so proud of that factoid.
No.
Oh, I've been waiting for this one.
Oh,
This has a story.
Yeah, here's the Narmer palette. Here's the Serpa parts with the actual, like, this is more detailed than the Uruk seal. Like, this one is like, you can straight up tell. Those are leopard faces.
Yeah.
Oh, it's worse than that. It's why is there a circular thing in the middle? That these little things are all part of a culture. They would mix stuff on them. They were ritual palettes, and they would mix all sorts of little chemical crap and stuff on it. And so most of them are.
Pause 1 second.
Yeah.
I just need us to hear Matt Powell say the word palette out loud, and then.
Does he say palette?
Yes, I just let.
Oh god.
well, this is
Okay.
Amazing.
Yes. He has absolutely no idea what a palette is, what it's used for, what this is. Like RJ, you were just take it away.
There's another one from the same period, one of these palettes, with other kind of stylized figures on them, one of which is a snake-like thing that's got literal zigzag heads that no known vertebrate could ever have in real life. It's all artistic development. It's all artistic detail. And of course, I can guarantee you that Matt will never have bothered to look into the research of what these palettes were for.
RJ, you don't even have to go to a different palette. Look at the top of this one. There's an anthropomorphic bull person, like a literal face of a human with like a bull horns and bull features. Like, and according to Matt Powell, this must be a real living thing.
It's the Minotaur, obviously. I mean,
where's the Minotaur in the Bible, Matt?
really famous. I believe this was discovered a few decades ago. Not a lot of Darwinists really like to talk about it because you can see like
Okay, hold on. If by Darwinists you mean evolutionary biologists, the reason that evolutionary biologists don't like to talk about an ancient Egyptian
archaeology
is that they're not Egyptologists.
Yeah, exactly. You know who talks about this all the time? Egyptologists, who are majoritively accepting of the theory of evolution. So
it's like before chapter 1 in my Middle Egyptian grammar book. This palette, because it's famous.
Yes.
Egyptologists.
Yeah, and I think it's about again, quite small. I think it's only about maybe a foot tall, something like that. They're not very large.
It is not the.
This one's glorious.
Darwinian evolution. Know that? Check this out. Here's from the Aborigines. They call the Yaru, which we would define as plesiosaur based on mouth. You can see the little kids that the Aborigines had there in the picture. I thought that was actually kind of funny. Thought I'd point that out.
Okay, so
can I take that one?
Yeah, take it away.
Yeah, that one is literally a modern painting, not ancient, and it was deliberately copied from a 1930s dinosaur book down to great detail. It is no connection to the past at all. This thing has been established, debunked a long time ago. Poor little Matt never researches anything, does he?
You know where, RJ, when I was looking into this earlier, and because I hadn't heard this before this presentation, I looked at the Yaru, and the very first thing that came up was from the Living Dinosaurs fan wiki, and that is like the only source for this. That's where Matt got this. Is just a Living Dinosaurs fan wiki page. Unsourced, completely unsourced. It's just.
Also, I'd like to point out, if it were actually even a depiction of an ancient animal, it wouldn't be a dinosaur.
Yeah, it's a plesiosaur. It's like, yeah. And like, and I love this one as well because it has wings. Like, there's wings. Like, it's flapping around on the back. Like,
well, the other thing is this is actually not one single drawing.
Yeah, it's a composite thing, and so they've highlighted multiple parts as if it's all part of a single drawing.
Yeah.
And
I think
sorry.
Sentner and his stuff that he did, oh my gosh, I think it's been like a decade ago, went into really great detail on this, pointing out how they're totally misrepresenting the stuff. It's hilarious.
So, pardon me, I had to step away for half a second. Is he calling this a plesiosaur?
no.
Well, not explicitly, but he's saying it's evidence of dinosaurs, and the only dinosaur this could reasonably be is a sauropod. But the plesiosaur bit was about the previous drawing or painting or whatever.
Can you show that? I didn't see that. I had to step away.
We have not yet played the video enough to hear what Matt is about to say about this one. We just paused right when it switched.
Just when you think it can't get worse.
I don't see how this could even be a sauropod because to me there's an obvious wing right here. Like, it's like, what sauropod has wings? I don't.
That's just actually a flag.
Basic hexapodal dinosaur.
Great points that they make. Here's the enhanced photo of a petroglyph from Native Americans under the Kachina Bridge.
By enhanced, he means it's been artificially modified to show you what he wants you to see in this picture.
Yeah, like, because you can see in the original that there are features here that should be enhanced as well that are clearly like photoshopped back to non-existence to make this print. For some reason, they included the wing. I don't know.
I find that to be quite interesting as well. You can see, I think it's 12 people hunting a brachiosaur here. Again,
he loves brachiosaurs, doesn't he? That does not look like a brachiosaur.
Well, like, even like if you look, like, because I really love going to petroglyphs. I've seen like many of them in person, and like if you look at any of the animals they're depicting, they look hardly anything like the actual animal. Like when they show a dog, it's like a full rectangle with tiny little legs and then like a really weird head. You would never guess what animals these actually are. They're like they're completely taking artistic license here. It's just, that's so dumb.
Places you can go, they're actual places that have been fact-checked to be authentic.
By whom?
None of this is a conspiracy. Even the mainstream accepts these.
Oh, he's got a
And
salamander.
what's interesting is there's only about less than half a dozen people who are the core fact claimants on all of this stuff.
Okay,
there's a small number of people. The paleo group is one of those that keeps on pushing all of this stuff. And everybody, when they do bring up a source on this, are just riffing off of one or the others that are coming off of this very small group of people.
He's just trying to say that the majority, the mainstream, accept that these things exist. And like no one's ever saying that these are dinosaurs. He's just confusing these all for dinosaurs and then claiming that the mainstream supports him because, hey, the Narmer palette is not a forgery. It's a real thing. Like,
also, the thing on the top, directly to the left of the Narmer palette, that's a salamander from a modern period French castle.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's also coming up in Rocks too. Because there's a whole bunch of people that just can't seem to get over the fact that the guy that built the damn castle had a thing about salamanders, and supposedly they're all dinosaurs.
And the thing is, if the claim is this was carved based on live, like people seeing live dinosaurs, then it means that dinosaurs persisted into not the medieval period, not even the Renaissance, the modern period.
Yeah. I just can't wait for like Matt Powell's children one day to like draw a dinosaur and for him to come home and see it. Like, oh my God, where did you see this? Did you like? Is there a sauropod in our backyard right now? Like,
there's another factor.
Look, Steve Brown. Steve Brown thinks he's an airport.
Have evolved over time to look more dinosaurian because of movies.
Sorry, wait, RJ, what was that, Dapper?
C. Brown in the chat. He thinks he's an airport because he's announcing his departure as if anyone could possibly give a shit.
Did you ever consider the counter, Dapper, that evolution is a stupid religion?
You know, I had not actually considered that counter, especially since I know people of multiple religions who accept evolution because, you know, they're not idiots.
Yeah.
In deference to Matt Powell, I will say it's a stupid religion.
Ooh, there you go.
These artifacts.
Well, super quick, really quick. RJ, do you think you could turn us up? Because I think you might, or we might be a little down on your end.
But what they'll try to do is define them as some other animal than what it actually obviously is.
You mean like we'll define the salamander?
The
salamander as a
This is the
non-salamander?
famous bad one.
Which one was that?
Oh, that's the one that they think is an Edmontosaurus on the basis of not knowing what an Edmontosaurus looks like.
It was bipedal.
Yeah, that goes back to the Taylor book in '87.
That was literally
And
bipedal.
everybody has copied it since.
First soft-shelled dinosaur egg found, fossils found. I thought that was interesting.
It is.
Yeah.
But I also want to point out that it came out after it had previously been found that different hard-shelled dinosaur eggs were hardened by different chemicals, which meant that dinosaur eggs being hard was actually a convergent thing that happened in multiple lineages, meaning that the basal condition for Dinosauria was soft-shelled, which means that this is actually a confirmed prediction of evolution.
Now, there you go again, Dapper, bringing science data into this.
Well, it must have been buried and protected rapidly for it to be preserved. Again, indicating flooding.
Oh,
No,
well,
this
we
is
1973 World Book.
Dragons are in the World Book Encyclopedia. Game over.
Encyclopedias frequently have, mythological
Wait.
legendary things in them.
Oh, he's going past the human dino tracks. Oh, I love these.
Oh, he's skipping.
Dr. Kenny Rhodes, from Reasons to Believe, back in 2021. It was actually on Standing for Truth where we had our conversation. And
that pinnacle of academic discourse.
When I showed him these dinosaur and man footprints together, he asserted that there was a creature that had a foot that looked like a man's foot back millions of years ago, instead of this actually being real human footprints. I think that is a humongous stretch. This could not have been created by erosion. These legitimate findings in the dinosaur footprints in the same
so
rock.
hold on, back up a second. So this top one, that's the Delt print. We know it's a carving because we can actually see tool marks, and it does not actually have. So when you press down into relatively soft mud, right, your footprint is going to be formed by also partially pushing up the sediment around your foot, which means that there will be a ridge surrounding the footprint. This entirely lacks that. Further, it comes from the fossil shop, I suppose, of a man who also sold fossils of these during the Great Depression, some of which were later examined under a microscope, even by creationists, and were found to have been carved not in the top of the sediment, but at the bottom of a slab of sediment that he had just turned upside down, not knowing any better. So, this comes out of the workshop of a known fraudster. And look, I'm not going to say, oh no, hey, you guy in the Great Depression who managed to eke out a living by carving fake dinosaur and human footprints to sell to gullible tourists. How dare you, sir? Whatever. But there are these footprints where we have thin sectioned them and found upside down tiny little stromatolitic structures growing that are also not deformed by the footprints, but entirely cut off by them, which cannot happen if the sediment is still soft and they're forming there. It can only happen if you take the slab, flip it upside down, and then carve a footprint into it. So, no, we know for a fact that these are fakes without any shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, and this is another diagnostic divide between branches of creationism as to which creationists, like Matt and others, who accept these things as legit versus an awful lot of people in various slots at CMI and ICR and AIG that are saying, no, you shouldn't really do that.
Also, I have a much less scientific answer than Dapper to that footprint. It looks fake as hell.
Well, I mean, there's that too. It just doesn't look real.
Yeah, it really looks fake.
But Carl Bond's impressed.
Look how weirdly deep and circular, the big toe impression is.
Yeah, right.
Dinosaurs existed during the same time.
This is just rapid fire nonsense.
And so I'll end this presentation with this verse here. The Bible says, "And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." Jesus said that he's the way, the truth, and the life, and he talked about Noah's flood as if it was a fact.
Dang, well, that's it then.
difference.
Okay.
Pack it up. Go home.
That's it.
Debunked.
The creation as if it was a matter of fact. And I would say this.
Oh, also, I want to welcome back Tapioca Weasel. You came in at the right part.
Hey, Vandy.
We're just about to end Matt Powell's presentation, and then RawMatt's about to tell us about cold fusion.
If somebody died,
and how it solves the radiometric decay problem.
I hate you.
Dead. To me, that is the
Are
ultimate
these
proof.
weird sounds on their end? These
Anything
beats
that they-
and...
Wait, no, I am hearing the weird sound.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that's somebody in the stream here.
All right. Sorry to call you out like that. It's not Vandy.
It might be RJ.
How dare you, RJ?
RJ, can you mute yourself for a second? Because
Yeah,
we're
it's
getting
RJ.
noises. Okay, yeah.
You gotta
Let me just,
smash that.
let me just mute you for a second, RJ.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
RJ.
Okay, so you're getting a little bit of background noise. I didn't notice it before, so I don't know if you're doing something different now, but
Oh, it's probably my fault. I probably joined the stream and somehow messed up RJ's audio. That seems like something a weasel would do.
That does actually.
Really quick. I just we got a comment here. Do these other people have channels, guys? Let's highlight the channels real quick. Yes,
I will. Let me just grab that link.
Yeah, there you go. And by the way, everybody that does appear here, I will be adding their links in the description at the end of this. So don't worry. Yes, Doc Dino has a channel. Check out. It will be in the description at the end of this, but you can search Dr. Dino with a K. It's spelled here. And then Dr. Chris Thompson has a channel. Dr. Chris Thompson. Dr. Tapioca Weasel often appears on Bad Science Sunday at Maya Adkison's channel.
I put the link in the private chat. And so if somebody with a wrench can put
RJ, I'm not sure. I know that you're very published on this in actually publishing books on this. Do you have a YouTube channel?
Oh, he's muted.
Still muted. Let me look. Sorry. There you go. Do you have a YouTube channel, RJ, or do you have something?
Yeah. I do a weekly evolution hour. Just finished one yesterday, and I still got to put the links in when I get back to Spokane. But yes, and on the links I put all the stuff to all the books and the Patreon account, the whole 9 yards.
Awesome. Yes, and Tap's got his book right there. Check out the rocks for there. So
Head downer than wheat. Boom.
Yeah. So let's get back into it. You have no idea how excited I've been to get to RawMatt's presentation, because if you thought we just witnessed a bunch of utter dumb nonsense, you are not prepared for presentation number 2. So I apologize for everyone.
Also, I think I'm gonna have to drop out here. Maybe we can grab someone else who has been waiting in the wings, because I'm sure that I don't have as much to input here. But
hey, no, Dapper, you do. But I understand you've been generous with your time. We're at 2.5 hours into this marathon.
Hey, if anyone is interested, I'm going to be doing a New Year's special. My plan is to do about 4 hours tomorrow, and I'm going to try and hit the New Year in every time zone in the contiguous United States, because I live in the contiguous United States. Sorry, Alaska. Sorry, Hawaii. Sorry, U.S. Virgin Islands, Guam. Also, people who live in not America, who live far enough away, east or west. Sorry to all of you people. But I, as a red-blooded American theropod, I'm just doing those 4 time zones. So
Fair enough. That's where all the dinosaurs live anyways.
Exactly, all of us.
Everybody, check out Dapper's channel and check out that stream tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to be definitely listening into that. So
you can hop in if you want. I'll talk to y'all later.
Perfect. Thanks for joining, Dapper. Always a pleasure. So that might be the smart thing, because Dapper will be preserving most of his brain cells this way. But we're about to be exposed to RawMatt, and yes, to answer Maya's question, this is a marathon. I am trying right now to increase my streamer stamina. I'm trying to get I want this to be the longest stream I've done. So yeah, if you got anything, feel free to pop in and out of this. But we are about to get started on the madness.
Oh God.
Matt Naylor died right now, and he rose physically from the dead. I'm going to listen very carefully to everything he's saying, and it's Bible. Well, get this. 2,000 years ago, and historians even know it, that Jesus did die and resurrect himself.
Apparently, historians know that as a fact.
I know this.
Matt.
From the dead. It is incredible. You'd have to have more.
It is. It is incredible. It is not credible.
Yep.
And you know,
About
Matt Matt Naylor is exactly the kind of person I can believe would spread a lie that he died and came back to life to start a cult.
Yep, he's a breatharian. He died.
For the record, I would totally do that too. I'm all about starting a cult about me.
Yeah. So hey, wait, are those kids' toys in the background?
Don't have time. Don't have time.
Than to accept these facts as true. It'd take much more ridiculous, ludicrous, and irrational faith in the unknown and unlearned ridiculous hypotheses that aren't even really based in observation that we descended from fish or soup. And I've even
the empirical observational evidence is overwhelming for evolution. I mean, we can't even because we'd be here all night just like against that point.
Heard some people say that we've descended from rocks. Now, Darwinian evolution.
You have not heard anyone say we've descended from rocks. Shut up.
Are asserting that we came from rocks, and I have
no one's asserting that, but you and Kent Hovind.
No proof of that.
You don't.
I have people on camera telling me that rocks are our first ancestors.
That's not proof of what you just said.
But I find it so frustrating. Even if you granted that abiogenesis springing forth from rocks, obviously that's not what we're saying. But even if you grant that, they say that all humanity came from dirt.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
yeah. I mean, if Jesus spoke about the flood and said that it was a fact, and if he spoke about Genesis and quoted the Old Testament, then we should believe the Genesis account of creation.
No, that doesn't follow. And like, this is what I mean. I think this is so dumb. Like, they're making the argument if somebody dies and resurrects from the dead, then you should trust everything they're saying is true. It's like, dude, you believe in demons. What are you talking about? Like,
fair point.
In their own worldview, there's plenty of demons that could explain somebody resurrecting from the dead.
But hold on. Have you considered nuh-uh?
Yeah.
Because he rose from the dead. And if Noah's flood happened, which we know it did, that means everything else in the Bible is true as well.
Oh my God. No, it doesn't. Like that is a cartoonishly obvious logical fallacy. And half the time when people bring up logical fallacies, they aren't, or that's an obnoxious kind of way of putting it, even if it is accurate. But no, this is literally by construction just a fallacy. Like the proposition that he created has no relationship to the conclusion that he is trying to ascertain.
RJ, I briefly tried to unmute you. You still do have that weird background noise. I don't know what is different now versus before, but I'll try to unmute you again in a second. But I'm just going to play here for a little bit. Oh, wait, just a super chat came in. Highlight What the by Rob Chaos. This is awesome. Plenty of lols. Thanks, guys. Oh, we are going to get into it with the lols here. And that RawMatt will be a bountiful source of those.
I've been clearing off my whiteboard.
Oh, get ready. You're gonna need the whiteboard.
It is all legitimate. Do not let Bill Nye and other people on TV lie to you and tell you that it's not true. God has told us in his word what the truth is. And so with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to you, Donny.
Matt, excellent presentation.
No, it was really great. Donnie is just probably going to glaze Matt for a while there. Let's just skip to RawMatt here.
I'm just going to put on my costume.
That's appropriate. Very appropriate. But we all have front row tickets to the clown show. And again, would it shock anybody that Matt also has not figured out PowerPoint?
Stood at the shoreline as the ocean levels water was receding from the flood. That's exactly what we would expect to find if there was water covering the continent.
Okay, this just doesn't make any sense.
No.
You don't say.
He's saying that we would expect to find fossils closer to the coast when on his own map, you have so many of them in Wyoming and around the middle of the continent.
Right.
It's just literally, this is actually important to get out of the way, because this is going to be happening a lot, where the image that RawMatt shows on screen directly
source
saying about it. Like, we don't even have to like.
It's a Trojan source.
It's literally right there. He's debunking himself. It's incredible.
It's not even a Trojan source. It's a Trojan like figure or a Trojan visual.
Yeah.
Grace,
right?
you're overlooking a very important detail there. You see those arrows? That's what you're supposed to be focusing on.
Oh, right.
I mean, that's
everything else.
Yeah, obviously, right.
And also, just to be clear, when I say this doesn't make any sense, I don't mean because it's RawMatt saying it. I mean, whatever search query he put into here to get this map makes no sense.
Yeah.
Instead of just saying, oh, it was an ancient seaway, and for millions of years there was different floods that covered and buried dinosaurs at different times. Well, that's
like the logical conclusion would be yes.
How do you explain massive fossils around the coastlines where water is running back into the ocean again after covering the continent? I think a picture
because you're looking at the Cenozoic. The only dinosaurs here are birds.
Yeah.
Like I use this app every freaking day. What did you do to get this, Matt?
Birds and
oh yeah, that's another theme that we'll be coming across is Matt going through all kinds of mysterious hoops to try to get something that he can show on screen. It's like it is actually just fraud. Like the things that he's doing and then the way that he's selling it is like, this is why I think RawMatt is the most dishonest and dumbest creationist out of all of them. Is like, we're about to see it.
One's a great one to explain that. And another one is the dinosaur paradox that we have. So supposedly over time, dinosaurs have been living for millions of years. So based on that, there should be about 2.5 billion individuals that have lived over evolutionary time, but as high as 42 billion. Okay.
Like of T-Rex, according to Google AI screenshots right here. Like, and he's trying to say this is all dinosaurs, but yeah, again, the whole point here is that fossilization is rare. No shit.
Well, how many?
What is 2.5 billion divided by 2.5 million? Because that's about how many T-Rex would have been on the Earth at any given time.
Yeah.
How many humans, Homo sapiens, does he think have lived throughout human history?
Billions.
Well, but how many billions? Because there are billions of them living now. So
yeah. I don't know.
I mean, he'd be correct if he said billions, but it's roughly 100 billion. Like it's
right,
pretty
exactly.
darn close to 100 billion. Within 10% in either direction, probably. Which is like a number that is not like crazy larger than we have now, but is also just it's not possible after 6,000 years, I don't think. Is it? Maybe most of that did
have 100 billion humans have lived after 6,000 years. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I don't know how many humans that they think, but it's definitely in the billions. Don't ask them about the pre-flood human fossils for all the billions of humans. They definitely don't want to talk about that part. But obviously, yeah, I don't know. None of this makes any sense. Matt just doesn't understand the fact that fossilization is extremely rare.
Question: if that's true, how many have we actually found? Well,
6.
Not too good for evolution, because we actually haven't found that many.
Wow, fossilization is rare. What?
You don't say.
Guess what? Even if fossilization was so rare that we never got a single fossil, the evidence for evolution would still be overwhelming from genetics, biogeography, like evolutionary development. Oh my God. Like, it's just
I would like
to
take this opportunity to say that I am an atomic physicist, and it is my position that the evidence for the theory of evolution is more compelling than the evidence for atomic theory. I'm an atomic physicist.
So you're saying that I can quote mine you on that?
Yeah, you can absolutely quote me on that. There are things more fundamental that we could be wrong about like quantum theory, which is inextricably related to like atomic theory. We're not wrong about evolution. We're just not. It's a classical theory that like it just The only way for us to be wrong would be if aliens built this planet to fool us. That is the only way.
Well,
Or God, the
also,
trick.
for the record,
Yes, that's it.
So this map is showing, I'm guessing, because no source for this, I'm guessing it shows the T-Rexes that have been found and identified.
That's what he's
We
claiming.
found
Yeah.
millions of bits of bone that might be a T-Rex. These are just the ones we can identify.
Mhm.
Yeah, but even look, even if we were to take this slide completely, like, listen to the conclusion he's about to make. Like, he's saying that this is a percentage, which is totally made up and not accurate. But even if we just accept this, if this is the percentage of T-Rex that have fossilized out of all the ones that have lived, look what the conclusion he's about to say is from this tiny percentage.
0.0000001% of all of those dinosaurs being found. Now, if that's really what's going on here, that's a really bad sign. It's called an argument from silence. It's where you don't have evidence, but you just say it happened anyway.
We still have the T-Rex fossils.
Yes, exactly. That's the point that I was going to say. Like,
yeah,
even if it's rare and we only have like 20, that's still 20.
He's going, well, 0.000001 is really small, so let's just round that to 0.
Round to 0. Yeah. No.
We have
Yeah.
0.000001
0.00001 is not 0, and it's not silence.
Yeah, like we have plenty. He just showed all the T-Rex fossils that we do have. And then in the next slide, he says, well, look, it's an argument from absence because there's just no fossils. It's how this has to be dishonesty. Like, he cannot actually be this dumb. I can't believe that.
Isn't that
never say never?
Yeah, always the optimist, Vandy.
That's what they claim we do all the time. You guys don't have an argument. It's just you just make it up as you go along.
That is what you do, Matt.
Really? Is that true? Okay, well then. Now, remember what I was telling you about the sauropod paradox? This is the study, and this is still a paradox to this day. It's not an old argument by any means. It's brand new, and this study is published, and you can find it. And here's where they talk about, we hypothesize that the prehistoric giants may have induced subsoil compaction, thus presenting a paradox for the productivity of the land.
Again, Matt believes that sauropods walked through the Garden of Eden, the literal most productive land that he thinks has ever existed. And none of this. Oh God, he's so dumb. He doesn't think through any of this. This is a problem for his worldview.
And that supports them.
Also, again, for the record, even at their largest, sauropods probably traveled in groups of maybe a dozen or two, just because that's all the food they had to support themselves.
Yeah.
It might be over a decade before another sauropod goes within goes within a few miles of where they just trampled.
Good point.
It has time to regrow.
Like the odds of them stepping in the exact same footprints. Yeah.
Yeah, they go where the food is. If there's no food there, they won't go.
Yep.
Free soil that they supplies them the food, the grass that they eat, when they weigh so much that everywhere they would walk as a group, kind of like elephants today, they work in herds. So did the dinosaurs. So if they're walking in herds, killing the very ground that they're eating from, and it doesn't grow back, how does the next generation survive? It's called.
Why wouldn't it grow back? They're plants. They grow back.
Sauropod paradox, and it's a real issue, and it's a dinosaur problem. So those were the things that I wanted to cover that Matt Powell presented that I just instantly came to my mind as a problem. We can see evidence of a flood all over, even in Africa. When you look at the pictures, I mean, look at it going directly into the ocean, the runoff, just pushing it right back. You can follow the sand.
It's an erosion pattern. They do that.
Yeah, it's like literally just erosion. Like we know how erosion works, and oh my God, this is just so. Oh,
also, if this is like the western edge of the Sahara, I'm almost certain that's just wind. Wind does that.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at this paper that he's citing. So it's the farm.
Yes.
Farm machinery. It's published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, which is a relatively respected journal. The whole point of the article is apparently saying something along the lines of the fact that like farm vehicles are just getting heavier and heavier, that is going to have some impact on arable soils so that it will make it harder for us to grow the kinds of food that we want to grow in those soils. But obviously, that does not mean that like sauropods didn't have stuff to eat. It does sound as if that they probably were, wherever they trampled, that obviously changed like the soil compaction.
Yep.
But it meant that there were different plants that grew there.
Yes.
That's what they ate. They weren't eating corn and soybeans and shit. I mean, this is so stupid.
Yeah, they're talking about the productivity of current agricultural.
Right. That's
crops.
all they're talking about in this paper. Yeah. And they are relating it to like sauropods and that kind of thing. And that's a big part of what they're discussing in the paper. But that's not the point that they're trying to say. They're saying like, hey, you know what? Maybe we should think twice about using super heavy farm equipment, because that's going to change the productivity of the land to grow the stuff that we want to grow now today.
Yeah.
That's all it's saying.
The stupidness does not stop.
They're not trying to disprove that sauropods didn't exist. That's so stupid.
Still there after millions of years. If subduction is occurring even at the slow evolutionary rate, you wouldn't find what we actually see. It's very contradictory with what the evidence is. Remember, this is the old seaway that ran across Africa.
Where did subduction come from that? What?
He thinks that we wouldn't see evidence of erosion from more than 10,000. He thinks that we just wouldn't see evidence of erosion because of subduction. Like,
that's not how that works.
The plates would have subducted and destroyed any of the evidence of erosion. Apparently,
it's all, if it's all being recycled, then it's all being recycled. You can't contradict yourself, you evolutionist, like atheist people.
Shut up, Tap.
When it was still green and lush. Yet what we have today is a complete desert. So we have to ask ourselves, wow, like how long ago did this happen? You'll start to
like the Sahara goes through cycles of greening and desertification. We see the cycles of this happening. He's trying to like literally just only highlight the latest cycle of desertification and like try to make the claim and try to ignore all the other cycles that we know about. We can see the cycling. So if like he literally does not have enough time in his worldview for the rest of the cycle, so he can only highlight the very last one of the Sahara going from green to a desert. And oh god,
notice a theme with my presentation later, and that theme is always going to run into the spotlight of about 5,000 years. And that's what we're going to cover later, and why that theme.
Yes, he is going to be shoehorning a bunch of studies to try to make it claim that the Earth is 5,000 years old, and but like every single instance of it is just going to be like him either lying or just being too dumb to understand the source.
So consistent, and why we see it everywhere. But I know Donny wanted to go next, so if he's around, we will. If not, I will keep going.
He's not around.
I'll give him 3 seconds. If he doesn't jump, we'll keep going. I'll give him 3 seconds. If he doesn't jump in, I'm going for it.
Yeah, so Matt does have the next presentation.
Oh, I see a question right here. Bingo bango, right on that very topic. Oh, and that question is for Matt Powell, but it looks like I'm going to do it for him. How would you explain the Egyptian pyramids and dynasties dating before the flood happened?
I hear this one a lot, and this is a great little defeat. I love Matt's explanation for it too.
Just depends on the timeline, I guess you want to believe. The old chronology of the biblical dates, if you look back at the oldest Bibles, they date much older from the flood than they more current versions do. That's because there's two actual different chronologies of the scriptures. One comes from the Greek Septuagint, which is older, and the other comes from the Masoretic. The Masoretic text, which you can see right here is the dates of when they had their children, is much different than the older scriptures. So they got changed at some point in time. And by using the new chronology,
okay, wait, hold on 1 second. I got to highlight a stranger over here. Not sure who this is. Dr. Tapioca Wiasel has gifted 5 memberships, including to himself. So what a generous member of the community.
I believe it's Tobacco Weasel.
Ah, right. Sorry. But yes. Thank you, Tobacco Weasel, for the memberships. Even though you gifted one to yourself, we'll look past it.
Knowing him, I think it's more likely to be Tobacco Weasel.
Oh,
older. Hey. I believe the global flood was 5,325 years ago. So therefore, the Egyptian chronology is much later, over 1,000 years later.
Yeah, so he's saying that, and I don't know, I think he's in the fringe here, because most creationists seem to think that the flood was like around 4,000, 4,400-ish,
Right.
that time window. And he's saying, well, look, I mean, if I just reinterpret the Bible, then the flood's not till over 5,000 years ago, and then it's not a problem with Egypt. It's like, yeah, guess what that is still a problem with? The rest of the Fertile Crescent, Matt. It goes back beyond that. Like, look at the Ubaid period or the Uruk period in Mesopotamia. You still have your same problem, guy. It doesn't solve anything just because you think you can change the text to just try to force the timelines to work. It still doesn't.
People they don't know about those things. They just know about the pyramids and the Egyptians.
Yeah.
It's
So
much
we don't
more.
have
I'm a big nerd about Mesopotamian
Oh,
history.
yeah.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't China also have been going at that point anyway?
Not quite in the same way, but they would have had like there's certain like a lot of people think that these might be pre-state or like so early that it's like gray area about whether you could say it's a state or not, like the Longshan civilization and a few others. Actually, there's a really cool, this is a little bit of a tangent, but there's a really cool, they're starting to call it in some of the literature that I've seen, instead of like the Bronze Age or the Iron Age or whatever, they're calling that period of Chinese history now the Jade Age, which I think is awesome because all of those really, really early civilizations all were, they all had jade art. So, and one of them even was building walls and putting jade and human sacrifices into the wall construction. So pretty interesting.
Okay, that's just cool.
Yeah.
Oh, and Donny is back, so I will shut up now.
Yay.
Matt, good stuff as always. Yeah, I should be good. I did all.
Like I say, they need to get their act together here to start the presentation for Matt.
I'd like to welcome P-Town to the chat.
Oh, wow. P-Town's here. Great. Oh, and we have to hear this question actually from Creationist Crybaby because it's about the Morrison Formation in particular. And Doc and I have been to the Morrison Formation and found dinosaur specimens in it. So let's hear about what RawMatt has to say about the Morrison Formation dating.
Years old at its base to 146.8 million years old at the top. I mean, at the end of the day, it would also come down to, I think, a general answer. Matt, a general answer.
Yes, and also shout out to Creationist Crybaby. We love you, CC.
On radiometric dating. Should we even trust radiometric dating? I'll just say this real quick before you go into a comprehensive answer, as it's such a big topic. Matt Powell, he pointed to some irregularities in dating methods like C14 in his presentation briefly. The fact that we find C14
Not really
in measurable amounts in dinosaur fossils. We know we also find C14.
Yeah, like contaminated dinosaur fossils or instrument background.
In other samples where they should not exist because C14 has such a short half-life that there shouldn't be any C14 at all in things like diamonds, dinosaur fossils. We shouldn't find C14 in anything that supposedly is millions to billions of years old, and yet we find C14 in basically
unless you accidentally breathe on it, like ducks.
Anything that has carbon in it. And it's not just in trace amounts. It's not just background limits. We've demolished those.
Yeah, Donny doesn't understand anything about what he's talking about right here. What a shocker! Like literally. Because I mean, this C14 in diamonds BS is something that we hear all the time, right? Let me just briefly share the actual source where all these creationists try to steal this from. Where it explains exactly what that C14 in diamonds is supposedly. Shocker. It's instrument background. And the fact that none of these creationists have done any of the due diligence involved to be aware that it's literally in the title of the freaking paper. It is literally to monitor instrument backgrounds of mass spectrometers. And they go through the measurements here, and it's basically akin to, when you need to tear a scale. Yeah. And Donny and Matt here cannot understand. They're like, well, look, the amount of the C14 reading is so much higher than the detection limit threshold, like the sensitivity of the device, then therefore it can't be instrument background. It's like, dude, if you know about how to tear a scale, then before you tear a scale, that initial reading on the scale can be wildly above the smallest thing that the scale can detect. It can be like -2 grams or something. You have to then tear the scale to bring it back to 0, and then you can do your measurement. It's the same with instrument background. Like, oh man, and they just continue to like, I must be on purpose that they're like purposely understanding this.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, because they're liars.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what it is.
And you know, Grayson, I think you have a shot at convincing them, if you can, or convincing them they're wrong. If you can somehow convince T-Rock that he's wrong,
well,
that's just as stubborn.
I don't think anyone or anything could ever convince T-Rock that he's wrong. Like,
no,
I don't think God, Jesus Christ himself, descended from heaven and told T-Rock he was wrong about something. T-Rock was like, well, actually, you completely misunderstood my point.
That's right.
I mean, you misunderstood my point. See?
Yeah. Okay. So let me go back to the presentation here. Where is my presentation? Okay, here we go. And by the way, they were calling this Creationists Assemble stream. So they're just like, they are so totally Marvel brain rotted at this point. They're like, Creationists Assemble. I'll be Iron Man.
It's so cringy.
Those arguments. Contamination doesn't work.
You'd think they'd hate Marvel Marvel or DC just from how woke they are.
Material doesn't work either. We've addressed all those in video form. So the whole point is C14 puts a limit on the age of the Earth. You don't have 156 million years. You don't have 146 million years. Because if you did, you shouldn't find that C14. Anyways, Matt, I'm going to hand it to you now, brother, to specifically engage this example on the dating of the Morrison Formation.
Sure. All right. Well, let me remove the question so you can see the screen. All right. What you're looking at is the fossil record as it's laid out in its entirety. What you're going to notice right next to it is the weight, the atomic weight of radioactive elements. And what is here on a test actually shows you the discontinuity of the weight of the elements being deeper than the.
I was just waiting for the atomic physicist on the panel to be broken by this. It did not even take very long at all.
What is it? What is the x-axis?
I don't know.
Whatever you want it to be, baby.
I don't think there is an x-axis on this. To be honest, I think.
I mean, it might be cut off.
I think
apparently, but are you cutting this off?
I'm not. This is the full screen. Basically he's trying to make the argument that because we don't see a sorting based on atomic weight in elemental coincidence in the fossil record, then therefore evolution is wrong. It's like,
what does that even mean?
I don't think that Matt knows that elements are not always found in their pure elemental state, and they
very rarely are they found in that state.
They form these things called molecules and compounds of elements, and those have different weights and densities than the original elements. Matt, I don't know if you knew that.
even most elements, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, when they do form, like, they don't exist just on their own. They will always form like a compound generally because it's energetically favorable, including with themselves. Like, you'll have two of them. Like, most of the hydrogen in the universe is certainly most of the hydrogen that's not like in a star where it's really just like protons mostly, but is going to be in hydrogen too. It's going to be two hydrogen atoms that are like put together, which is chemistry. I'm not a chemist. But like, what are you talking about, my guy? Like, why? The only way you would expect this all to happen would be if you like shook it a very, very ultra dilute sample of all of these elements in their atomic form in a vacuum chamber and then let them settle. Then you would get like a sorting, I guess, maybe by... But even then, no, you wouldn't, actually. No, that doesn't even...
So,
Okay,
Andy,
so-
I'll give you a hand here.
What did you say?
What are rocks made of?
What are rocks made of?
Made of
Minerals? Various...
They're made of minerals and, I mean, ultimately atoms and shit. If that's where you're going with it.
So if you find uranium, it has to be in just a whole ass block uranium, right?
No, God, no!
Oh.
I used to collect rocks. I had some like I mean, I don't know, maybe it was technically yellow cake or whatever.
Did you ever
like,
find pure elemental uranium?
No, nobody ever finds pure elemental uranium. Do they? I mean, maybe they do. I don't think they do.
The argument that because we sometimes have uranium deposits close to the surface, then therefore evolution must be wrong because the elemental weight of uranium should make it be found way lower. And it's like, dude,
he doesn't understand it's found in a crystal.
This guy should put a block of lead on top of a sand pile. Sand is like loose and stuff. You can push it out of the way and like move stuff and bury it. So doesn't that mean the block of lead should just go shunk to the bottom? And it won't. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Okay?
Here's an analogy. Have you ever seen a boat?
No.
Is iron heavier than water?
Yes.
Do boat float?
Boat float.
Boat float.
How boat float if
not
made
all boats.
Iron?
Titanic.
How boat float if iron has an atomic weight that's more than oxygen and hydrogen? I don't know. It's a mystery.
So I went ahead and
there's
looked.
something in its structure that's less.
No,
dense.
couldn't be that. Couldn't be that.
Well,
Chris,
it's
what you
not-
saying?
Yeah.
I did look up the paper, so it comes from the International
sorry.
Conference on Creationism.
Oh, what was the x-axis?
It's half-life.
Oh, makes sense. That makes sense, actually.
Yes.
And what's the y-axis actually?
So the y-axis is age.
In units
Age
of
versus
millions of years.
half-life?
in millions of years. Okay, that would
So
make
there's-
sense given that we've got thorium, lead, uranium,
Right.
and rubidium,
And this is,
strontium. Those are all billion year.
Guys, I'm sure that RawMatt is trying to make a perfectly reasonable and empirically supported logical point here. If we just give him the chance to make the point, I say as I don't press play on the video.
Lighter elements. So if older elements sink deeper and they date older, obviously it's going to show you that people think now that the older layers are representative of the time when they're not. The study literally shows you that they're not how they're supposed to be based on evolutionary idea where they would be distributed.
That's not an evolutionary idea. What you're talking about is how elements are going to be distributed in a thing.
No. Based on the evolutionary idea is basically based on a complete straw man that only makes sense to RawMatt that he came up with, that he thinks should make sense if there is evolution. But it's literally just his own like asinine thoughts. Like it's
no, Grayson, you're not giving him enough credit. Evolution is everything he doesn't like.
It's true.
Globally in a very distant rate. So what I'm talking about is when we go to the Proton 21 laboratories,
what am I looking at?
We can literally.
You are looking at. I think that this is like some part of a reaction vessel for like a Z-pinch type experiment where they like send in a bunch of plasma and then the thing like collapses in on itself, and this is like the remnant or something. I think that's what this is, and they're trying to do some sort of like elemental analysis on that remnant to see what kind of elements that they're finding. And just listen to what Matt says about it.
Watch radioactive elements being formed, and when they formed, they used cold fusion, and they produced the same radioactive elements.
Yes. He's saying that Proton 21 Lab in Kyiv, Ukraine, has unlocked cold fusion.
we have on the Earth today in the same proportions and the same ratios.
We broke the physicist, ladies.
That's not the same proportions. Look at that plot. Look at the damn plot that he has on the screen. Okay, that would all show 5 isotopes. That plot has a very clear x-axis and a y-axis. The x-axis is a categorical one because it's a bar chart, but the y-axis is natural abundance, or rather is abundance. Okay, abundance of the stuff. And actually, now that I'm looking at it,
like some of the higher like the potassium 42 or 43 are literally like several orders of magnitude different. Like literally.
Yes. And now that I'm looking at it more closely, if you add up all of the bars of the yellow or brown or whatever it is, and compare it to if you add up all of the bars for the blue, the navy blue, those should both be equal and be at 100.
Yes,
and
there's no way that they could.
There's no way that can be, because 2 of them are obviously way larger for the brown than the blue, and none of them are obviously larger for the blue. And there's only 5.
I did look at the actual like publications from Proton 21. Maybe this is just one that I missed, but I did not find like the chart here, right? This looks like a homemade chart. Like this. Yeah,
I wouldn't put that on
RawMatt made. It doesn't look like something that you would actually find in like published literature.
You're right, mostly because the title is all weird and fucked up, actually, though. And it's got curved bars, which is idiotic.
Yeah. It just looks very amateur hour, and like the fact that
the labels for the x-axis, they're not spaced to the individual plots.
Yeah.
They're spaced
You're right.
commas.
Yeah, but like you're right, but it's still fairly unambiguous what it means. So it's like
I feel like we glossed over the fact that he's literally trying to claim that these are the results of cold nuclear fusion.
Well, the guy, like, what does that? If you're,
I know. Wait.
There is no okay. So, like, there are ways that you can have fairly low energy experiments that could produce fusion. That's not what we mean by cold fusion.
No, wait, Tab. Wait until he describes.
Okay, let's let him.
He's going to describe his perception of what is happening at the Proton 21 lab, like what he thinks is happening. It will destroy you.
But if they were only made 3 days earlier, how in the world can they test billions of years old?
They don't.
That right there tells us that these elements are not very good.
Oh, and just because we've been breaking this up, maybe the point that he was making got lost there. He's trying to say that because the potassium isotopes so-called created in this cold fusion experiment are, quote, exactly the same as the natural abundances, which we clearly see that they are not. He's saying because they're the same as the natural abundances, that means that they test billions of years old in radiometric dating. And that means that the Proton 21 lab results, because they quote unquote exactly match natural abundances, that means that they're also reproducing the same ratios of daughter elements to give the appearance of age. He literally thinks that everything dates with the same ratios of daughter isotopes to parents. It's absurd. Like the amount that this man does not understand is actually impressive.
It's phenomenal. But the thing is, if you one of the issues with people like Matt is that if you look at a statement or a series of statements that he has said, and you use that to create something that he has to agree with, because it's like everything that he fucking said, and he never contradicted it, which is very difficult for him to do. And then you say, do you agree with this? He'll probably say no.
Yeah.
Because
it just even gets crazier from here, chap. Like, just strap in.
Now, they make great watches. There's no doubt that they can tell time, but they can't.
Talking about like molecular, like radioactive decays and stuff.
Used to tell the history of time, because you would have had to have known the exact ratios of the daughter and parent elements.
Yeah, like in zircon crystals or isochron dating or anything where we do know that.
Now we know that when we watch them form, they form in exactly the opposite of what evolution would ever predict.
We don't know that at all. You don't know that. I know he feels really confident about that, but the thing is, Matt, is that Proton 21 lab in Ukraine did not crack cold fusion. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news to you. It doesn't help you out at all. None of this helps you. Look what he's showing on screen now, and just prepare your ear holes.
And here's the actual study on those things. These are the natural ratio is right here in the blue, and the ratio after experimentation is in the yellow. Well, notice the daughter elements are always much higher. Well, what do we know about daughter elements? They decay very rapidly.
No!
No! What are you talking about, dude?
like some daughter elements decay very rapidly, and others are incredibly stable. Like
the last one is always stable.
That's the whole point. Yeah.
Yes, I think that the most good faith interpretation of what he just said that I can even do is that he meant to say parent isotopes, but then the daughter isotopes are the ones that are occurring so much.
He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about because he's just like saying words about.
And also, these have nothing to do with decay chains. These are just natural abundance.
They say after and before experiment? What is the experiment again?
Proton 21 lab experiment. Yeah, like and basically it's like a Z pinch. It's like a pulse power thing where they're just like shooting a beam of electrons at a sample.
Are Z pinches?
They're using a Z pinch to generate
enough about Z pinches.
Yeah, they're using a Z pinch to generate some sort of like beam. I think it's electrons. It could be X-rays. I know Z pinches are used for X-ray generation, but then they're like launching that at a sample, and then they're claiming that they have created every element from this process, like actual alchemy, actual lead into gold.
Well, I mean, that might happen. That's fairly standard in some of these experiments. But
all I can say, Grayson, is I hate you and I wish I brought alcohol.
Yeah,
well, that's on you.
That is on you.
Although I am out.
Oh, he's about to say something even dumber than what he just said. It's incredible.
If they're decaying rapidly within hours, weeks, months, and years, as opposed to millions and billions of years, then you don't need a lot of time to pass before these daughter elements start.
Again, not daughter elements.
No.
These, like, he keeps confusing isotopes.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Like isotopes of an element that are just less common, like rare isotopes. And he keeps calling them daughter elements. It's like he is so confused here. Like, it's just like, if you were to even try to explain to this man the source of his confusion, I don't think you can't disentangle it. He's so backwards. Also, we got a Grayson tax from Justin at Yahooligan. Check out Skeptic Spin. That's like an inside joke. Every stream I appear on requires a Grayson tax from Justin. So thank you for your obligatory tax. You will not be audited this year.
So really quick, to give him the minuscule benefit of the doubt, there's a type of radioactive decay where the atom ejects just a neutron, right? Is that beta decay? Or is that when it breaks down?
Yeah, like
just a neutron. I actually don't know if.
No, you can have. I think that might be beta decay.
There would be a neutrino.
Beta effect of a beta particle, not a neutron. But yeah,
there'd be a neutrino involved though normally.
Yeah, well, you need a neutrino to balance like the leptons and
the lepton number. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Is it possible to change your isotope without changing your element? That's possible, right?
Yeah, you can. Yes, you can absorb another neutron. You can just like have another neutron whack in you, and glob on you. Like, but theoretically,
I'm assuming that's not what's happening here, but it's hypothetically possible.
It's not totally dissimilar, actually. It's. I mean, none of these are demonstrating a jump of exactly one.
So like,
If they did, they would be, that's what it would be happening, basically.
The issue with this technology is that, like, it's theoretically possible to bombard an atom enough that you could change its atomic weight or elemental composition or whatever in certain conditions. And, like, there are certain promising, like, research areas, like the Department of Defense is researching this. They are spending money to, like, try to research this stuff. The issue is with these results, like Proton 21 and other results of people claiming this, is that they're not independently reproducible. Like, other lab.
None of these people are. But, like, the relativistic heavy ion collider is probably the most well-known collider of, like, large nuclei. Like, they'll take, like, lead and platinum or whatever and, like, whack them into each other, which is super awesome and hardcore. I think. I don't actually, like, know, because I'm not a particle physicist.
This is not an accelerator. It's like a pulse power beam, basically hitting a.
Well, that's an accelerator. It's just the first stage of an accelerator. It's not a continuous one, but
I guess.
Does it accelerate particles?
No. Like, they're using a Z-pinch to generate the stream of particles. They're not accelerating.
Yeah. A Z-pinch accelerates particles, though. They don't start off going that fast.
Okay, yes. There's like a stream of particles going through the tube of the Z-pinch that then creates, like, a vacuum, basically like a pressure differential that collapses the Z-pinch and creates a source of your beam. Fine. Okay. Matt doesn't know any, and it's not relevant for Matt. Let's just continue.
Sorry, I was curious if you could accidentally be correct about something. That's
you're giving him too much. You're trying too hard to make him look good.
I'm sorry.
Of all of the radioactive decay chains. So therefore...
Oh, wait, we just missed... Sorry. We missed the most egregious thing, I think, that he says in the entire segment. We got to go back.
Ratio is right here in the blue, and the ratio after experimentation is in the yellow. Well, notice that daughter elements are always much higher. Well, what do we know about daughter elements? They decay very rapidly. So if they're decaying rapidly within hours, weeks, months, and years, as opposed to millions and billions of years.
Oh, wait. And real quick, Sydney Raptor, who actually I think was in this stream too. Highlight Sydney Raptor here. Two types of beta decay. Beta plus decay is the nucleus emitting a neutrino and a positron. And beta minus is an electron and an anti-neutrino. So that's not going to help Matt out so much here.
Then you don't need a lot of time to pass before these daughter elements start forming iron, the daughter element of all of the radioactive decay chains.
Oh my God! That is what I honestly, that the iron is the daughter element of all decay chains. The amount that you need to misunderstand science to say such a statement is baffling. It's truly baffling.
Because the reason, so
like he's talking about
talking about the binding energy. He's talking about the fact that iron has the highest binding energy, and like it's
with
but
stars. But, like, at the same time, in this very video, he talks about C14 and carbon decaying. And
also, anytime you have alpha decay, that is a radioactive decay that emits a helium nucleus. So helium does not decay to iron. It does have a lower binding.
He thinks helium decays into, and carbon and argon and potassium and everything decays into fucking iron.
That's crazy.
Atomic element, what, 54?
It doesn't.
Like, huh? What? Like,
when a star burns up stuff into eventually iron is the end point of that. Like,
right.
There is a kernel of non-stupid underneath the mountains of stupid, okay? And that kernel of non-stupid is that iron has the most extreme binding energy. It has the highest type.
Stars can fuse past iron, but it's energetically disfavorable.
Exactly.
Right.
They can do it, but suddenly that becomes an endothermic reaction, and it gets colder, and
Instead
the star collapses more, and it doesn't anymore. It runs out.
Exactly.
It becomes,
Exactly.
and suddenly you have
And
a
the fact that you could ever confuse that process with radioactive decay chains.
They're
That's
literally
crazy.
they're as opposite as you can imagine.
It's the exact opposite. That's crazy.
Yeah,
And like decay
yes.
means like you're losing stuff. It's breaking apart. You're not adding to. Oh my god.
It is one of the
Yeah.
most egregious science mistakes I think I've ever seen.
That's really bad.
Therefore,
It's literally the opposite.
I don't know atoms like at all. Like this is all French to me, but it's hurting me.
zircon
I
crystal.
can only imagine how y'all are feeling
Imagine
right
how
now.
an atomic physicist feels, Doc.
It is true. Like if you have a chunk of iron, like it has to be a stable isotope of iron. There are multiple isotopes of iron. Some of them have too many neutrons. Some of
You
them
mean
have
the
too many
parent
protons. Huh?
You mean the parent isotope?
I just mean like if you have iron, some of it can be radioactive. But
I'm just messing
if you
with
have like the normal, most common isotope of iron, that shit is not going to decay into anything like ever.
Yeah.
Ever. It's not going to turn into anything. It's not going to do. If it gets whacked by something.
Hold on. Let's not get carried away here. The protons will eventually decay, maybe.
Well, free protons, we've never detected it. And we certainly haven't detected it, I don't think, in iron.
Yeah, just trillions of years that iron is decaying.
And we go, oh man, billions of years must have passed for that to happen. Absolutely not. A very short of time could have.
Nobody ever said that about these results ever.
He did, though.
That's true, I guess. Yeah.
For it to give those old dates. And now we have the observational study and evidence from a lab experiment that repeatedly did this over and over. Unfortunately, the lab in Ukraine now is down because this war is going on. But
yep, so unfortunately, we lost our cold fusion technology. Putin invaded Ukraine to try to get that cold fusion and bring it back.
If you're using a particle accelerator, by the way, that's not cold fusion. That's not like even, you wouldn't even typically use the word fusion to describe it.
He's referring to low energy nuclear reactions. Like when I
Lenners.
Yes, Lenners. Like whenever I actually looked at the source, like where he's going to be going into, he's talking about Lenners and
Lenners.
We will get to it, Doc. Don't worry. Oh wait, that would be my cue to play the video.
Needless to say, we got exactly what we needed from the experiment, which is all that we needed to show that something formed a few days ago.
That's right. You quote mined all that you needed to convince your scientifically illiterate audience.
It's billions of years old today. How long did time pass? Just a few days. That's it. We have the same thing with when you look at the mid-Atlantic ridge and you see the sleep force spreading. When they test the lava flows,
how is this the same thing?
That are just a few years old.
Yeah, when you incorrectly apply a method wrong in a way that you know will yield incorrect results, you get incorrect results. Shocker.
Okay. Yes, you do, but we do these. We do these tests to test our instruments and our hypotheses to make sure that this would screw things up.
Yeah.
Experiments like this are pretty common.
He's pointing to things that we know create inaccuracies and thus are avoided. And he's saying, oh, well, look, the whole thing has to be thrown out. It's all inaccurate because if you use it wrong, you'll get wrong results.
Yeah, he's complaining that a bent tape measure won't measure a piece of wood correctly.
Yeah,
right. That's exactly right.
It's true for all measurements. If you measure incorrectly, your measurement will be wrong. No shit.
It 22 million years. What is going on? They know now that you can't rely on these dates. They admit this, and this is in published peer-reviewed.
Up to 22 million years, argon and helium.
They are happy to admit that you can't use a method incorrectly. Shocker.
Just some kind of like made up young Earth creationist thing. You can read.
Did anybody just catch that? Let me just go back because he just gave up the whole game. He said this isn't just some made up young Earth creationist thing. He literally just said that. Oh god.
You went a little too far.
Oh, it's hard to.
It's tough when you have a 3 hour and 17-minute stream. You gotta
Yes.
move.
Hey, there's a couple dating methods that are going to be used.
Oh wait, I think I'm still not there. Wait, maybe.
Date something recently, like carbon dating, but we're going to show you why you can't date things in the deep.
I don't think he said that yet, did he? I think I was a little 30 seconds too ahead. My bad, guys. My bad. Patience.
Oh, good.
There we go. Oh, God.
Just the daughter element.
Just like lifting up the mouse messes it up. I'm sorry.
It's much higher. Well, what do we know about daughter elements?
I can't even
decay
fast
very
forward on
rapidly.
that.
So if they're decaying rapidly within hours, weeks,
So
months,
using Apple is your
billions
problem.
and billions of years.
Yeah, it's because I'm using an Apple product. Doc is right. Oh
Man,
my God!
billions of years must have passed for that to happen. Absolutely not.
Does the fast forward button not work there?
This is brutal.
It does not. I'm sorry.
And now we have the observational study and evidence from
But,
a
like,
lab experiment that
he
repeatedly
literally
did this over and over.
just
Unfortunately, the lab in Ukraine now is
gives
down
the
because
whole
this is
game
where
away.
war is
like
going on.
I will just talk over because we don't want to listen to Matt twice
Right.
say the same stupid ass
A
thing.
made up creationist thing. Yes.
Yeah, we're trying to tap. I accidentally messed up by rewinding too far, but we're trying to get to the point where Matt literally says,
I have headphones on. I've been able to hear.
Okay. Yeah, he literally says the quote, "Oh, this is peer-reviewed secular literature. This isn't just some made-up creationist thing." And then he laughs about it.
Here, what is going on? They know now that you can't rely on these dates. They admit this, and this is in published peer-reviewed secular journals. This isn't just some kind of like made-up young Earth creationist thing. You can read the journals and see, like, this isn't working.
He's giving the whole game up. He's literally putting his own side's publication in the box of made-up stuff.
Because it is all made up. They don't actually do. Yes, that if you listen to what he said, this is peer reviewed.
Oh, that stuff. Yeah,
this
yeah,
isn't just
yeah,
made
yeah.
up young Earth creationist crap.
Yeah, I mean,
I see what you're saying, but
I think that I fast forwarded it through this part at the very beginning, but they literally are joking. Like at one point, one of them gets disconnected, and they're like, "Oh, he must have gotten raptured," and they all are like joking, like that's hilarious. And it's like they know how stupid their worldview is. They're literally making jokes about it and laughing like about something that should be very serious. If you actually believed in a rapture, like notice, like we don't sit around and say, "Oh, well, looks like your microphone evolved, RJ." Like we don't make jokes that make it sound like evolution is silly. They do make jokes about their own worldview to portray it as silly, and they're laughing about it. Like,
that's how we would answer why older layers date the way they do, and they can't be trusted. They can't make predictions on these, and they don't get anything right anyway. So it just makes it really easy for us as creationists to say, there's a couple dating methods that are going to be used to date something recently, like carbon dating, but we're going to show you why you can't date things in the deep past with it soon in my presentation.
Right. So you're saying your rapidly decaying dating methods like C14 don't work, but also your slower decaying methods like potassium dark.
Just FYI for all of the people that think that radio magic doesn't work, like they literally, the scientists themselves, like try to like they test this. They test the consistency and accuracy of these results, and they do it not only like do they do it multiple times for individual groups that do it, but they get together and have international radiocarbon intercomparison assessments for laboratories all over the earth, and they do this every
Stage 3.
like every couple years they do this, and they compare it. They send out blind samples to different radiocarbon labs across the earth. You know, that thing that creationists always say they don't do? And they send out the blind samples of known age, and then they see where the various radiocarbon labs on Earth date them, and they see how accurate the results are. And guess what? They're extremely accurate. Over 50 laboratories are participating, and they're getting the correct dates. These are all like, they do this. We know that these are accurate dates. They've tested real historical events like Mount Vesuvius and gotten it to within 10 or 15 years. We've done like
Mount Vesuvius they've gotten to within the year.
Yeah, it's
Right.
like we know that they are reliable and they have been demonstrated to be reliable. And we've got a new guest coming on. Welcome to the stream, Mark Reed.
Hey, how you doing, everybody?
Hello.
We are suffering here, Mark. We are suffering.
Yeah, this was rough.
Really quick, Grayson.
Yeah.
Mount Vesuvius is an even better example than you think. There was a study done in the mid-2000s that, like I said, sometimes we'll intentionally date things wrong to see how it affects things. They did that with Mount Vesuvius with carbon samples, and the carbon samples came back as much older than they should be because of the gases from Mount Vesuvius.
Mm.
But then we tried carbon dating again on an oil bottle that was found there that had been sealed. And that dated exactly correct because it was sealed from the volcanic gases.
Wow. It's really funny how it's not just like, it's
to within the year.
It's a rescue device that can explain one little aspect. It's like, oh no, it explains all the aspects of the situation, even the ones that we didn't think of immediately. It's just mind-boggling that these people can lie about this when so much evidence to the contrary is so publicly available. Like, it's flooring.
On uranium to lead, these ones also don't work. They're not to be trusted for at least an older.
You know what's not to be trusted? RawMatt. And I've told Donny this. I'm like, stop. I've shown him RawMatt lying to Donny, like showing things to Donny and saying they're true when they're completely fabricated by RawMatt, and he's just lying to Donny, his supposed friend. And Donny still trusts everything RawMatt says and just glazes him so hard on this stream.
I was investigating into this actually, and there was one part where RawMatt had taken out something that somebody said in a paper and inserted his own material in instead. Inserted the word God into it instead. The paper, and he absolutely inserted his own material as the words of a scientist. That will get you thrown out of any reputable university anywhere in the world doing that kind of thing. It is a form of plagiarism.
Mark, we are going to get to a part in this stream where RawMatt cites Robert E. Lee in a publication from 1981 on radiocarbon dating. Yes.
Civil War guy?
Robert E. Lee was not alive in
general. Yes.
He was not alive then.
Because guess what? I took the liberty of trying to find Robert E. Lee, the Canadian anthropologist that supposedly published an article about radiocarbon dating in the Canadian Journal of Anthropology in 1981. There is no such person. There's no Google Scholar record of this individual. No journal has Robert E. Lee publishing in freaking anthropology. It's just made up. They're just making stuff up, and I don't like. Couldn't you just couldn't you have made up a random name? Why did it have to be Robert E. Lee?
Because he was an honorable man.
There's actually a lot of like some really weird racial stuff that Matt gets into, so maybe there's a reason it's Robert E. Lee.
A lot of domestic violence stuff too. He's a gem of a person.
Yeah,
explains why they are in the shape and the form that they are, and why they're distributed in the fossil record the way that they are. So it can help people answer like that really hard question, like, wait, why are they dating old? Is God trying to trick us? Like, what's going on here? It's like, well, not really. I mean, it's an arbitrary thing. You can't pick up two rocks and say, this one definitely looks older than this one. That's subjective. So what we did is we went to the radiometric dating, and we assume something about the past. We had to assume how many daughter to parent to daughter isotope ratio there actually was.
Again, none of this is true. None of this is
not measure it. What are you talking about? They measure it.
Yeah, it's like measured, or like, you know, there are times where you don't have to assume that there's no lead in a zircon crystal at formation.
Right.
They can't fit in the crystalline lattice. Like, you can't make one with lead.
Exactly. Right.
same with isochron dating. Like, you don't have to assume the initial conditions for isochron dating. It's not part of the assumptions involved. Each one.
That's the whole point of isochron dating. Isochron dating is specifically impervious to a lot of these things. And if you do isochron dating and you produce a plot and it doesn't show up in a particular way, you know that it's been contaminated and that you can't rely on it because, like, otherwise it has to be contaminated in an extremely pathological way.
Yeah. Well, that would actually be a deceptive god doing that. And that's the thing is like he says, oh, is it a deceptive god? Well, not really. Like, oh yeah, it's real cute, Matt. But at the end of the day, like, all of the experts in all the fields that you talk about disagree with you. So either it's a massive conspiracy, or God's a deceitful trickster, or there isn't one. Sorry to break it to you guys, but anyways, let's let this play a little bit.
You know what he's going to choose.
You take away those assumptions and you just go with experiment. We can see right away the answer. And
no,
we don't.
The experiment is, again, like, not able to be independently verified or replicated by any other power pulse laboratory on Earth. Like, Mark, you just joined. Matt has been making the case that a Ukrainian lab figured out cold fusion, and that explains accelerated nuclear decay, because he's trying to claim that they are creating every single element with plasma and copper plating, and they're making every element in the exact ratio of daughter isotopes to give the appearance of billions of years. It's just
except the plots they show demonstrably do not show that.
Yeah, no, he's literally.
Why Ukraine? They're currently in the middle of a war. Does he know that?
That's why.
Well, that's why we can't follow up.
No, yeah, exactly. That is why Ukraine, because nobody can follow up on this lab, because there's an actual war in the country, and the lab is now defunct and not publishing and not operating. And
they do have a website. I'm looking at it right now.
They have a website. It's just it doesn't say anything that Matt's.
No, it does not.
Do they claim cold fusion? Because, like, the thing about it is these people might do great work that this guy is just completely misrepresenting.
I mean, that's what it looks like to me. I mean, this is way out of my field of expertise.
Have we ever heard of Mary Schweitzer?
We covered her earlier in the stream.
I'm friends with a really good friend of hers.
Yeah, that's my point.
I want to get a little bit more, because it just continues to go off the rails from here.
Let him cook.
Assume anything anymore. It's the best study ever, really. I love the Proton 21 laboratories. And I heard Erica mention, like, what about the layering? You know, it didn't form any layers in the experiment. What was she talking about? It's an empty room with a single piece of copper in there being hit by a piece of lightning, creating these different elements.
That's what he thinks is going on. Empty room and a piece of copper being hit by lightning.
That's insane.
That's hilarious.
Oh my God, why is he like this?
This individual.
Did you read Frankenstein lately, or what's going on? What is happening here?
Right, like let me share my screen here, because they do have, like, some presentations where they do actually, or like some publications rather, where they do like have like a they basically show what their apparatus is like. So, like, here's like the tube where the Z pinch is basically occurring. That it's not an empty room with he said a piece of lightning.
I know.
Hitting a
taste of
light.
It's because in many of their experiments, it looks like they're using an electron beam. Okay, but that's not lightning.
That's not lightning, right? And that's
saying plasma. If he hears the word plasma, he says lightning.
Does he think a vacuum chamber is the same as an empty room?
Yes.
Like, is that what your brain says?
Well, I mean, to be fair, like, if you want to get technical, only a vacuum chamber could be an empty room.
No, it's not, is it? Because there still can be shit in a vacuum chamber, like a lot.
But yeah, but it's more of an empty room than like a normal empty room is, right? So it's closer to empty. It's more empty.
if anybody has skeptics and scoundrels on Discord or something and can send them a link.
Yeah, I can probably do that.
Cool. Yeah, check your Discord, SNS. But yes, let's continue with the madness.
Layers that are going to form. There's no soil that's in there for them to be distributed in. I don't even know what he's talking about. So what we are showing you is that when they do form, when a piece of lightning, like Z-pinch, hits a piece of copper, it literally forms the elements that we see today. This was being done a long time ago. Like, here's the iron that formed from a cold fusion experiment that was done. You can look it up right here at Montclair State University.
Again, this, like, I read this article, like, this is, like, it is from a physicist, but it's got an EDU address, but it reads like a blog post. He literally has a picture of one of his collaborators and says, Dr. So-and-so likes good beer. And, like, that's the description for the figure of him drinking beer. Like, it's not a peer-reviewed, published, like, anything. It's, yeah.
Have you done the one where he went to Fox News yet? Like, he's just getting shit from Fox News.
So he's already cited Fox News, Mark. He cited an article about dinosaurs going extinct because they farted themselves to death.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Proton 21 Laboratories, the guy that formed this. The iron ratios are exactly like that we find them on Earth today. Why aren't they in proportions that they would have been billions of years ago?
Okay, it's literally based on stability. Like, you're not going to produce like a bunch of I don't know. It's just so dumb that he thinks that he just is confusing nuclear fusion with radioactive decay, and it just can't. You cannot talk sense to an individual like this who thinks that he can subsist from breathing air instead of eating food. I mean, it's just.
Right.
I forgot about that for a moment.
Yeah.
Billions of
and
years
then
old.
You reminded me.
Yeah, for anyone that's not aware, the Matt we're listening to was I think briefly a breatharian who believed that he didn't need to eat anymore and could just breathe all of his nutrients.
Wow.
We did an experiment.
Anyone listen to this guy. He even says himself, like, I don't understand it, but here's how it works and doesn't work. Like, he doesn't understand it. I don't know why anybody would listen to him on this subject.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it form in ratios that would have been on Earth billions of years ago and not as they exactly are today? It's obvious. The same thing happened.
I mean, how even have the isotopic ratios of iron changed over the course of the Earth's, like, over the time frame of the Earth's history? Like, I would not think that they would change very much over that length of time. Like, for like iron isotopes specifically.
I don't know. Wrong, but isn't iron really stable?
Yes, very, very stable.
Like, all the isotopes pretty stable?
Yes. Not all of them. No, not all of them. Some of them. I mean, you can't just keep adding
isotopes of iron down here that don't occur very commonly because they're less stable.
With radioactive elements, we should be seeing the ratios as they would have been billions of years ago, and then time decayed, and now obviously a lot of the parent isotope is left, and now it's a daughter isotope. That's not what we see. The same ratio that is in Earth today is how they formed in the experiment.
How did the
I thought that was one of us.
How did the proton lab experiments, the Z-pinch experiments, how does that work to solve, Matt, or give us a sufficient answer to the heat problem challenge?
Donny's just like, please, Matt, make what you were just saying make any sense at all.
Which isotopes were that? Just go back and just which isotopes was he talking about?
He was talking about isotopes of iron just now, I think, but they also showed isotopes of potassium. But like Mark earlier, they said that like, he's just getting he thinks that rare isotopes are daughter elements of decay chains. He just doesn't know anything. So, anyways, I want to welcome guest skeptics and scoundrels. Eric, welcome to the stream.
Hello. How's everyone doing?
Eric.
We're making it through here. This has been a cavalcade of just pseudo-scientific nonsense.
It sounds like a real slog. I figured I'd pop in and help you guys out a little bit here.
Yeah. Let's continue here.
To invoke accelerated nuclear decay. You see what happened is the Answers in Genesis, the rate team, they invented a catastrophic plate tectonics. But what happened is Russell Humphrey, I believe, was looked inside of the zircon crystal, and he noticed that it looked really old because there was lots of the daughter element lead, which is the daughter element through the decay chain. So he saw lots of lead, but then he saw lots of helium. So he goes, wow, weird. It looks really old, but it also looks really young. It can't be both. So they invented a rescue device called accelerated nuclear decay. It must have accelerated from uranium to thorium and thorium all the way down into lead, making lots of the daughter isotope lead that's in that zircon crystal, because the zircon cannot trap lead. So it has to come through that decay chain. What we've seen is that when the Proton 21 laboratories created these radioactive elements, they had massive amounts of daughter isotopes, very, very high, which decay rapidly into lead with over a week.
Okay, I have to stop him because he said so much wrong shit already. He's like, zircon crystals cannot trap helium. Like you know how small helium is? Like it can absolutely diffuse through the lattice structure of zircon, no problem. Like it's clearly contamination. Like it's super easily understood contamination. You know what? It doesn't make sense to contaminate with lead because it can't incorporate into the crystalline structure. Like if you tried to contaminate a zircon with lead, it would break the crystal structure, and you would clearly see breaks. You would clearly see that it was introduced into the structure and not there at its formation. It's like literally you can see it. Oh.
You need to understand, though, you when you're a young Earth creationist, you don't analyze all of the possibilities. You only analyze the ones that support your conclusion. That's just natural. Yeah. Just science.
And Matt gave that away when earlier he said, but before Proton 21 closed down due to the war, we got everything that we needed out of it. That's why it's my favorite experiment. Like, it's just because he thinks he can quote mine what serves his purposes to try to explain away the heat problem, even though it in no way does so.
Yeah, it's like this one got me over the finish line, so we can stop now, guys. We don't have to analyze this anymore because I got my conclusion that I wanted.
No givesies backsies. No givesies backsies.
Yeah. Imagine we did that. Imagine we did that in judicial court or in criminal investigations where wow, the evidence really shows this one guy did it. Okay, we can stop now, guys. But really, it's something completely different. You just don't know it yet. Like, can you imagine we operated under that kind of system? It'd be terrible. Horrible.
Well, he got this rescue device thing from Donny, and Donny's been using it a lot. And none of them are rescue devices. They're rational explanations that actually have evidence going for them. And they're only there to detract from the ultimate rescue device, which is God did it.
Yep.
God accelerated this. God, changed it so that everything looks old. God changed the way that the radioactive decay is going. God did this, did that, did the other. And it really is this. Yeah.
Well, I still haven't, because Donny was asking, how does this help with the heat problem? And all Matt is doing is giving this explanation of accelerated nuclear decay, which is the problem. Like, that's where you're going to get a ton of heat. I have not, I suppose maybe he'll say that there's going to be some solution here, but doubt it.
He's trying to say that the Proton 21 labs show us that that lightning striking samples can create isotopes in the identical ratios that scientists think indicate billions of years of time. That's literally the argument that RawMatt is presenting us with.
Gotcha.
And Mark, you are absolutely correct that Donny and his whole rescue device terminology is just pure projection. If you ever ask him whether created heterozygosity is a rescue device, just listen to him flounder. It's an obvious rescue device. It's nowhere in the Bible. It's just because we learned too much about genetics for Adam and Eve to make sense that he has to come up with a obvious rescue device and created heterozygosity that is nowhere to be found in his religious scripture. It's projection, pure and simple.
So it doesn't take that long of a time to generate all of that lead. That's the cool part about it. The proportions that they created were.
Oh, and also I just saw in the chat here, Travis, if you're still listening to this, I apologize for missing your super chat the other day. I ended a stream and Travis was like, "What about the super chats?" That was totally My bad. We have been good about the super chats so far this stream. I don't think that I have missed any. So doing better, guys. I'm improving.
Way higher, like I showed you in that other image. We're way higher than they ever expected or anticipated. So when the zircon crystal trapped that initial from the rock around it, and I'm sorry, when it was trapping around the rock and grabbing onto that radioactive elements and trapping it in that zircon crystal, it was decaying into lead very, very rapidly. Did not need millions of years, and it did not need accelerated nuclear decay.
Yeah, you just need the environmental conditions of a power pulse laboratory. Like, yeah, that just naturally occurs where things are just naturally getting bombarded by streams of particles, like enough to transform their elemental identities. That just happens with lightning, of course.
No, a bit of lightning.
Oh, I think he even said a
bit
piece
of lightning.
A piece of lightning. That's what it is.
Piece of
Yes.
lightning. Yeah.
Piece of lightning.
I wonder how
Piece of
much
lightning.
exactly. Is that in metric? Is that a metric piece or an empirical piece? I want to really know.
Yeah, right.
Well, what's great is you still get that amazing line of evidence for young Earth. The fact that we still find helium, which is a very slippery molecule. We still find
Is that a scientific term? Very slippery.
helium in these zircon crystals. These zircon crystals are supposed to be billions of years old, and therefore all of that helium should have leaked out into the atmosphere. It shouldn't be there, and yet we find an abundance of helium in all of these rocks, telling us that these rocks can't be billions of years old. And so one explanation, which I don't think the critics can deal with, is that, okay, we find in the zircon crystals evidence for them being young, but we also find evidence for decay. But the fact that we find evidence for decay and yet still helium present, then that decay must have been accelerated, or it must have been rapid to retain the helium without it escaping. But you're saying that there is an alternative hypothesis that is still a problem. It's still a challenge to old earthers, certainly not to young earth creationists.
Helium can absolutely diffuse through zircon crystal structures.
Sure.
There's nothing controversial about that, and zircons can absolutely be contaminated. There's nothing controversial about that. So let me highlight here Sydney Raptor asking, what does this button do? Well, Sydney, that button forces me to read whatever you write and depletes your bank account at the same time. And Regios says, not sure what this button does, but we'll figure it out sometime. Well, hopefully you find out what that button does before you deplete your bank account entirely. Because, yeah. Anyways, thank you for the super chats. Anybody got any comments on any of this madness that we've been... Should I just...
Well, it really is not a matter of whether helium is there or not. You know, helium can diffuse into it faster than it can be released, so it can end up with helium in it. It's fine. It's the ratio of lead to uranium that we're talking about. So I'm not sure how that at all addresses the problems, except this. I don't know what Proton 21 is. I don't know what kind of fusion experiments that they've done. I severely doubt, without some kind of paper for Matt to present, that they have managed to do cold fusion in a lab, which has caused accelerated nuclear decay in a way that does not have the heat problem and does not have the other problems associated. I really find it hard to believe. I don't trust Matt. Like, as far as
he's not describing their. I mean, okay, so I'm looking at their page. This is what their primary focus.
Share your screen if you want, Chris.
Sure. Yeah, I could share. Yeah.
Because I mean, yeah, they do have, like, I've looked at the Proton 21 Lab publications as well, and they do make some fairly wild claims, like being able to synthesize all known elements on the periodic table, and like they are making some wild claims. And it should be pointed out that no other lab on Earth has independently replicated the Proton 21 Lab results. So you should take it with a grain of salt. But they actually do have publications, like in legit journals as well.
Right. So here's their list of publications, and anyone can go look at these. I'm not qualified to judge whether this is high quality or not, but at least this is what they're saying, and it doesn't. I mean, okay,
but
so
it should be pointed out that they are not at all saying what Matt is claiming.
No, definitely not. Yes,
yeah,
right. They're using controlled simulation to the collapse of condensed matter. In this collapsed state, thus created, the effect of the column barrier becomes insignificant, and a rapid transmutation of elements and isotopes occurs and can be observed.
Yep.
So, right, under very specific conditions, are they able to push isotopes around a little?
Yeah, like not conditions that just occur, like, I don't know, everywhere on the surface of the Earth to create the kinds of like radiometric daughter isotopes that we see everywhere. Like, it makes no sense. It's like he thinks that there are like such extreme conditions of like a vacuum chamber, a Z pinch compression that's creating a beam of particles that is to bombard the samples in the Earth to create these radiometric daughter isotopes. It's like, where is this occurring? Like, that makes no sense at all. And speaking of things that make no sense at all, we're still figuring out how the super chat button works. Regios is figuring out here. We actually have skeptics and scoundrels here showing us all how it's done. No, everyone is using it wrong. This is how you super chat, and he is correct. That is how you super chat. Dr. Tapioca Weeksville once again not understanding how to super chat. He did not type anything here. All he did was give memberships to all my lovely subscribers. One of these days, Dr. Tapioca Weasel will become literate and figure out how to type.
One day he will catch up with the rest of the class. One day.
Yeah, cut him
Super
some
chats
slack.
and magnets. Super chats and magnets is only.
And then Translucency says your amount and message will be public. So great information teaching everybody about super chats and how they work. I love everybody helping each other out and sharing the knowledge and learning. That's what this channel is all about. And to that end, we're gonna listen to more of RawMatt.
We have to.
Yes, this is my first ever debunking marathon stream, and I'm trying to make through as much of this video as I am physically able to do. I don't know how far I'm gonna get. I want this to be the longest stream I've ever done on my channel, so we're gonna try to make it through as much of this as I can physically do.
Where that helium can be there, the lead can be there, but not through accelerated decay?
Correct. Exactly. It solves the heat problem. It solves the deep time problem. It literally answers, and it's a laboratory experiment, which is observable, testable, and repeatable.
It's not repeatable. No one's been able to repeat the results, and it doesn't do anything that Matt is trying. Like, he thinks that this experiment just like explains every single issue with his worldview that there could be.
And I mean, one of the conclusions here is the results here presented here suggest that collective nuclear synthesis producing various chemical elements may be feasible in a laboratory environment.
Yeah. Yeah.
So therefore, God was doing what?
Yeah, I guess the entire Earth is God's experiment. So,
Vacuum chamber, yeah.
I mean, once you open the door for magical God-man to come in and miracle you up a bunch of alchemical daughter products, I mean, what can you say? Other than for the 10 gifted 10 more memberships. You guys are all awesome right now. And Pinworm coming in with the $2. I can't believe all the brain on my TV screen right now. I know, Pinworm. We have Donny, RawMatt, and Matt Powell. It's truly staggering amounts of brain
Might
power.
be a full brain cell.
As I said when I sent it over, I said, check out the toolbox. Like, really, this is the toolbox. It really is.
I've been calling them the Unholy Trinity.
Okay.
Grayson?
Doc, you have some?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think I am going to have to get going.
I mean, you have been, I think everyone on stream right now, me and you have been here the longest, so I don't blame you at all. Go and rest your brains, and I'm sorry for all the neurons that I've killed tonight.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of neurons dying, I got to go too, actually.
Cool. Well, hey, thank you, Doc.
That's been fun. Absolutely.
And Dr. Chris Thompson for
Yeah.
stopping by.
For sure.
Always happy to see. I mean, all my favorite people have been on this stream, so I'm really happy with
Good.
how it's turned out. So thanks everyone for stopping by, and we're gonna keep it going. So people will be coming in and out, and I am going to go until this video kills me or renders me.
No.
And you're not even a third through.
No, oh my God, you can't say that, Chris. You can't just say that and
I'm so
leave.
sorry.
You can't do
gotta
that.
go.
You might actually be here until New Year's.
Yeah,
Oh
true.
my God. I'm gonna press play. I'm not thinking about it.
Literally the gold standard of science. It's not some hypothetical
The
scenario.
gold standard.
Like, oh, we're going to go look for this and we're going to find it. No, they weren't expecting this. And the laboratory that did it, they're not even looking at the dates. They don't even care about that. They're selling it for laboratory equipment to make money.
They're not even looking at the things.
How do you know what the laboratory's motivations are there, Matt? Are you reading their emails or something? Like what? How do you make that claim? It's like, oh, these people disagree with my conclusion, so therefore they must have some nefarious motive. So I'm going to go ahead and just speculate on it.
Right.
Like, what the hell?
In hospitals for lasers.
These are preclusionary data points. Helium and zircon crystals, the C14 that we find in diamonds. So let me debunk a couple of these comments. And
thank you. I want to shout out Andrew coming here for he was here live during this thing. He was somehow managing to hold the fort live and debunking this in the live chat for this original stream. So well done, Andrew. With you are like Atlas holding up the world right now in the live chat for this original video. So thank you. And Regios with the 10 more gifted. Regios, you madman. Or madwoman. I don't know Regios like that, but wow. Thank you very much. Let's continue here.
Cummings says, no, we don't find intrinsic C14 in these samples. The levels are consistent with instrument background. No, that's not true. It
actually is.
Vary between.
And we already showed the study explicitly outlining that it is true.
Samples. None of this was predicted that, well, there shouldn't be any C14, but for XYZ, we might find C14. No.
For instrument background, a well-known and understood phenomenon that makes complete rational sense. Yes. Also, nice cat.
Always a shock, continues to be a shock. That's why they invoke rescue devices.
It's not a shock at all. The original study outlining it literally recommends diamonds to calibrate your machine's background instrument. Oh my God. It's literally, there's nothing shocking about this. It's a recommended procedure at this point.
And then, okay, any glitching or anything?
Nope. Sound good.
Okay, good. Keep me posted on that. So right here, for example, we have in what? A creationist journal? No, this is secular radiocarbon literature. Okay, these are samples. They're found in specific positions in the so-called geological record. They should be entirely.
We've gone back to radiocarbon now. Weren't we on zircon crystals before?
I think Andrew Cummings' comment made them start responding to C4.
Gotcha.
I think we're pausing Matt's presentation briefly to talk about the comments or something, because I think maybe Donny was not understanding what was going on in RawMatt's presentation and was just reading the comments.
Marbles, these shells, this wood. Okay, and yet notice this. C14 value corresponds to what? 1,270 times the AMS detection limit. That is not just background.
Again, the detection limit of the device is independent from the background levels. These are the levels of your background, the levels of these elements in the background of your instrument can be much higher than the threshold sensitivity of the device itself. And Donny doesn't seem to understand this point at all.
These rescue devices are weak. They're boring. The guardians of common descent in an old Earth, they need to come up with something.
That's us, guys. We are the guardians of common descent in the old Earth.
I thought we were the guardians of the galaxy. Damn.
better because these aren't working. Okay, this is from the secular radiocarbon literature. I see comment after comment.
And yes, also, Mark, you are correct. Whenever Donny uses the phrase rescue device, what he actually means to say is explanation. Like every single time he uses the phrase rescue device, just substitute in with explanation. And that's what he means, is like if you give him an explanation for a problem that he's come up with, he will just call it a rescue device because he doesn't like the explanation.
Wait, this is Logos Research Associates. Is that who he's quoting from?
That does appear to be what's on screen right now, which is like, yeah, it's a Young Earth. Yeah, Young Earth publication. So,
comment section of people saying, "Oh, this argument from C14 found in diamonds, for example, or found in dinosaur fossils in wood. Creationists are just making this up. This is their own invented argument." No, again, this is from the secular radiocarbon literature. And the rate team, Gardner.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that Logos Research Associates is a secular.
No,
thing.
what
So
he means to say is that they're quote mining from secular literature. They're misrepresenting secular literature, and then he's taking it from Logos.
This is a live stream, apparently. December
He's citing a live
13.
stream?
Apparently so. I can't find a lot more on it.
Wow.
Yeah, no, it's a live stream. There is a link to the live stream. What is this? Yeah, this goes to a YouTube page. Hold it, I'll get the thing and throw it over to you or put it in private chat. Sorry, I'm just using some Google foo here and see if I can track down where the hell Donny actually got this from. So it goes to a website for Logos Research. I don't know who they are, but they seem to do live streams. The National Center on Science Education, Creationist Attacks. Yeah, okay, so it mentions them briefly. Home, maybe they've got an About Us. Oh, yeah. Communicating creation to the culture. No, this is definitely a secular source, Donny. What are you talking about?
Why am I even surprised at this point?
To name a few, they went in and they checked, is this true? How true is this? What we're finding in the secular radiocarbon literature. And so they analyzed 10 coal samples, and they also analyzed all of these diamonds. These specifically are 6 African diamonds. Notice with the African diamonds, Matt 1, Matt 2, results are between what? 40 times and 310 times.
Again, like the proportions of these elements in your instrument background don't have to be on the same magnitude as the smallest sensitive threshold that your device can ever detect. Like, I don't think he understands any of the words that he's actually using right now.
AMS detection limit.
I'm looking at this talk. He hasn't actually cited any kind of, I can't see where he cited anything.
Of course he hasn't. Oh my, why? God, we give these
it directly from Dr. John Baumgartner.
Oh, John Baumgartner, very famous secular source that came up with hydroplate. Like, oh man.
Why is Donny like this is easily checked, Donny? Why are you lying your ass off, mate? Come on now.
Right, because he thinks that nobody will check because he knows his audience will not check. But I don't know. Well, I mean, Andrew Cumming is in the comments here, so somebody's clearly going to check you, Donny. You shouldn't be saying stuff that's clearly wrong.
I just dug a little bit deeper on the Logos Research Associates, and the gentleman they have his photo of on the front page. His name is Dan Biddle.
Yep.
And he's president he's president of Genesis Apologetics. So obviously a secular source. Obviously.
Eric, Dan Biddle already came up earlier in this.
Oh my God, I should have been here for that.
In the context of yet more creationist nonsense and electric universe of all things. So yeah.
Oh no.
Why?
Great secular source.
Yes.
Diamonds are the hardest substance on the Earth. They're formed deep within the Earth. They're shielded from cosmic ray bombardment in the atmosphere, right? That's how C14 is created.
It's not the only way.
I mean, it's the most common way, but yeah, you can have like nearby radioactive like material that is, you know, bombarding nearby carbon or whatever, and or nitrogen, and you know, you can have some weird, more rare processes, but yeah, generally in the atmosphere.
Yeah, and diamonds are not the hardest material on the planet. There's materials that are even harder.
I just have to say, this talk that they gave, there are a couple of people in chat like, oh, I don't know, creation myths and reason to doubt that are roasting them on this. So Donny's using like a failed presentation to sort of, oh dear, this is bad. Come on now.
Yeah, citing something. I mean, yeah, wow. They're really. I mean, earlier Matt Powell was citing actual web comics and he said, "Check out this meme I found on Facebook" as part of his presentation. So,
check out this Penny Arcade comic.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he was using for sources. So
I'm sorry, I don't accept the validity of DC. I'm sorry, I just don't. Shoot me.
Yeah, Marvel's much more reliable.
Reputable. Yeah, reputable.
Yeah. Reputable, yeah.
Into C14. Animals absorb the C14. Plants absorb the C14. We as humans eat the animals or we eat the plants. And so we're constantly taking in C14. And so we are part radioactive. We all have a little bit of C14, but it decays rapidly, 5,700 years, okay, roughly. And so when we die, we're not taking in any more C14 because now we're dead. We're not eating or consuming any plants or animals. And so that C14 decays away. There shouldn't be any C14. If every atom in the universe was made of C14, there'd be no C14 left in a million years. And you're telling me that we find between 40 times and 310 times the AMS detection limit in terms of C14 in these diamonds?
No, it's in the instrument background, you dullard.
Which are found deep within the Earth, again, shielded from cosmic ray bombardment in the atmosphere. So yes, Andrew, this C14 must be intrinsic to the diamonds.
It's literally not, and all of the citations explicitly say otherwise. Like I showed on stream, it's literally in the title of the study saying it's instrument background. It has nothing to do with the samples. You can put a sample that contains no carbon at all. Like, come on, it's part of the instrument.
Okay, these rescue devices don't work. Environmental contamination doesn't work. Lab contamination doesn't work.
What do you mean environmental contamination doesn't work? We know it occurs.
Yeah.
Also, that's like what background to some extent is, right?
Yeah.
Like you have an environment that is causing your sensor to read a thing. And yeah.
It's not supposed to work. It's so weird. It's so weird.
Here's these examples from these 10 coal samples
from the Logos live stream.
They were analyzed, high precision procedures took place, and they found 247 times the AMS detection limit. Okay, so there's just a few direct points that refute that argument. Matt,
refuted nothing. It's like, here's just a few of my own misunderstandings that I think refute the scientific consensus.
Probably like to debunk this one. We kind of addressed this one earlier. Sydney Raptor in an earlier show.
Shout out Sydney Raptor.
Sydney Raptor, yeah.
Well, okay, you're getting, so they're not really addressing the argument, brothers, but they're saying, well, okay, you get C14 in samples supposedly millions to billions of years old.
Right?
That refutes the idea that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. But they'll say, how come you're not getting dates of exactly 6,000 years? How come you're getting 40,000, 50,000?
Funny how that.
Oh, I know this because God created everything like 34,000 years of age on it, and so that's why. Yeah.
60,000. Matt, did you want to engage that a little bit?
Absolutely.
Can you just check your Discord one sec, Grayson?
What'd you say?
Just check your Discord 1 second, mate.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, like usual. Huh? Okay, so this is Göbekli Tepe, and this is considered one of the oldest temples humans ever made. Now, if we look at it, we'll say, okay, well, how was it dated? When was it dated? I think they got around 9,000 years, 8,000, right around there, and some even older. But here it is. At least within the group of samples chosen, collagen preservation is poor, and the carbon-rich sediments of Göbekli Tepe may have caused a problem with the dating itself. So they used carbon dating to actually date this, but you'll notice a word at the very bottom. What they did is they calibrated.
This is just, again, just quote mining of like, oh, there could be issues with some samples from Göbekli Tepe, therefore there must be issues with all samples, even the ones that are clearly different from the problematic ones. Like, yeah, this is the same thing that he said earlier about how T-Rex, everyone agrees that T-Rex didn't have feathers, so therefore no dinosaurs had feathers. Like, it's just asinine.
The dates. You'll notice that term quite often in evolutionary concepts. Carbon dating is no different. So if you look at all of their different things here, they added about 2,000 years for the radiocarbon dating.
And I agree. It is a pretty ballsy move for a young Earth creationist to bring up Göbekli Tepe. Like that, I mean, yeah. I mean, usually they want to all make believe that any large-scale monumental architecture all started with the pyramids or something. Like, they don't want to acknowledge any megalithic constructions from before 6,000 years ago.
Dating based on carbon loss over time. So it's a historical thing. But what they also do when they calibrate something is they look at radiocarbon and tree rings. They date things by tree rings. But what do we know about tree ring dating?
It's accurate.
What about ice core samples, Matt? What about ice core samples, mate?
Oh, he will not bring up ice core samples.
I wonder why.
I will find that slide. I have one around here. We're going to notice that the oldest trees only go back.
Wait, I just realized, are all of his slides tabs? Does he have a tab open for every single one of these that he's just been going from tab to tab?
Yep.
Whose man is this? Come get your man. What is he doing?
Well, he's not using like any kind of downloaded thing like PowerPoint or something like that. What he's doing is he's just opened a whole bunch of tabs to a whole bunch of websites or pictures or whatever he wants. If he's in Chrome, his system is probably on fire right now. I presume that he's using like Firefox or something.
No, it looks like Chrome, Mark.
Oh, no.
And this is just, look, the creationists are not dodging the allegations that they don't understand how to use PowerPoint. Let me just say, they are not dodging those allegations. And stop the stupidity once again with the 5 gifted. I feel like we're running out of even potential members for this channel. You guys have been so amazing in this stream. Thank you so much. Like, honestly, I thought I would be like way more miserable and fatigued at this point, like almost 4.5 hours into this, but like I'm still having a blast. You guys are all making this fun for me. Maybe
you are a sucker for punishment, sir.
I guess
you are just
I don't know what's wrong with you.
Yeah. I think as soon as my friends here have had all that they can take and abandoned me to just like debunk this on myself, I think I will like rapidly deteriorate and just like you'll be like tuning into the stream like 3 hours from now, and it's just gonna be like me like face down, just like drooling and like speaking in tongues.
I was about to say, we are not helping you, we are enabling you, and there's a huge distinction there.
Very, very true. Yeah, well, enable me some more.
Years. Exactly around biblical timeline. So why in the world could they be able to date a temple or a Göbekli Tepe 9,000 years, but calibrating the dates by using tree ring dating, which we know that is one of their main calibration tools, when there's no trees older than 5,000 years to calibrate with. So they calibrate.
Actually, that's not true.
There are dead
There's
ones.
clonal. Well, there's dead ones, and there's also clonal trees.
Well, yeah, but you don't use those for tree ring stuff.
But he's just forgetting the fact that you can still use dendrochronology on a dead tree. Like,
you leapfrog it. You just leapfrog it.
I want to shout out. We have a new guest, Immutable Destiny. Welcome, Immutable Destiny. To the
How's it going?
Yeah, thanks for
Immutable.
joining us here, helping us power through this. They were Matt just finished telling us how the oldest tree is not older than 5,000 years. So therefore, we cannot use dendrochronology before then, even though obviously you can match up dead trees with living trees and see the same rings, the same environmental conditions, and therefore you can continue to match them and go all the way back, like, what, 14,000 years? How far does dendrochronology go? It's well over 10,000.
It's over 20, I think.
Yeah, it goes back a substantial way. And but okay, if you just ignore that you could never ever find a dead tree that has tree rings, then what Matt is saying is correct. If we only use tree rings of living trees, and we can't use dead trees at all for some unknown illogical reason, then he's making sense.
So if we trust their source, which is of course the Google AI, then it goes back 12,460 years, which is less than I said, but
yeah, I thought
it's a lot longer than any tree is alive.
Yes.
Well, it's definitely enough to cover the Göbekli Tepe.
Yes.
And the fake flood that didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, we have dendrochronology. We have used tree rings to date things way, way older than 6,000 years. So it's just, they just don't understand. What a shocker. The creationists don't understand how these processes work.
No.
But there's another problem as well. Volcanoes lie. This is the name of one of these things. One of the eruptions showed that the date many time older are actually all over the place. We'll notice that this one had a large spread of date between 36 CE and 538. It's almost, that's basically over 500-year discrepancy in a single dating method. Why would that be?
Because you wouldn't want to use radiocarbon dating for a volcano. Like, you would want to use like potassium, argon, or some other, like, that, like, I mean, the Mount Vesuvius, which also occurred in the first millennium, like, they got very accurate, like, dates from that, but not through, like, just, like, carbon dating, or, like, they were using, like, specific methods that you would use to date a volcano. Like,
does he understand that carbon dating can only be done on living things, like, or things that were living, I should say, more accurately?
It doesn't seem like that is percolated to his understanding at all. So,
because he seems to think you're dating the volcano directly instead of dating stuff that, you know, around it and finding. I don't. It's weird. It's very strange.
Yeah, his some of the things he said are kind of just like I'm very confused as to what he understands or lack thereof when it comes to like any number of things, like the sensitivity of an instrument, or just like how radioactive decay occurs. Like,
I think that this goes back to what we were touching on earlier, where if you use a method incorrectly, it's completely rational to expect incorrect results. So, like, yeah, I just verified it. What they got accurate results with Vesuvius, at least. They probably used multiple different dating methods, but the paper that I keep in my citations for Vesuvius used argon dating. So, like, why don't you use a method of radiometric dating that is used for volcanoes? Then maybe you would get the correct results. And we got What The by Rob Chaos, super chatting $2 for what about the dating of the rest of the Levant? Yeah, that's true. You've got Jericho. You've got a bunch of, like, really ancient sites in the Levant that date, like the Natufian civilization, dating way beyond the young Earth timeline. So yeah, it's a problem after problem after problem. Let's continue.
It's because this is a great comment that was made right here. Assuming a flood did occur, I don't think this person even believed in young Earth.
Somebody wrote an article.
Really? Really? The guy who wrote Tornado in a Junkyard.
Right?
Doesn't.
Right? I mean,
good catch.
I have literally and exclusively only heard creationists ever bring up Tornado in a Junkyard.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody else.
Because that is such a straw man of what science actually says.
Right.
Like anybody who relies on that, they are not in tune with science.
Yeah. And Dr. Dino coming back from the grave just to point out that you can use carbon dating on carbonate minerals and other abiotic minerals that incorporate carbon from the atmosphere. You just have to be really, really careful. So
right.
Clarification there.
Thanks,
it's
Doc.
not living things, but Left-Handed Jedi for $10 says, I have a result. How do I cherry pick data to fit my needs? Well, I think that actually RawMatt is giving us a master class right now in how to do just that.
Okay, so that isn't the full name of the book. Do you want to know the full name of the book?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Tornado in a Junkyard, The Relentless Myth of Darwinism. No, I'm sure I don't believe in a god or anything like that. No, I'm absolutely sure.
Boy, that sounds like something I would... that definitely sounds like a secular book if I've ever heard of one.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Christian News highly recommends Tornado in a Junkyard.
Wow. That's the least biased thing I've seen from a creationist.
That's kind of a double whammy, because Tornado and Junkyard is a marker of a science denier, and then Darwinism is a whole nother one as well.
Oh yeah,
it's like you have a double marker right there.
Trust me, the most recent one that's got on my nerves recently is when you if you ever hear people talking about PragerU, and how they constantly throw out the word Marxist for referring to Marxist or socialist for any given position that they don't agree with, and it's oh, for the love of God.
It reminds me when the philosopher Slavoj Žižek, who is an actual Marxist, debated Jordan Peterson, and it was like, you keep saying that there's all of these cultural Marxists and all these Marxists and all of these American universities. He's like, can you name names? I want to be friends with them. I don't know any of them, and I know all the people you're citing. And they're he's like, please, where are the Marxists? Please show me. And Jordan Peterson was like, well, I mean, I kind of mean that a little bit. In the Jordan Peterson dialect, just uses 9,000 words to say, actually, there aren't any. I don't have any names.
Yeah, I mean, if you keep redefining a term several thousand times and throw in, a $5 philosophy word every now and then, terms kind of mean whatever they want to.
Exactly. Hey, let's get back to it.
May have existed before then. So the flood would give anything older than the flood a false appearance of age. Isn't that interesting? So when you go back and you say, well, why is that? You can ask AI.
What?
Yep. Just ask it.
Ask AI.
Ask ChatGPT. It'll tell you all the things you've never thought.
That is literally a ChatGPT result. What
I think this is even worse. It's Google AI.
Google AI. Oh no, then that's fine. That's totally fine then.
Why do your own thinking?
AI holy war.
Why do your own thinking? It's so hard. Just ChatGPT it.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, ChatGPT always gives nothing but correct answers. Look, it has never done anything wrong. It's never, been misleading or just, found some random thing off a Google thread or a Reddit thread from,
Consider significantly altered carbon dates, particularly because of making samples appear older than they actually are.
Yeah, that's why you don't carbon date a volcano. Use argon, or potassium argon, or another sort of method used for radiometrically dating volcanoes.
It's known as volcanic carbon bias. And why is that? Because it effectively dilutes the atmospheric radiocarbon-14 and causes dating of items to appear older.
Yeah, if Google's AI knows about this, RawMatt, the scientists also know about this, and that's why they don't use their own methods incorrectly. Because unlike you, they know how to correctly use radiometric dating.
What we say in the biblical creation model, that when the flood ended, there was massive amounts of volcanism. And volcanism did what? Caused worldwide volcanoes to go off. Massive volcano started the ice age, right? So if that started the ice age and there's volcanic ash being spread all over the place, what would you expect the dating that to do with the dating? Of course, it would be all over the place. It'd be a mess. And that's exactly what we see.
And I already showed the literal international consortium on radiometric dating, where they blind tested the reliability and accuracy around the world of radiometric dating labs and found that they were all quite accurate and reliable against known dates. So all of this very clearly bullshit source that Matt is screen sharing right now is, surprise, not true.
And I also remember somebody they referenced a study based upon statistical analysis of a statistical like normalization graph of where you would expect conspiracies to happen. Like, who was it that did that? It wasn't Dapper. Who was it? I can't remember. It was on a debate, but they brought out a statistical study that showed there was no corrupt.
Actually, I feel like I remember Dr. Chris doing that. Maybe Dr. Chris Thompson. I'm not sure.
Was it you?
Maybe it was FTFE.
Oh,
maybe it was
Chris
FTFE.
is gone.
I don't know, but I've seen that as well. Maybe it was FTFE. I don't remember exactly, but it was like a
it was King Croc.
It was King Croc. Yeah, absolutely it was. Yeah, it was King Croc. And sort of that really shut them up. That, like, if this was happening, if labs were making up results, we would expect to see the bell curve completely deviate from where it should be on these results. But we don't, which means that there is a methodology which is producing these results on exactly the curve that we should expect them to have. And I know that they don't understand statistics, but basically the larger your sample size, the more accurate it is to the actuality of what's happening. And the fact that that came back in a perfect bell curve, you know, I'm really sorry, but you're wrong. There's no conspiracy.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not a selection like bias. It would clearly show up. Like,
oh yeah.
Let me play here.
This is that's with carbon. I don't think you guys can hear this. Could you guys hear that at all?
Nope.
Okay, good. That's fine. That's fine. We'll go to this study, and what they did is they submitted massive amounts of things to a particular laboratories all over the place.
Yeah, this is exactly what I just showed, where they got accurate and reliable results. This is a previous iteration, like a report on stage 3 of the International Collaborative Program. Like, yeah.
See how accurate carbon dating was. They got the results back with only 18% accuracy.
That's a complete lie. And you can notice it's a lie because this is absolutely not a figure from the study. Like, this is just fabricated. Like,
that is really, I mean, I've seen them misrepresent stuff before, but to just flat out lie, I mean, wow. RawMatt, what are you doing?
No, and I mean, like, RawMatt has lied to SFT too in doctoring images before and trying to tell money that they were real. And like, he's lying to his friends. I mean, like, literally fake images where he's like, he has put his own name in a science publication, like with Photoshop, to make it look like he published.
The irony there is I was going to mention that exact thing of the time he tried to publish in a journal, like, and fabricated the PLOS PLOS one, I think, or whatever logo on a paper.
And he literally photoshopped it. I mean,
yeah, like, you could tell because if the paper still is like floating around there for God knows what reason. Like, it's pixelated and distorted a bit, and it's like, what's going on here?
Because, I mean, hey, if you know your friends are credulous, why bother being honest?
Right? Like, last
can't let it get in the way. Yeah.
Just a couple weeks ago, Dapper Dino actually caught RawMatt doing this again, where he showed Donny a picture of like a human man, and Donny was like, wow, is this a living modern human? And RawMatt's like, yes, it is, Donny. And then it turns out when you reverse image search it, there's literally only one place that Matt could have gotten this. Like, it only shows up on Google Images from the one source. And he had to have cropped out the label of the picture, labeling it as Homo ergaster and a reconstruction, like an illustration. And he had to have clipped that out because it is not available on Google Images without the label. So he cropped the label out and then lied to his friend Donny and told Donny that this was a living modern human. Like,
yeah, for me, I mean, I've dealt with like different creationists before, and I can understand like if people don't understand certain concepts, or like you may to cite source A, but it was actually like, you know, some other source. But like when you go out of your way and you're photoshopping images and like doing this other stuff that is quite literally like doctoring and defacing an original image.
Guys, you have to understand there's greater things at stake here. They're saving souls. What's a few little white lies for Jesus when souls are on the line, you guys?
You can justify anything like that.
Yeah.
Literally, you can justify anything like that. and
they
have historically have justified anything like that. So
and to kind of go back to the question, even though it was kind of meant historically or rhetorically rather when you asked it, Grayson, I think the issue is, I mean, number one, SFT runs his own channel, like just devoted to kind of like these kind of, I guess, animated young Earth creationist kind of, hit pieces or whatever. But also just kind of, and it's true for any in-group that has like closely held beliefs, where once you've kind of been willing to trust a person in saying one kind of thing, right? Even if there's a like reasonable possibility it's wrong, you might give them the benefit of the doubt, but it very slowly becomes like a slippery slope fallacy of like, well, if me and you happen to agree on one thing, right, and I already know the kinds of things you're willing to accept, like in this case based upon Donny's worldview, like how much more unlikely is it that you'll believe other things, right?
And I don't know if they've already done this, but Donny did share with me that he at least was planning a trip to the Ark encounter with RawMatt, like together in person. So they are like,
they're buddies.
They're workout buddies. They work out together, like on Zoom or whatever, like FaceTiming workout together. They are like BFFs. And the fact that RawMatt can just so casually lie to Donny, even though like Donny would absolutely like.
You're assuming he's lying to Donny.
Well, at least maybe Donny's lying to me and saying that, oh, Matt told me that it was a modern human. Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe Donny knows it's all bullshit, but.
Well, and here's the thing. Have you met those creationists and you like talk to them and they say, oh, there was this study, and you read and it says exactly the opposite of what they said? I feel this is why that they absolutely believe RawMatt when he says this stuff. And so that when they meet an atheist, they'll say, hey, they did this thing with carbon-14. And when you look it up, it says the exact opposite. I think this is why.
I will. Tsunami was asking who works out together on Facebook. It's worse than you think, Tsunami, because they actually somewhere on YouTube, and it's on.
Don't judge their bromance. Don't judge their bromance.
I'm not judging. I'm not judging.
It's a beautiful thing.
I just want everyone to see their bromance, because on YouTube there's a little known video from RawMatt's like second hidden channel where he posts his Bible coin cryptocurrency stuff. And they have RawMatt and SFT have a workout compilation video together. Cut to the music of the final countdown, I think it was. And
I was expecting YMCA. I was going to go, yeah.
It's a like music video montage of them working out on FaceTime together, like where they recorded each of them in their own rooms working out, and then like interspersed it to a music video. Like it is, it's insane.
Awkward.
That's interesting.
That's a bromance. Come on, it's a bromance.
Hey man, I'm not king shaming, okay?
Right.
Everybody has a social life in some capacity.
Who hasn't gotten shirtless on a stream and flex their pecs at each other? I mean, right?
I'm starting to feel called out here.
It was just a mess. It was that bad. So the accuracy is not very good. And then we can have...
Oh God, Doc is still here, because I watched the video with Dr. Dino on his stream. Doc, if you can please find the original video and put the comment in the live chat. I know everybody listening right now is dying to see that video. Doc, if you can find the link for that video we just described, you'll be my freaking hero.
Isn't he already a hero? Very mine.
Doesn't Matt have like
here's Robert E. Lee.
Sorry, go ahead, Grayson.
They are citing Confederate General Robert E. Lee in his article that he
wow.
Radiocarbon ages in error from the Anthropological Journal of Canada, which, by the way, is a now defunct journal that was never digitized, and you can't find this volume online. I looked. I went to the Google Scholar page. I looked for any anthropologist named Robert E. Lee. There isn't one. They don't exist. This is not a real source. I don't know. And also, I found the screenshot. Like this PowerPoint slide right here is a screenshot from like whenever I search for this citation, all I find is creationists citing this exact, a copy and pasted version of this exact same citation. Nobody is citing anything else about volume 19, issue 3 of Anthropological Journal of Canada from 1981. It's nowhere on the internet. I found it in one place in a physical library where they have all the volumes of this Anthropological Journal of Canada, which literally went out of business in 1983, 2 years after this. So,
yeah, that maps. And I think the reason that's occurring is like if you trace some of the creationist like movement back to its origins, especially like with some of the older creationists and stuff like that, a lot of the materials people were taking would be from like, you know, these random books from like, you know, 50s or 60s or like these just you know, nowadays what we would call like obscure, you know, articles that, you know, probably weren't published like probably that weren't published, and if they were in circulation there might be like, you know, 10 of them on the earth.
So
and God knows
Google
if
Scholar
they're still
doesn't
around.
Google Scholar doesn't even have anything under this title, Radiocarbon Ages in Error. It's got nothing in it at all. The only time I've really seen this happen is when Whitsitt came up with all of those ChatGPT generated citations.
But this
that's
can't,
what it feels
this cannot
like.
be. This can't. That's what I initially thought too. Was like this is an AI generated false citation. We've seen Whitsitt do that.
Right.
Creationists on my channel, like in debates, have done that to me of bringing up completely AI fabricated citations for their sources. I think it's the debate I had on Australopithecus that the guy did that. It was insane, and this cannot be one of those because you can go back and you can find creationists with this exact citation from like 2003.
Right.
So I don't know who came up with this. Maybe it is a real journal, but like it is not on the internet. It's not digitized. I know 100% of the creationists did not read this original source. So I can't even read it. We can't. If we wanted to read this original source.
I have doubts that the Anthropological Journal of Canada is going to have this whole blessed thing is nothing more than 13th century alchemy.
Yeah, right.
And it all depends on which funny paper you read, like the funny paper you're currently reading.
Also need to point out, who is publishing an article on radiocarbon, like the errors in radiocarbon dating in the Anthropological Journal of Canada? It doesn't make any sense. No part of this citation makes any sense, like at all. Not just the fact that it's by a long dead Civil War general. So
yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was like, man, when did Robert E. Lee have the free time to start, you know,
like
there's no side hobby?
There is no Robert E. Lee in. That doesn't exist as an anthropologist. I found Robert B. Lee, and I thought, oh, maybe they just put an E instead of a B. But no, Robert B. Lee didn't write any of this either. There is no Robert Lee that wrote any of this. It's like you can't find this online anywhere.
Who knows?
That actually admit what you're not expecting them to admit. So no matter how useful it is, though the radioactive radiocarbon method is still not capable of yielding accurate and reliable dates, there are gross discrepancies. The chronology is uneven and relative, and the accepted dates are usually selected dates. This whole blessed thing is nothing but a 13th century.
Yeah, and again, we like Mark brought up earlier, like that you can clearly see through statistical analysis and like selection filters and everything, like you can see like these are not being artificially selected for. That would come across in the actual statistical analysis of the data. You'd be able to see if there was some sort of selection bias. There isn't.
Alchemy, and all depends upon the funny paper that you read. Interesting. How about if a C14 dates support our theory, we put it in the main text. If it does not entirely contradict them, we put it in a footnote. And if it completely out of date, we just drop it. Ooh, Interesting. Huh?
Yeah, that is like one of the most like quote minds.
That's I mean, thing is, like, even if that was something somebody actually said, I mean, that's not representative of like a vast amount of scientific literature. Like, if you read stuff on like any given topic, and this can be stuff like related to
wait, Immutable Destiny. Just real quick, could you read me who this quote is from?
Let's see, Robert E. Lee. Oh God.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it's just you know. Thing is too, it's weird, right? Because the way science works, like, is it's a continuous game of 20 questions, where like with each round of 20 questions, like you kind of hone in more accurately on the kinds of things, like on how accurate we're getting and stuff like that. And a lot of times, like in scientific papers, like you'll see stuff that's been dated, or some kind of like mechanism proposed for some process. And a lot of times, like some of the literature that's out there is very much like in competition or trying to find a way to like show that this is incorrect.
Yeah.
Like it's actively contesting this kind of thing. So, and that's because like with radiocarbon dating and like any kind of dating method, like there's a lot of different ways it can go. Like it can go astray, even if you've gathered the sample correct. Like even if you've got the sample correct. And that's the thing. Like this kind of stuff is very, very complicated, and there's internal checks and balances for ensuring that the ages we get are accurate.
They cross corroborate both against each other and other independent methods. So
yeah, exactly. And certain methods have their limitations.
Yeah.
And that also has to be accounted for. But I mean,
this goes back to the central theme of, if you use a method incorrectly, you should expect incorrect results.
Yeah, so, garbage in, garbage out.
Exactly.
So the troubles for carbon dating methods are undeniably deep and serious. Despite 35 years of technological refinement and better understandings, the underlying assumptions have been strongly challenged.
Yeah, how's it looking after 40 more years after that? It's looking pretty solid.
It should be no surprise, then, that fully half of the dates are rejected.
Made up statistic, not at all accurate in the least.
Wonder is that the remaining half even come to be accepted. Interesting, isn't it? Just right from their own mouth.
Their own mouth, from the mouth of Robert E. Lee, famous anthropologist of Canada.
Literally admit these things. So,
and I just will have to say, like, it's just, why is it that every single creationist argues by quote minds? Why is that always the argument? Is that, well, look at this quote that I found that I took out of context from this one person that said it one time.
Oh, like, do you actually want to know, or is there a rhetorical
there's an easy explanation for that.
It's because they have no actual evidence. Yeah, that's...
Yeah. No, it's not. It's because the evidence that they present for their own worldview is all sort of this arguments from authority, right? So it's kind of like, well, Kant said this and this person said that, and it's all very authoritative. So they kind of assume that we think the same, that we're not looking at methodology, we're looking at, oh, well, Dawkins said this, so we believe him. But little do they understand, it doesn't matter what he says or Robert E. Lee says. It matters in their methodology, whether they've used the correct methods that will give reliable results. So that's my opinion anyway.
Yeah, I think that's true. And I think especially like with organizations like AIG and stuff like that, they like there's videos out there of Ken Ham, for instance, like when he's been asked about people that are just trusting in Jesus, and he kind of gives this weird response of like, oh, but if you start with the wrong foundation, and like giving his sales pitch for like young Earth creationism, like in addition to that. And like I think Marco's right. I think ultimately it is a kind of projection that creationists are very dogmatic typically in the way they think, like because they're taking what they learned from creationist experts, and they're assuming that we do the same thing, when in fact, I mean,
yeah, it is, the amount of projection is absurd.
I just really like that. If we can go and we could say, well, what if there was massive volcanism? Would that change the dates of things that are being carbon dated in the deep past? Yes, it would. They would have to be thrown out, or they would just be
for carbon dating, not for potassium, argon, or strontium. Again, he's just saying this is the same thing as the T-Rex. If a T-Rex didn't have feathers, no dinosaurs had feathers. If radiocarbon dating can be impacted by massive amounts of volcanism, then all radiometric methods must be similarly impacted. It's like the same kind of lousy reasoning applied over and over again ad nauseum.
It's the throwing the baby out with the bathwater routine of just like, hey, look, if we can show radiocarbon dating has its limits, or has been shown to be wrong in certain cases.
If there are things you can't date with radiocarbon, then
can I give an analogy for it? I would like to give an analogy for it. It's like saying if surgery isn't feasible on certain cancers, on certain tumors, then we should never do surgery on any tumor. That's basically what he's saying.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's an even better example. It's kind of like, look, hey, if I can't put my Ford truck on a weight scale, and it doesn't give you an accurate weight, well, I guess we should just throw out the notion of mass and weight altogether, right? I mean, you can't even.
I've heard some flat earthers say exactly that. To be honest.
No, I know. Yeah, trust me.
Let's continue with the video.
Massively wrong. And if there actually was a flood, anything that was after the flood would date massively older using carbon dating, but there would still be carbon. Notice that? There would still be carbon in them, but they would be massively older. And it's exactly what we see with dinosaur bones. We find them sometimes 10 to 20,000 years old when there shouldn't be.
You don't carbon date dinosaur bones. What is wrong with you, Matt?
Any carbon at all in them. So
and we already did go through how dinosaur bones can be contaminated with C14. Doc brought up several completely reasonable, very logical ways that could happen in a lab.
Notice this real quick. It doesn't improve for them as time goes on. Andrew says, "Oh, look, a 1981 quote." We do.
I freaking love you, Andrew. Thank you for being there and calling them out in live time for this BS.
Our critics and skeptics here to engage.
Yeah, they hate that we actually give answers,
Right. So he says, I wonder how much
they're giving answers from 1981. Wow, great.
Yeah, they hate that we give answers. Like he needs to say that that you give answers. That doesn't mean they're good or true.
Well, one of the weirdest things I had was like when he said, "Oh, how did these cells have this functionality if they need that functionality to live?" And I'm like, you're assuming that the cells today had the same properties they did back when, cells were first developing. And he said, well, no, I don't want to hear about your proto cells. And it's like, well, how do you explain something if you're saying, well, tell me how it happened, but don't tell me how it happened?
Wait, Mark, tell me how it happened, but I don't want to hear about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the wildest times.
They've shown even more to be unreliable. I mean, look at the RAID team. They took rocks that just formed, subjected those to all kinds of dating methods.
Again, things that you shouldn't. Again, this is just using the method incorrectly. Again, that's all it ever comes back to is misusing the method to get wrong results. Shocker.
Yeah. Oh, I used my ruler to see how far it was to the next town, and I couldn't get a decent result, so nothing works. Come on, dude, what are you doing?
And thanks for joining us there, Skeptics and Scoundrels. So, just to reiterate, for those of you that are maybe new listening to us, everybody, all of my guests, their links will be in the description after the stream ends. I'll go through, add everybody's links that join. So if you're at all curious who somebody was, you like what they said, go check out the description for that. And we're gonna keep going. We just hit the 5-hour mark. I'm standing up now. I'm trying to keep the energy flowing. I don't know how long we're going to make it into this, but I want to keep going. Okay, let's strap in.
I got to take off, man.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I can just hear the defeat in your voice.
Yeah. Everything about me is everything about me is broken.
I'm so sorry, Tap.
No, Tap. You had a valiant effort. You made it through all of the cold fusion nonsense, which I'm quite frankly very shocked at. I didn't think you'd make it. So I'm impressed, buddy. You can rest easy, soldier. Good night, my sweet prince.
Thank you. I did my best.
Take care, Bandy.
Came back at millions of years, even though they were just formed. Okay, so why in the world would we trust dates given to us by evolutionists for rocks of unknown age? We didn't see them formed. Okay, we're just supposed to blindly trust those, and yet these dating methods can't give us dates for rocks of known age.
Wasn't Mount St. Helens like ridiculously accurately dated? Like that's one of the examples we use for incredibly accurate dating.
If I
you would not want to date such a recent volcanic eruption like that,
right?
So yeah, that would be another instance of misapplying the method. Like
yeah,
you know,
and if I recall right, I think the Mount St. Helens eruption and the experiments that were done with it, it was either that or it was a different one that's kind of related. It was used actually kind of as a way of testing different model assumptions, like of a particular model of like how radioactive decay works, and it was testing, does this particular model assumption hold, and like under what parameters, like can you assume it or does it not? And like the results we got showed that there's certain assumptions like you can't that if you use it, they just give you like bad dates for the sample.
Good. Yeah, exactly. Misusing the method. What a shocker.
Ages in, we've literally seen them form. Plus the C14, right? The C14 that we find in the diamonds. The C14 in samples where it shouldn't be. There's a strong
like the C14 that they measure in samples that don't contain carbon. Wow, it's almost as if it's an instrument background for your device and not something in the sample itself. Incredible.
C14 signal, and again, their best rescue mechanisms like contamination. We've demolished those. So yeah, the answer is
they've demolished those. Like how the original study explicitly explained their results as background of the instrument. It's literally in the title that they have never ever read.
The methods have only been shown to be that much more unreliable. Matt, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no, it's just complaining. It's like, oh, if they
and James, the Mad Duncan was saying that the one where they're testing the model was for Vesuvius, not Mount St. Helens. I'm not so sure. I haven't seen the exact one, but it could be Vesuvius, especially if they were using argon dating. Which, yes, like I said, they use argon for Vesuvius. I don't know why you would want to use. I don't know. And you can't even use potassium argon for such a recent eruption like Mount St. Helens anyway. It's just they know that they're going to get wrong results if they use it incorrectly. That's why they're using it incorrectly, to on purpose get wrong results, having used it incorrectly, so that they can try to claim that the entire method doesn't work, because like it's like saying 3 times 5 equals 20. See? It doesn't work. Multiplication can't be trusted.
It's just, they don't answer the question. They don't actually go, well, here's the reason why, that happened. No, they
absolutely do that, Matt. It's in the sources that you have been citing tonight where they do that. Just read your own sources.
They complain about when they actually were able to admit in science that these are the problems. Now they just don't really do that as much.
Well, let me say this, Matt, just as it comes in. Andrew Snelling just did a 2-hour discussion. Check it out on Apologetics 101. These guys are repeating arguments from people.
Wow, a known liar lied. Shocking.
Who are repeating arguments from an original source that was debunked years ago. Okay? They got nothing new. And so he says, because Snelling and Austin don't understand.
Like the amount of projection that's going on right now is beyond belief. I mean,
but in response to that, I would sort of say, what new papers and what new discoveries have the creationists made within the last 10 years or so? What new things have they come with?
Yeah.
Right. What have they actually done?
Well, yeah. Well, the answer they'll give is that they you know it'll regard like junk DNA of like, oh well, junk DNA has function, and evolutionists think that junk DNA doesn't have function, which just historically is incorrect. But
yes,
I mean that'll be the thing normally they go with.
Yeah.
And geochronology and misinterpreted their Mount St. Helens results. No, the data they got was through sophisticated means, and even the evolutionists used the same means on other examples, other volcanic eruptions, right, with newly formed rocks, and they're happy with that, but they're not happy with these dates because they contradict.
No, because it's not, you can't date it. It's like saying, well, I tried to radiocarbon date this solid lump of gold, and my results don't make any sense. So radiocarbon dating can't be accurate.
The actual theory, okay? They saw the rocks form. They know when they were formed. They tested them, and the reality is they got dates that were inconsistent with the old Earth paradigm. I was debating Jackson Rowe, and he said, oh, well, they misinterpreted the data, or they were wrong because they should know that you're not allowed or you're not supposed to date these rocks that were just formed. And
exactly.
I said, oh, really? Okay, how long are you supposed to wait?
Potassium argon, so it has a half-life, like potassium has a half-life, potassium 40, 1,250 million years. So 1.25 billion years. How can you possibly date something that young with such a slow radioactive decay? I don't.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that they never seem to understand is that each one of the individual methods of radiometric dating has a certain range where you can only use it accurately between that range, and it doesn't all start at 0, right? It has a certain starting range of like your sample needs to be at least this old, and it can't be older than this. It's a range.
20,000.
They never understand that, each method has its own range, and you can't date something that's older than 50,000 years with carbon dating. You can't date something that's younger than 100,000 years or something with potassium argon. You need to use the methods correctly. Let me see what he's about to say here.
Said, well, at least 100,000 years. Okay, so
exactly, you can't date such a recent volcano.
Apparently, we can't therefore test rocks to see how valid or reliable these dating methods are because
yes, you can. The different methods corroborate themselves because each one of those ranges slightly overlap. So you can use the method to test the same thing when there's overlap, and you can use two different methods that have two completely different and independent assumptions that go into them, and they get the same dates. That shouldn't happen if the things that you're saying are true, and that there's just, they can't be relied on. There's all this selection bias and stuff. They cross-corroborate, Donny. So
we have to wait 100,000 years before we. So what if the Earth is young, 6,000 years? Well,
then you would use carbon dating and not potassium argon dating. Use the correct method and the correct application. This isn't rocket science.
Apparently, we can never, date these rocks and test them. It's circular reasoning. They're assuming that the Earth is at least 100,000 years old.
It's not. In order to it's not. No, it's absolutely not. We're not assuming anything. We know the rate of decay for these elements, like these isotopes. We're not assuming anything.
Yeah, it's like saying that because we know that a result gives inaccurate dates for recent things, then the fact that we don't use it to date recent things is circular. It's like, no, we know when we can accurately use this method and when we can't.
And can I just point out the horrendous projection by Donny, where he's assuming that the Bible is correct, discounting any evidence that the Earth is older at all, and then saying, well, we know that can't be correct measurements because the Bible says that it's young. Mm-hmm. So it's absolutely horrendous the amount of projection he is doing.
I think almost every single thing we've heard Donny say this entire stream so far has been some form of projection to some degree or another.
Well, that's Donny's thing. That's what he does. He'll basically he'll do something and then just horrendously accuse everybody else of doing exactly the same thing, even when it's not based upon anything that he's talking about.
Yeah. Wow.
To wait for these rocks to be 100,000 years to test, and so it's all circular, brothers.
It's convenient for them, isn't it? That's all.
It is. Go ahead.
Well,
Adam.
no, it's really inconvenient that we can't date certain things with certain measures. It'd be really good if we could, but that's just not how nature and physics work. Like, you're basically going, well, it's convenient that gravity exists. He sounds like a flat earther.
Yep. I mean, they make all the same exact forms of arguments as the flat earthers do. So, and it's so funny to me. It's always so funny how intellectually superior young Earth creationists feel to flat earthers when they literally are the same. Like,
they make exactly the same arguments. Flat earthers can easily say, hey, this idea that there's refraction of light, well, that's just a rescue device, right? It's a rescue device. No, that's what happens to light. It's not any kind of rescue device. That's just what it's like.
Like, the only actual difference between a young Earth creationist and a flat earther is biblical exegesis. But that's it.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Bible. Okay, let's keep going a little bit. I got a little bit left in me.
It's okay. That's good enough. I'm going on tangents. We're not even getting to a presentation here. I got to move on.
Oh, no.
This is fun going. All right.
Okay,
I wanted to go over.
Hey, let me just address this, and then we're going to throw it over to you. Just to leave this one no stone unturned, because it really is a line of evidence in Brother Matt Powell. I'm so glad.
Also, shout out Sydney Raptor. Also in the chat right now, Sydney Raptor holding it down.
Sydney. Yeah, man.
Yeah, very, very proud of thank you for being there in the live chat, keeping SFT in check.
Doing the Lord's work. And by the Lord, I mean Darwin, of course.
Absolutely.
In case of the C14 and dinosaur fossils, evolutionists like get to Gibbon, they like to say this data point precludes creation, right? You'll see she has videos, limestone precludes creation, heat problem precludes creation. We've addressed all those. In reality, C14.
How about the heat problem, Donny? You addressed that one? Oh, 5 times and counting?
They haven't answered it, but they've addressed it and acknowledged it as an unsolved problem.
They've acknowledged it's a problem. They've given a solution that doesn't actually work, and then they go to other solutions that don't work. And when those are pointed out to not work, they return back to a previous solution that does work. And it's
Do you remember when SFT had Sam from Redefined Living on to answer the heat problem, and then his answer ended up being, well, elsewhere in the Bible, we see God miraculously disappear heat. So therefore, God just miracled away all the heat. Problem solved. It's been addressed.
Did you see McQueen and the toilet roll?
Oh yeah,
That was
I remember
hilarious.
I haven't seen the toilet bowl with McQueen, but
it's like the toilet bowl tube or whatever it was, some bizarre little thing.
Oh no.
It was a corridor or something that was taking the heat out to space, and he had like a toilet inside of a toilet roll trying to explain it. It was something.
The heat problem is like absolutely devastating. Like, if there's any one thing that keeps these people up at night and gives them nightmares, it's the heat problem.
Oh yeah.
Precludes evolutionism, precludes old earthism, okay? Because they have no good example. And so
I missed that. I don't even know what no good example of what. I'm pretty sure that whatever it was, we could probably come up with some examples to show Donnie.
Not this one. It was the contamination right here. So environmental contamination, like Andrew Cumming is.
Yeah, amazing point. They're just hearing the fact that contamination happens and is very reasonable to expect, and replying, nuh-uh.
Pointing to here. Okay. So these arguments have also been addressed by PhD scientists associated with the rate team. The contamination issue is weak. All right. Somehow modern carbon snuck into all of the...
Wait. Wright wasn't there to address... did they address contamination in radiometric dating? I don't think they did.
There is a Baumgartner article. I don't...
Oh, great.
The Baumgartner tries to address the idea that the C14 I thought it was from Diamonds in his article, is not full of bones, but is a contamination. And yeah, Donny's explanation is about to be so stupid.
Fossils all over the entire Earth, in every depth and in every kind of fossil.
Yeah, he's like, how it's so ridiculous that if this was contamination, why are we seeing the same levels of C14 no matter what type of sample we put in the machine, even the ones that don't have carbon? It's because it's instrument background, Donny. You just, oh my God, he just can't understand what instrument background is. It's a background of your instrument. Meaning, it's sample independent. Like it's,
but that's the thing, though, too, right? I mean, and it's been pointed out before. Like they're talking about a method as if though, like, you know, you can just pull a sample and just like automatically run a test, and abracadabra, you get an age. And it's like, no, there is a ton of stuff that goes in between gathering a sample, preparing it, calibrating an instrument. You know, making
we don't
sure
rely on one sample.
Yeah,
exactly. And the thing is, too, we almost like with radiometric dating, like we almost never just compare it to that kind of like use like one kind of isotope as well, right?
Yeah.
Like even the same element can have many different kinds of isotopes, and due to like different kinds of math and decay processes you can predict different kinds of like ratios. That aren't necessarily the ones you're looking for, like in a that you need in a sample, and predict what the ratio of those nuclides should be.
Yeah, like a crazy example of this is the Oklo natural nuclear reactor in Gabon, where like it's not just like one set of parent and daughter isotopes. It's like many different types of isotopes from multiple different elements, all in the exact amount predicted by like a universe, like a non-accelerated decay, right? The exact amount that we would expect if in every single one of these elemental ratios. And guess what? They're not at all replicable by RawMatt's little plasma, little lightning striking a copper plate. Like you don't get any of those. Like the Oklo nuclear reactor literally has, I think, like over 10, maybe even over 20 different isotopes that they measured, and the amounts are all exactly what you would expect if it had all decayed from the parent over like 2 billion years. It's just so irrefutable that these rescue devices of a non-replicable cold fusion laboratory in Ukraine is not going to rescue them. It's like they really think it just answers every possible objection. I do think that these people really, when they say, "Oh, we've demolished that. We've completely refuted this," and like, I think that they genuinely believe that, or have like convinced themselves that that's what's happening. No, Robin, not ignoring you. Hello, Robin Webster. The panel
Robin.
is not ignoring you.
I'm sorry, I was distracted by the stupidity of Matt. That's happened multiple times. And wow.
Yeah. Let's continue.
I mean, that's exactly what you have to say, because the amount of C14 averages out to be the same regardless of the fossil, where it's found, the depth it's found in, and where in the world it's discovered. Okay, so that means contamination would literally have to be the same.
Instrument background. I mean,
in all these instances for the C14 present.
You know what this reminds me of? Have you guys ever heard like the joke about like the person that goes to the doctor's office and is like, doctor, I think I've broken all the bones in my body. Look, if I touch my arm, ow, it hurts. If I touch my neck, ow, it hurts. If I touch my leg, ow, it hurts. And the doctor says, my dear, you have a broken finger. And like, this is the exact same thing where Donny's like, look, every single sample we test has the exact same amount of C14 in it. How crazy is that? It's like, dude, it's your finger. It's the measuring device background.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you're getting a very consistent result with something, there might be a reason for, why you're getting a certain background signal. There might be a reason for that.
To be all due to these rescue mechanisms. No, the most parsimonious answer is the C14 is found in coal beds, in bones, in diamonds, for one reason.
Donny, don't use words you don't understand. Come on now.
Because those samples are not millions to billions of years old. Anyways, Matt, go ahead, brother.
All right. No, I was just showing this picture because, what the guy said, the calibration is exactly what I already put on screen once. Of course, it's calibrated to the atmospheric variation of abundance of carbon-14 over time as it changed, but they need more information. So that's why they go to tree ring gaining. Why they wouldn't need to calibrate it off of other things if it was completely accurate. Calendar.
Wow, you cross-corroborate to ensure the accuracy and reliability of your method? Crazy.
And the other years. So I already talked about that. He must have been listening.
I have to destroy.
Oh, I thought that was
one. Sydney Raptor. No, Dr. Russell Humphreys just gave recently in the last 6 months a technical presentation on the helium that's been found in the zircon crystals. The helium should not be there.
It totally can be there. There's no issue with the helium diffusing through the crystal lattice of a zircon. It's a very, very small atom.
And when you analyze the amount of helium that's there, look at the diffusion rates, he pointed out that, what you get is actually very close to 6,000 years. So helium is one of them. We look to mutation rates that give us about 6,000 years. So there are lines of evidence that point right to 6,000 years.
Yeah, they misunderstand pedigree versus substitution mutation rates. And again, it's like every single thing they do is just misusing a method to get wrong results, either in their favor, like to rule out the scientific consensus, or in their favor to support their young Earth tomfoolery.
Again, this is not actually addressing the evidence that debunks an old Earth. You can't just say, well, it doesn't give you 6,000. Like, that's not actually addressing the evidence that overturns your billions of years. And they need billions of years.
And this is the old I'm not a flat earther, I'm a globe denier. That's basically what this is.
Yeah.
It's kind of we're not trying to show that we're right, we're just trying to show that you're wrong. And they kind of hide behind it in a way, and I've disliked the way that they've used it, because they've got a sort of confirmation bias for this age. They're not getting this number out of nowhere.
Yeah. Very true. And that's like just the perfect comparison to the flat earthers yet again.
People, to take their particles to people, to take their goo to you. No, they need billions of years. 100,000 years ain't going to cut it. 50 million years ain't going to cut it. So they really need to start engaging this data. Matt, go ahead, brother.
All right. Well, that's where this comes in. This is like what you and I like to talk about. Consilience. Like it's where everything converges and gives you
consilience.
Very similar answer in things. So what I wanted to talk about is before we jump right into that, a lot of people say, well, the Bible story is just taken from the Atrahasis, the Mesopotamian epic, and the
Atrahasis.
No, not the entire Bible story. We're talking about the flood specifically. There's a couple of older narratives.
Yeah, Epic of Gilgamesh and certain things like that.
Yeah.
It also, like, this just like, I don't know. I don't know. I guess
we're not saying it's taken directly. We're saying that, hey, there's a couple of older narratives and it looks like one followed another. So you have this progression that is clearly evident of the Epic of Gilgamesh. Was inspired by the Atrahasis, which then inspired the flood. We're not saying it directly; it came from there.
Yeah, Mark, have you already watched this? Because it seems like you know exactly what RawMatt is about to say.
I haven't watched all of it. I've watched a little bit of it. I was going to do it for Fundamentalist Fails, but you know, I've watched a little bit of it, but definitely not this. I have no idea that we're talking about this.
You might have prophetic powers.
Oh, I'm a prophet.
And Gilgamesh. So we're going to talk about that real quick, because we can see that there's a very big difference between the reasons that there's a flood and the difference of.
Oh, we've got a special guest coming through, a surprise guest with us. Any guesses about who it is? Too late, you don't get to guess. We got Planet Peterson in the house.
Hey.
What's up?
Oh, what have I missed? Fill me in on everything.
Okay.
There's so much. There's so much.
I'm going to do it very quickly.
How wrong do you think you can be about just about everything? On a scale of 1 to 10, how wrong could you be?
So we've only been streaming for 5.5 hours. And so far we are, I don't even want to look at the progress in the video, but we have gone from almost every topic that creationists relatively will hit up on, except for genetics so far. So we're about to
we haven't really hit evolution, have we? Or at least I haven't seen it. You may have hit there before, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it was a little bit with the dinosaur presentation with Matt Powell in the beginning. But right now, RawMatt is explaining to us why Noah's flood is definitely not have anything to do with the Atrahasis story of the flood in Mesopotamia. So he's about to give some real big brain reasoning for it.
And we have to go to what's called borrowing. Did they actually borrow the ideas?
Okay, so here we have a screenshot from Google AI explaining to us that there is no direct word-for-word quote from the Atrahasis story in Akkadian into the Old Testament Noah's flood narrative. Therefore, they couldn't have been inspired by the other.
Yeah, I feel like an important thing too is even when it comes to to the New Testament as well. Like a common example is when certain people will challenge certain of Jesus's miracles, like the wine miracle, and point out that it's kind of similar, or that it has similar elements to some of the Dionysian myths of Dionysus, giving pouring out an abundance of wine for people and things of that nature. And it's the same kind of response that that Matt is giving of oh, but there's differences in the story. And it's no duh. But that's we're not just measuring.
I'll just spoil a little bit of what's going to go up from here, but later on, right? Because right now Matt is trying his best to differentiate these two stories, which obviously have some major parallels. And he's saying, well, look, if there's no direct quotes, if there's slight differences, then one could not have been inspired by the other. They're obviously distinct. And then later, he's going to tell us all about how all of the various flood myths all around the world are all the exact same and exactly describing Noah's flood in the Bible.
That's
the math ain't mathin'. It's not adding up. These things, at the one hand, he wants them to be two things that are obviously inspired one from the other. He differentiates.
It's not just we'd expect flood narratives to be the same, right? We'd expect these kind of things to be described similarly. But the problem is that you have events within that narrative, nothing really to do with the flood, that all line up, like the releasing of the birds, for instance, right? That's a problem because the way that they released one bird and then another bird. I can look up the thing. I had it here a while ago.
I know what you're talking about. The how one lands on some palm tree or what.
It also bring back an olive branch, and it's So where? How did this olive tree survive the fucking flood? in order for this bird to find the branch and bring it back from dry land. It's like that olive tree must have grown up very, very fast, like in a couple days, or it somehow survived a global flood unscathed. Makes no sense.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. I mean, it kind of seems like, among other details that are in the text as well, right, that the text is not trying to convey that it is a global flood, right?
Yeah. Well,
and that's
oh, they're going to talk about the evidence about why it has to be a global flood.
I'm sure.
Historians actually say no, there's no substantial evidence that the Hebrews borrowed the Babylonian text at all. And we can see
directly quoted is what he means to say.
Yeah, if you take everything with a grain of salt from ChatGPT, yeah.
But there is no actual shown of borrowing. We use the word plagiarizing today. It is obvious that the differences are too great to encourage belief in direct connection between Atrahasis and Genesis, but just as obvious, there is some kind of involvement in the historical traditions, generally of the two.
I don't even know where he's citing this, but it's pretty obvious and accepted in the consensus Near Eastern literature, like that Genesis is clearly inspired by the ancient Sumerian flood myths. Like pretty clear, pretty well accepted, pretty consensus. So
it's not plagiarized, it's not borrowed. And when we go to like the Gilgamesh story, of course we can find some similarities because they plagiarized from the biblical one. And how would we know? Because when we go to the details of the story,
it's actually the reverse. Didn't you know, Mark?
But Gilgamesh was written.
No,
what?
You guys, you need to listen to his arguments justifying this because it's just chef's kiss.
Really see that there's a difference in an ark that was made in 1 week that would never survive the open seas. There's a difference. The
versus the other ark, which would totally survive the open seas. Yeah, he's comparing the ark from Atrahasis to the ark from the Bible and saying, well, look, this one's clearly ridiculous and could never be seaworthy and is absolutely not plausible, but this one totally is.
So the one that is an improvement obviously came first, because what we know is that when people borrow and innovate, they always do a worse job.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We see this a lot in legends, like they sort of make it bigger and more expansive kind of thing. Like we see this all the time.
Yeah.
Very differently. They measured the cubits differently. Their mathematical system was very different. Matter of fact, that's why.
How does he know? We don't even know what a cubit was in biblical times, much less during the time of the Atrahasis. How does he know that?
So he's about to make, oh my God, the things he's about to say right here.
We can read about the 8 kings, but you'll notice their ages are off the charts. What is 36,000 years doing?
Like you guys know about the Sumerian kings list, right? Where like it lists a list of the kings and some of them are like 25,000, 36,000 years. This explanation, oh my God.
Why is that? It's because they use a base 60 sexagesmal system where they took a person that was 365 years old and multiplied it times 60. And then boom, you have people living that long. Obviously, their math being completely different than ours is the reason.
That's not how you convert something to base. You divide by. You don't multiply. Somebody who's like, I don't know, like 36,000 years old. Like this would be a much smaller number in base 60. like it's just absurd. Like he doesn't know literally anything about any subject. Like from elementary school math, physics, medicine, biology, like every single subject has. Okay, I know that you guys, I'm the only one that's been here for the entire stream, but in the comments, everyone here, have you heard RawMatt say just one accurate thing in the last 5.5 hours? I don't think I have. Not even one. Just one thing that was true.
And plus, he's got to realize that the historians, they're not conveying the ages in base 60 as it's written. They've already calculated this, Matt, when they like.
God.
The reason why those even exist is because they did plagiarize it. Obviously the Hebrews didn't see their version and go, we need to invent our math system and reduce.
I wonder, RawMatt, if you were to ask ChatGPT or Google AI, were the Sumerian texts plagiarized from the Bible? Flip this question. What would it tell you? Nothing that you would want to talk about, that's for sure, because it would directly contradict you.
Ages to 1,000 years. That doesn't make sense either. So no, the Bible is not plagiarized, and you can see the many different reasons for that here. I just wanted to cover that. Also, now we have to say that either all of these people independently invented a global flood narrative, or that one came first and they got handed down orally and lost details over time. Obviously, we want
all these different people don't have a global flood narrative. These were not like short of like the Mesopotamian global flood myth. These other cultures on Earth don't have global flood myths. Every single time that all these creationists try to bring up, I'm sure all of you have experienced this, where they say, all these cultures on Earth, they have all these global flood myths, and none of them are even remotely similar in any way or fashion to Noah's flood.
I'm gonna give like a hell of a rescue device, and I know it's just wild and out there, right? But it's kind of like human civilizations historically, right? Develop their civilization strategically around areas of water.
Yeah.
And so, especially in areas like when the river system or
they flood,
whatever other system you have floods.
Yeah.
Especially like when you're talking about these like very early civilizations, that kind of thing happens.
Yeah.
And it decimates like 90% of crops. You can imagine that that's going to be passed down in the cultural memory of these people by means of storytelling.
The really interesting thing that I find about these flood myths, and it's just such a crazy coincidence that we always find the flood myths in cultures that live in flood plains.
Yeah,
and the cultures that don't live in areas that are prone to flooding, it's just such a weird coincidence. They just don't have flood myths. And that's strange.
I mean, it's such a novel concept that areas that might be prone to flooding,
exactly.
might have flood myths about flooding.
Yeah.
That's
Occam's razor, and that's where the simplest explanation is usually the correct one. If it's more convoluted and requires more detail.
So the whole Tower of Babel thing and all the other stuff you have to invoke to make sense of this thing coherently is Occam's razor. That's the
people.
You don't want to apply Occam's razor to the young Earth creationist world.
No, you don't, because it rolls it out. It's just
Plus, what you've got to remember about. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, people think that people that don't know how to think. So think is in air quotes from now on when I'm talking. But people think that Occam's razor means, well, if you propose something that has contains two ideas, and my idea contains one idea, then mine automatically wins, which is kind of almost what it means. What Occam really said was don't multiply beyond necessity. Yep. But if that one thing you're proposing has countless numbers of other embedded and unjustifiable assumptions, then it's not simple. People go, God, that's a 3-letter word, and it's one word. So if I say God did it, then that means I have the simplest, best fit explanation. I was like, no, there's absolutely not what that, because
no, that's not what
it's like saying, how did the United States highway system get built? By tens of thousands of people over decades, or did God one day do it? Well, the most parsimonious answer would be to say God done did it. No, that's not how Occam's razor works.
Well, it's simple answers are great answers for simpletons.
Well, and what you've got to remember is that with their sort of mythology that they've got, it isn't just God. It's infinite amounts of angels and demons and spirits and Nephilim and all of these different things. Like, you've got to remember that their proposal is not just one God as that's the only entity they're talking about. They're talking about all kinds of things, and don't let them just weasel out of it. They believe in all of these things. So it doesn't simplify the answer at all. Because you've got natural things happened and God, or just natural things.
And I mean, God is just one extra assumption that they slip in on top of everything else. So, like, Occam's razor is just never going to be a good, like, support for a God hypothesis because it's always an extra unnecessary assumption.
To explain, it's oftentimes wrong. And what we're going to cover tonight is the evolutionary paradoxes that exist, the sapient paradox, the forger's paradox.
Oh my God. I don't.
Sapient paradox?
I think I'm hitting the wall, guys, because I know I've watched the rest of this video and I just realized where we are in the video, which is not even halfway after almost 6 hours. And I know that
wasn't this one of like 3 videos you wanted to do?
What was that?
Wasn't this one of like several videos you wanted to do?
Oh, this is no, it's all one video. It's it's 3 presentations back to back to back in the video. So we started with Matt Powell's presentations about dinosaurs, and this is the second presentation given by RawMatt, and then the final presentation is by Donny from SFT about genetics. I thought maybe we might get to Donny's, but like no, like RawMatt and Matt Powell, I think it was just too strong of a combination. I'm trying to keep going. I'm trying to get the strength to keep going, but we're going to be going through every single one of these so-called evolutionary paradoxes. So Mark, we are getting to the evolution now, but like,
okay,
some of these are actual terms, like the sapient paradox, or, some of them will actually come up when you Google them. Others are just RawMatt creating a term for a paradox that somebody somewhere has said, I wonder what explains this. And anything that is currently unanswered, he counts as a paradox. And like, I mean, I'm really questioning my ability to go on right now. I'm like, I don't know. I need encouragement from the chat because RawMatt is doing me in.
Paradox, the hominin fossil got paradox, the ancestor paradox, megalithic stone structure paradox, a taxonomic boundary paradox. You get the picture. There's paradox.
Most of these are not real paradoxes.
Everywhere with evolution. They're all solved very easily with our model. Remember, evolution predicts that mankind evolved in Africa for millions of years, 2.8 million years. Or are we going to find evidence that there was a geographic location somewhere in the Middle East where everyone dispersed after a global event? Well, we're going to have to first start with languages, the first language that event. If evolution was true, what's going on? What would we expect to find? Well, we would expect to find an original language in Africa that slowly evolved and sprouted and branched out into all of the languages that we have today. Pretty obvious. Well,
that's not how that works.
Yeah, like I mean, yeah, he just every single time he tries to explain what we should expect under evolution, it's just always a straw man. I haven't heard him accurately portray anything at all one time even.
Presuppose no other species of humans spoke any kind of language. Presuppose that there was only one population of humans that developed the original language, and that everybody would have had to have sprung from that original population that spontaneously developed the only language ever spoken, and then radiated outwards. Just very stupid.
We don't have that with the Yiddish or anything either. So what?
Well, like you even have like certain like animal populations where like it's like almost like different cultures where like they have like different sounds, and like one sound might mean something to one population over in one area, and it might mean something different to the same species in an area. So like the entire time that like language, like the pre-language, when people are making guttural sounds and you couldn't even say it was a language again, you're still going to have diversity in the meanings of these sounds. Like it's not like you just have one language that then spreads out everywhere.
Sure.
Like exactly
I
what
mean,
you guys
orca are like that.
Urgently like developed. There's tons of other potential explanations rather than just assuming it. And real quick, I'll highlight Stop the Stupidity with 5 more memberships. I'm like, you know what? I'm trying to keep the stupidity rolling here. I'm trying to continue with this stupidity. What were you saying?
For languages, if Oh, I didn't know who you were addressing.
And really quick, this is the pre-Yiddish guy. Like Matt, his understandings of linguistics are as abysmal as every other field of knowledge.
Okay, well, I mean, I was just saying orca are like that. They've got different whale song for different pods of orca, but
Exactly.
Peterson,
There's always going to be a variety in the background, even until the development of language. So it's just like there's no reason to assume that there must be one original true language that then spread. Like we don't have to assume that, Matt. Also, Sydney Raptor telling me to man up. Survival of the fittest out here. Yeesh, the tough love right now coming from the chat. Let's continue.
Well, I want to say, with regard to language, just something that everybody can put in their back pocket if this ever gets brought up. Under a creationist model where the people of the world get scattered around the world all of a sudden, and that's where the different languages pop up. So precisely where you would not expect to see a lot of linguistic diversity in an event like that would be on an island, right? However, in Papua New Guinea, I thought it was like something like 1/4 of all the languages in the world are spoken there.
It's one of the most diverse linguistic areas on Earth.
Yeah. And that's because, now, how does that make any sense? Well, in our model, it makes a lot of sense because the archaeological evidence suggests people have been living there for about 60,000 years. But it's one of the hardest, even though it is an island and it's fairly small, it's one of the hardest places to move around in because it's one of the most mountainous and rugged countries, and it's almost the entire country is a rainforest as well. So people get locked into where they live in their village, and there's almost no mobility. So what that causes is languages to diverge. And even though it's a small island and it would have been populated only by a few people, given either model, it takes a long time. Those languages, people go there studying languages there, can't even figure out how many language families there are there. The languages are so dissimilar that it's like they don't even look like they fit into, like some of them do, but a lot of them, you'd think they'd all fit into one language family, but it doesn't look like that there. And that takes an extremely long amount of time for any kind of explanation. So no, the creationist model of that happening only 4 centuries ago, Babel was after the flood. So
it's even worse than that too, because that's just looking at the Homo sapiens on Papua New Guinea. Like there are other human species that were in that area that like the creationists have to also account for the time for all of those humans to mutate and become different species of humans. Like there's just so much time that would be needed to explain the Papua New Guinea that we see today. They just don't think about any of this thoroughly at all. By Rob Chaos said, Grayson, Offspring style, you can do it. Thank you. And I think Rob Chaos also shouted you out earlier with Hail Spanky, Planet Peterson.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
Nice.
Square mile range in the Middle East, starting in the Fertile Crescent area.
And shout out Sydney Raptor, showing that Papua New Guinea home to about 12% of the world's languages.
Oh, I overestimated.
Whoa.
But it has by far more than any other country.
Yes.
That's extreme, though, considering how big Papua New Guinea is. It's not a huge island at all.
Exactly. I mean, it's like a huge amount. If you're just going by like diversity, like, and you're trying to say, oh, well, the most diverse language spot must be where it originated for this original language of pre-Yiddish or whatever Matt thinks it was, then yeah, Papua New Guinea, that's where the Tower of Babel was, Matt.
I think it's actually the second or third largest island in the world, but it's not that big.
Well, okay, Mark lives on the largest island in the world, so all the other islands are small compared to him.
Australia doesn't count it as its own continental shelf.
No, that's not true. It's a singular country surrounded by water. That is despicable. It's absolutely an island. I will fight you on that.
We're gonna have a geography debate. You have your own continental shelf. That's not an island.
It's a continent and an island and a country.
Correct. Yes.
Well, no,
all those things and more.
Where we would expect the Tower of Babel to be. And what do we find from there? we find the origins of language.
What?
Yeah, it's the second largest island in the world.
Why does he think that this is the origin of language? This is a grouping of languages, but like this is not all of the language. Like there's nothing about this that would indicate this is the origin of language. Like this is, even if we're just talking, like this is showing not even all of the languages of the, I don't even know. Can you guys see what this is even supposed to be describing? I can't.
Sumerian.
Like Sumerian is a language isolate. So there's no way that this could be showing, like none of these languages are related. So basically the oldest known, like the oldest estimated language family is like Afro-Asiatic, which most of
Proto-Indo-European. What the hell is that?
Proto-Indo-European kind of language hypothesized to be spoken by like the Yamnaya on like the Central Asian steppes, but
gotcha. Okay.
Nothing to do with this. And like the consensus for what is the oldest known language family, I believe, is Afro-Asiatic, for which like Akkadian and, you know, Hebrew and Semitic languages and things are part of. But the consensus understanding for where that, I mean, again, we don't know for sure. There's still a lot of controversy, but the majority of scholars would put the origin of that language family, the oldest one we know about, in northeastern Africa. In Africa, not in freaking Babel.
We find the origins of writing systems. Everything we would expect to find if the story of Babel was true, all within the perfect 500 square mile radius. Not evolution. So what's going on here?
Well, you can find proto-writing systems in like hundreds and hundreds of miles away from that look pretty similar to writing that we still haven't deciphered. Like things with like old Europe, they have like these symbols that look very much like writing that predate anything found in the Middle East. But nope. Okay, I don't know. These people are definitely not aware of any of that nuance, and nothing that he said just followed from what he showed on screen.
They want us to believe that all of these people.
Also, I am similarly surprised that my voice hasn't given out. I'm hitting the limits here.
Worldwide invented language at the same time, around 5,000 years ago.
No.
What? No, he's confusing the origin of writing with the origin of language. Those are not RawMatt.
Can you back up 10 seconds and let it play?
I will try to. It's really difficult on this. There. Okay.
No, that was almost perfect.
And the origins of language. We find the origins of writing systems. Everything we would expect to find if the story of Babel was true, all within the perfect 500 square mile radius. Not evolution. So what's going on here? They want us to believe that all of these people worldwide invented language at the same time, around 5,000 years ago.
That's what I thought. Okay, pause. Yeah. So he's saying evolutionists expect us to believe, and then he threw in the creationist timeline. Evolutionists want you to believe that they all invented language 5,000 years ago. When what really happened was, according to their model, 4,000 years ago, everybody was scattered and spoke different languages. Now, that wouldn't be the invention of language, but for those people that invented writing, it would mean that they had to have independently have invented written language. Yeah. So your model in a different way contains the criticism that you tried to apply to our model, but he just threw in the timeline of his model with our model. Like, what? This is so stupid.
Another thing too, and I don't think this is a point I think I've heard creationists address, but like, are you guys familiar with the end of the Cain and Abel story? Like, where in the end, I forget who, but it mentions the fact that I think it's Cain goes off to like this village of people.
Yes.
Of people or something like that.
Yeah, like where the village,
and he finds
the
village.
Yeah,
exactly. He finds a wife among the other people. Yes,
right. Yeah. And I make the point just to say that, like, even within biblical chronology, right? Even if you're trying to kind of understand, some kind of like historical framing of the Bible, right? The the Tower of Babel doesn't explain like the origin of all language, right?
Yeah.
Like if anything, it explains like the origin, like the reconstruction like of a common language back to like a certain point if the creationists are correct, right? But presumably, even from like what we know in biblical stories, there were other civilizations outside of the ones formed by like Adam and Eve and things of that nature, right? So presumably there was language there as well, right? And this is unaccounted for by like their particular presupposition that like all of language stemmed from, you know, like these diverse language groups stemmed from like the Tower of Babel.
When you started talking, I had a thought, and then it's just completely been melted out of my brain after all of this.
I'm sorry.
No, it's no worries.
No, not your fault. Like,
yeah, it's definitely. Oh, I remembered it now, actually, because Mark, thank you for that comment, because you said not your fault, and I was thinking, no, it's RawMatt's fault. And then I remembered what it is I forgot, which was to point out to Planet Peterson and ask him, Planet Peterson, have you ever encountered RawMatt before? The guy currently giving this presentation, Matt Naylor.
No, I've never heard of either of these people.
So, Matt Naylor, at the very beginning of this stream, almost 6 hours ago, I started this whole thing by explaining that, in my opinion, RawMatt is the dumbest and most dishonest creationist. Like those things simultaneously, like the maximum amount of dumb and the maximum amount of dishonesty. And Dapper Dino and Dr. Dino that were both on both agreed with me, which, you know, I don't know. I mean, like I said, that's a very, very high bar. So it is impressive that 3 people could all agree. And like Dapper Dino, like, I mean, he's been around the block. He knows a lot of creationists. And all 3 of us agreed that Matt Naylor, otherwise known as RawMatt, because he eats raw food, because he thinks that he can get his nutrients from the air. He used to be a breatharian. And yeah, we all 3 of us agreed that he is both the dumbest and most dishonest. I'm curious, Mark.
Maybe he deserves an award of some sort, you know.
Yeah, that's a feat. That's an impressive feat of accomplishment.
I mean, that is. I mean, there's contenders even on the screen, so you know, I think it's incredible to win past everybody to that impressive amount of stupidity.
Oh, and
damn, shots fired at Immutable Destiny.
Damn.
Also, Matt Naylor has his own cryptocurrency called Bible Coin.
Oh.
So, yeah, and he has his own supplement shop where he sells like immortality powders or things that make.
Oh, are you going immutable?
Like he really does think that he can live to be 200.
Okay.
No, I think Ken Hovind is probably the dumbest creationist. I mean, the word I would use for Matt is like insidious. But like, you know, I think he's like immensely dishonest from like the whole you know, trying to forge a paper and stuff like that. I think that. I mean,
I'll explain that to Planet. So yeah, this guy he tried to forge a paper to pretend that he'd been published in +1, and like literally just photoshopped his name on and like photoshopped it together to make it look like he'd been published. Like that's not the most easily verifiable thing ever.
Has anybody ever called him out on that live?
Oh yeah, people.
I don't know about to his face, but I'm sure that they have. But I mean, like, yeah, like Dapper Dino has had videos explicitly showing the fraud, and like he even is lying to Donny. Like he lies to other creationists and like makes fraudulent evidence, and then tries to tell the other creationists, "Hey, look at this evidence I just found. Spread it around." Like, it is insidious. It's a good word for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hovind is kind of, and the reason I say Hovind is stupider is just Hovind kind of has his own weird brand of creationism, and like a lot of his stuff that he presents like hasn't really changed too much from the stuff he's put out like in his DVDs since I don't know 2000.
I don't know if you've been listening to RawMatt, but he also has his own unique brand of creationism where he thinks that lightning struck everything on Earth and created all of the radiometric daughter isotopes in the exact ratios to give the appearance of an old Earth. So
Yeah,
that's,
I mean, that's
fucking stupid. And with that, welcome Bree to the stream. I'm sorry, I just saw that you were backstage. I don't know how long you've been there. If I have it
just for a moment, yeah.
Okay, good.
I'm probably coming in towards the end. You all been going for like 5 hours, but I just now got freed up to come in and
say, 6 hours. So yeah, we're happy to have you. We are trying to get through RawMatt right now. Let's listen to a little bit more, and then I don't even.
We can go with the Tower of Babel story, which places it right here, exactly where we're going to find evidence within that 500 square mile radius. And how many languages were there supposedly at the Tower of Babel? So the Bible says maybe somewhere around 75, I think the Answers in Genesis prediction was. What did the linguistic experts say? There isn't a single root language. There seems to be 95 to 100 language families that just arise out of nowhere with almost no connection to one another.
Yeah, nobody is saying that.
No one's saying that.
No one's saying that these things all just arise out of nowhere with no connection to each other. The fact is that the connections are unknown based on current data. There's not enough data to establish the connections or the origins of some of these language families. Like, nobody's saying that they're just independently arising.
Instead of nothing in Africa whatsoever. So
what? Nothing?
What do you mean nothing in Africa?
What?
There's
what?
Like, how many language groups does Africa have?
No, like I literally just got done explaining how the majority of scientists think that the world's oldest accepted language family has an origin in northeastern Africa. So what the fuck is he going on about?
I mean, at this point in time,
like around Ethiopia, or sorry.
Ethiopia speaks an Afro-Asiatic language, but I don't know. Yeah, it varies, like from Ethiopia to northeast to the Horn of Africa. That entire area is hypothesized to be the Urminhot of the Afro-Asiatic language family, but I don't know. And yes, thank you for our Egyptologist in the live chat. Egypt definitely disagrees. And yeah, it is going to get pretty racist when he talks about Africa. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, is he trying to entail that like Africans don't have like diverse like language?
Yes,
language
that is what he's
stuff.
trying
Like
to do.
what does he?
Yeah.
Again, what would we expect people to look like? Well, Africa is a pretty big place. So if we're all African, or so we're told, we would expect a natural hierarchical pattern with Africans having massive amounts of diversity.
Like this right here is just, it feels so racist. That is Jay Bundy.
It really does.
Is that Dr. Bundy?
That is Jay
That is,
Bundy that
yeah.
they put as a representative of Africa or Africans.
My God.
Like, it's
Wow.
I don't know who they have there for India, but you notice who there is the Yamnaya, the Central Asiatic, pure white Aryan.
You mean
race.
the Aryan? Yeah.
That's Kent Hovind. That's
Yes.
who he's put as the pure representative of the Aryan race there.
Sorry, I didn't recognize him with that orange jumpsuit on.
I think that's moist critical for the Indian guy.
I think maybe. You could
I
be
don't.
right.
I think it's Steve Aoki.
I will say that I agree with him about explaining that how big Africa is. I think a lot of people underestimate how big Africa is and think it's like the size of North America.
You're right, Bree. We found it. The one true thing that RawMatt has said in the last 6 hours. Africa is a very big continent. You're right. He's
There you
finally, the broken clock has finally been right once in a day.
Now we just have to stay awake till it's right twice in a day.
Oh my God. And also, yes, I gotta, somebody send this to Jay Bundy if he already hasn't seen this. I mean, I think he would find this hilarious, but also like, what the actual fuck? Like,
Don't push play. Let me get a screenshot real quick.
okay, yeah, somebody send this to Jay.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You got it?
Yep, I got the screenshot.
And why is that? Because Africa is huge. Let me grab you a picture of actually how big it is. If I can find it real quick.
Wow.
I'm not going to look too long. But, okay, we'll find it later. The biblical model would expect us to have all of it.
Matt, that last picture brings.
Oh, I thought that was one of us. Sorry. I mean, again, just his racial groups illustrations here. It's just so racist. I'm like, oh,
I feel like there's a tribe of ham coming somewhere along the line. You know, like
he's got it on screen right now. He's got Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
Oh no. Yeah, so if you're unaware at how really racist this is, in the past, creationists have sort of said, because Ham was cursed, right? So it's the curse of Ham. And people have suggested, okay, I'll modify that. Racists have suggested that African people have dark skin because of the curse of Ham. Whereas we know that they're perfectly evolved for their environment, right? Like that's...
It's just, I've heard so many evangelical Christians say the most racist, horrible things that all starts with like, well, Ham and Japheth and Shem, like it just is like, I know there's a group here in Southern California, and they're a franchise. They have, I think they're originated in Tennessee, the Yellow Deli. And it's like a creationist evangelical cult that has these really actually pretty good restaurants. I mean, they have good food. I'm sorry, but and they will not let black people like work there because like, and all the women that work there, it's like,
isn't that illegal? Is that illegal?
Well, they also don't pay their employees, Mark, which is also illegal. All of their employees are members of the cult, and they have a compound outside of town, and then the employees live at the cafe when they work there. It's the 24-hour cafe, and they pay them in room and board.
Are you sure this area isn't located in like Lenox, Alabama, and called Dinosaur Adventureland?
This one, there's a yellow cafe all over. There's like, I think there's one in Nashville, one in San Diego. There's like, I think 13 or 14 locations across the US. And it's like an actual cult that runs it. And they have a history of drugging people in public and just like,
what?
I mean, yeah, like they go to music festivals and they offer people free rides and cookies, and the cookies are like laced with stuff. Like that has happened. I don't know how this group is allowed to operate, but like sketchy ass group. And I talked to their members, and one of their members was explaining to me about the curse of Ham, and that's why Africa is so poor today or something. It's just like actually horrid shit. And it's no surprise that, of course, Matt Naylor subscribes to such a worldview.
The epic Dr. Dino versus Jay Bundy. Is that his name? Jay Bundy?
That's his name. That's him right there.
I think that was the three.
He's so proud of himself. Look at him smile. He thinks it's so hilarious that he put Jay Bundy here. It's like, oh my God.
100th debate that we hosted like a couple of years ago.
That's a good one. We should premiere it again after this.
Just the smugness is just repulsive.
Okay, so yes, we would expect Africans to have much more genetic diversity. They've been living in Africa. Let's just give it the bottleneck 200,000 years ago. They've been living in Africa for 150,000.
Africans do have by far the most genetic diversity. That is
they're the base haplogroup.
Yeah.
Here's adapting to every geographic region in the place. The continent's massive and it has massive valleys, massive mountains, beaches. It has deserts. It has forests. It has tropical rain. It has everything. But yet, genetic diversity between everybody is the same.
No, that's not true at all. Like at all.
I'm sure that's like statistically impossible.
Yeah, like what he just said is actually just easily verifiable for anyone listening. It could not be further from the truth. It's like everybody knows.
If you reject every single paper that actually says that, you know, there's high genetic diversity coming from Africa,
it's not a controversial statement. There's nothing controversial. It's completely like consensus accepted that Africans have the highest genetic diversity of any other continent. Like,
that, how in the world is that even going to be possible? Obviously, we don't look like primates, but yet when we compare them, the phenotypic diversity is massive between humans and almost nothing between primates. They all have very low phenotypic diversity. Humans have a lot. That's because we have a very different.
This is like this is phenotypic diversity. Now he's changed
to say that an orangutan and a gorilla look more similar than.
Well, you know
what
doesn't make any sense. You know what has a ton of phenotypic diversity and is the literal same species? Dogs. Like,
right.
like
Yeah.
phenotypic diversity is not a gauge of anything.
Right. And plus, like, you've got to understand that while, say, gorillas and chimpanzees kept to relatively the same environment, humans kind of branched out. You know, like we really did change our environment a lot, which is why you probably, but like you say, it's genotypic diversity that we would look at, not phenotypic.
Yeah. No, exactly. I mean,
but that comment
a little
about phenotypic diversity was just wrong. He said orangutans, chimps, and gorillas all look more similar to each other than humans do. It's like, no, they look vastly more different to each other.
I just went to the largest chimpanzee sanctuary in the world. It's in rural Louisiana. And I stopped by, and there's over 300 chimpanzees in the forests of rural Louisiana outside of Shreveport. It's wild. And I went there, and they have like a picture of like a roster of all the chimpanzees that look there. And like, I'm not a chimpanzee. Obviously, humans are going to be trained to like see humans as differently and unique. Chimpanzees will more easily recognize the phenotypic differences between chimpanzees. I could tell. I had the exact thought in my head when I was looking at how differently they appear. I was like, wow, like there is so much diversity in faces between all these chimps that it struck me. And like, yeah, I mean, Matt is literally just talking out his ass. He's just like, yeah, they all look the same to me. So,
and are we counting bonobos or?
Yeah,
I
there's
mean,
a huge amount of diversity there.
This quite literally reminds me of this kind of like skit that Ken Hovind would do, like with school age kids, of like showing different kinds of like dogs, and then something clearly not dog, and like, oh, which of these things is not like the other.
Yep.
And just using that to say like, it's some kind of argument or like smack against like common ancestry, and it's just like,
but you can put like a bird and a dromaeosaur and a sauropod next to each other and be like, which one of these isn't like the others? And what's Ken going to say there?
Yeah, exactly. It's a completely asinine method of like, well, if a 6-year-old cannot obviously see it or obviously like see something incorrect, then throw out the whole process.
A 6-year-old's going to say a corgi and a husky are more alike than a bulldog too, even regardless of the ancestry, just because of the phenotypic traits that are pulled out by the domestication process.
Yeah.
And the unfortunate thing too is like the unfortunate issue is just kind of like, let's just look and try to tell, is that things like the African wild dog exist, and like unfortunately there's so much genetic diversity between it and modern dogs that the two, like, if you try to put them together, they cannot produce, like, they won't reproduce.
Very different genera, yeah.
Let's continue here.
Diverge from each other at the same time. And we can see this phenotypic diversity even when looking at so-called primitive ancestors. And why is there so much phenotypic diversity in this?
Because they're different species
of ancient people. Because we can see it in dogs. Phenotypic diversity can change drastically in a short amount of
time. So he's bringing up the dogs now, literally debunking his previous point about phenotypic diversity, like not even 30 seconds later.
And it doesn't have to add any morphological features whatsoever. They can just be very, very different. So what we're looking at is, here's Viking cats reveal surprising growth of the size over 2,000 years.
Does anybody have any idea? Can anybody translate what point you think Matt is making here with this slide about Viking cat skeletons?
No idea.
What point is he making? Does anybody?
It's literally, I mean, he's talking about evolutionary traits, or what they call Bergman's rule, where animals get bigger the further the closer they get to the poles. It's not a rule that covers everything, but it's mostly about endothermic, basically about mammals these days, and that the there are epigenetic triggers that make them develop a larger body size, just from the environment that they grow up in.
Like what is Matt trying to say with that? I don't even understand.
Going based off his previous slide, it's it's an extremely hilarious own goal because he's saying, look, dogs, which are dogs, right? But within the dog species, kind, family, whatever he's going to call it, you can have this huge plethora of phenotypic diversity, but they're still dogs. So those so-called human ancestors, they all look so different from each other. But as I just said, even though they look different, they're actually still all part of the same group. Oh yeah, why did I say that? Anyways, moving on.
Yeah,
like it's a complete own goal.
And completely ignore the fact that we literally have the DNA of Neanderthals and Denisovans showing them clearly nesting outside of Homo sapiens as a species. Yeah, like the genetics shows that they are different species. So yeah, I don't really know what these Viking skeleton cats are gonna refute, but
well, they're the same species, but there are other species of cats that are not genetically compatible, but look like they should be with a domestic cat that goes along with
exactly. Yeah, great point.
Yeah.
There's so many different cat species out there that like phenotypically look like they might be the same species, like, but absolutely are not.
And here's modern day ones. Massive skull phenotypic diversity. So our model shows that when people got off the ark, they had robust features, not primitive, robust, stronger, better.
Has anyone ever seen this image before? Like, this is their model? Like, what am I looking at right now?
Plus, the reason for those phenotypic changes are because we selectively bred them, Matt. It's not an accident. We sort of separated the ones where we wanted those features and bred them together. It's like sort of saying, hey, within the pumpkins, there's a whole different variety of pumpkins. That didn't happen accidentally, you twit.
Yeah. It's almost as bad as Ray Comfort trying to use a domesticated banana as evidence of intelligent design.
Right.
So he actually right here is going to say that that all of those so-called human ancestors are not human ancestors. They're humans post-flood, because there was rapid diversification as the climate got extreme. But then as the climate normalized, you can see it goes to modern day Homo sapiens. So I don't know if he's actually going to say that, but according to this graph that he has up here, he's going to say that Homo erectus, Homo ergaster, heidelbergensis, habilis, all of those are just human forms that happened after the flood.
All right. Well, goodbye, Immutable Destiny. Thank you for joining us. We're gonna. I want to see. I think that Planet Peterson is correct about this. Let's see what Matt has to say here. Oh, also, I think I have heard Matt say before that Adam and Eve were Homo heidelbergensis, I think.
Oh.
So I don't know. He's got a skull up there after Noah. I don't know. Maybe Noah is Homo ergaster or something. I have no idea, but it gets wacky.
Surviving. And then what happened as an ice age came? People started to get this unique feature that we call primitive, but we actually see the Neanderthal were very adept at cold. So what happened is during the ice age, which was brought on by volcanism, is we would see people adapt.
He claims without any citation.
Well, Europeans have Neanderthal DNA in them, or Neanderthal DNA. Do you know who doesn't have Neanderthal DNA?
Africans have a very low amount of
amount.
They have the lowest trace amounts of Neanderthal DNA.
Yeah, but some don't have any DNA from Neanderthal at all.
I don't know. I know it's very, very low, but I think there might be like very small traces, but it is the lowest of any population, that's for sure.
Got those phenotypic traits for the cold, which eventually vanished. And why? Because when volcanism occurred and volcanoes spread out the ash over the world, started the ice age. It's exactly what we would expect to see.
Is there any evidence of any of this, Matt? Just any of it.
And we know that people saw these animals because they literally drew them in cave art. We can find them in the Ramayana, which is the Indian epic, where they talk about elephants that have 4 tusks, which is an extinct type of an elephant species. Well, guess what? They only wrote that 4,000 years ago.
What? Okay. First of all, yeah, okay, the Ramayana is not 4,000 years old. That is absurd on that timeline. Again, he's citing Google AI right here. I don't know what he asked it, but like this is akin to saying that the Oliphants in Lord of the Rings are indicative that Tolkien witnessed ancient extinct elephant species. Like it's the dumbest argument ever.
Another thing they do that's really hilarious, and I bet this example would be an example of that. They say, "Oh, all these other stories come like after the Bible or whatever," and what they do is they're citing when we have the first written accounts of them, and it's like, well, then if we're going with that, then the oldest written account of the Bible is only like 2,500, or like Old Testament stories is only like 3,000 years old or 2,500 years old. I don't know what the oldest piece of writing we have for the anything in the Old Testament is, but yeah, that's a trick they play to say that the Bible predates everything, and everything else comes after that.
I believe that the oldest fragment of text that matches anything in the Old Testament is from like the 800s BC, somewhere around there.
Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, then the Bible, then like, so they would use, but they argue that those stories are older, and those stories are older than that. We just don't have any written copies, and it's very reasonable to think that the stories were told probably for many centuries before they were ever written. But they don't do that with anything else. They say, nope, when it was written is when, for the most part, is when the origin of that story.
Yep, exactly.
That's some special pleading.
I just he can't get even a single fact right about anything other than Africa is a very big continent. He can't even get how old the Ramayana is. Like not even just like auxiliary facts that have nothing to do with anything. He can't even get one of them right. Or I guess he can't get two. He got one right. Africa's very
I don't know if we can give him credit for that though. I mean, did he come up with that on his own, or did one of his teachers at one point in his life say,
I don't care
a lot bigger?
I don't care if he came up with it. I just want Matt to say one correct thing. I don't care if he originated the thought. Just one thing that is accurate and correct. And so far, he's given me the one. Africa is very big. Everybody congratulate Matt in the chat. Congratulations, Matt. You were right about one thing.
No, I would have expected him to say that Africa's a really big country. That's what I would have expected, kind of thing. I'll give him credit for not saying that.
He might still say it, Mark. He might still say it. Let's listen.
So what are they writing about? What's going on here? Could they write about Ice Age animals?
But he just showed on screen that the Ramayana is not 2,000 years old. And then as soon as he saw that, he just went to the next, like literally his own slides are debunking the things he's saying.
Saw them. So mammoth, horse DNA, talk about 5,000 years ago. We got
he's just rapid firing through these at this point. I mean, what? But wait, the world's first shopping center? What is this argument? What is he even saying?
First shopping center where they during the Ice Age, they found this piece of 7mm wide carved bone from the Ice Age where they were
So we're just going over things that are from the Ice Age? What are we doing?
Into the bone. Anyway, I got off on this. This is basically about phenotypic diversity. Why is it so similar between people? Well, it's because people are very related to each other.
Phenotypic diversity isn't so similar between people, Matt.
And it's not a lot of time has passed. So we went with the traits. And if we had really split, there would be massive amounts of phenotypic diversity between the first earlier people that did survive, as opposed to...
There are, though. There are.
Newer evolved species that evolved when we left and went up into Europe into the
What the fuck is he talking about now?
The polar solar.
Wasn't he saying that humans have a great amount of phenotypic diversity in comparison with animals, and now he's saying we don't have a great amount of phenotypic diversity? It's the exact opposite now.
How has it even been 5 minutes of real time in this that Matt is completely just contradicting himself? Like, yeah, he said humans don't have high phenotypic diversity, and then humans have way high phenotypic diversity. Like, you're right. And then he just said the new species that arose when the humans went up to the polar solar.
Regions.
Polar solar.
So that brings us to just like, okay, so we can say anything. Oh yeah,
that's very clear that that's what you're doing, Matt. He's literally very clearly just saying anything.
All humans may belong to the same species. It could rewrite history. We always talk about how they're nothing different. We're more similar to them than people ever thought. Remember, evolution predicted that they would never be able to speak. They were called Homo stupidus when they originally came out. And
two species of human were as different as two species of bear. Yep, go figure.
He said they were called Homo stupicus?
No, he's saying that people used to think Neanderthals were dumb.
Okay. Okay.
They
probably became human over time as we learned more. But this comes down to predictions. And we would predict with this new species that got found this week, Antediluvius turkiae, is that...
Which, by the way, this is not from the past week when they did this. This is a recent live stream, and Antediluvius turkiae is like from 2023. So he's already... this man is incapable of even portraying one accurate fact. But this Antediluvius turkiae is like, it's 8 million years old. It's so early down the evolutionary lineage. It's like, it's before, like, I mean, oh my God. I was about to say, like, it's before Sediba or like Orarine or any of these, but then I just noticed he has Sediba. Wait, let me see if I can. He's got Australopithecus sediba down here, like in the bottom left of humans. Sediba, he's got Australopithecus africanus in non-humans and Australopithecus sediba in humans. Like, huh? If Erica, like Gutsip Given, was here right now, she might actually have a stroke. Like, Australopithecus sediba is a human.
I think it's fantastic, Grayson.
I am broken. I have been broken.
Where is it going to be placed? They placed it in the human family tree at the origin of the start. Now everything comes down to predictions, right? Where did they find this?
Hey, yeah. Pragmatic Crystal, thank you for being an amazing mod and giving people warnings, but just kick this guy. He actually is like not capable.
Is that Wesley Curry?
Yeah, I don't know what's up with Wesley, but that he cannot
needs
have
some help.
Yeah, he cannot interact with other humans normally. Just I don't feel bad about kicking that guy.
Look, the finding established this is a branch of the human evolutionary tree that gave rise to the chimpanzee, bonobo, gorilla.
Yeah, they're saying that it's so long ago. This is before the split of humans and chimps. Like, I swear, if he tells me that this is a human, like a pre-flood human, I will lose it.
And humans. Well, here's the skull. Here's what it looks like. So we need to make predictions on anything. So we as creationists would say that it has to have the characteristics of all humans. And therefore, we would place that into the human or into the non-human aspect. And we will see what comes of that. Because based on...
Well, like everybody would place Antediluvius turkiae into the non-human category. That is...
Right.
That's not a bare monological assessment.
But didn't he just say it has to have all human characteristics? Like, so having a chin, for instance, does it have a chin?
Yeah, well, like Australopithecus sediba definitely does not.
Yeah.
It's not even in genus Homo, and he's put it in human.
Right.
This
I'm
is
like losing it. I'm taking crazy
early
pills.
African ape, isn't it? It's not even.
Yeah. Oh my God.
But what is their criteria for a human? That's what I'm gonna, because ours would be, a member of Homo sapiens, right? So that would be our criteria.
Genus Homo.
Genus Homo? Yeah. Gotcha. So, but what would be his criteria? Maybe it has a soul or something. I don't know how he's describing a human, because it can't be in
there is
genus
no
Homo.
There literally is no suite of characteristics that you could apply that would put Australopithecus africanus in non-humans and sediba in humans. There is no consistent suite of characteristics that would do that. Like, this is just vibes based entirely.
Well, I love how he's got Australopithecus and then Homo in question mark. Like, what?
Yeah.
That is where that species belongs. It is not part of the human trait. This is human, and everything that branches from it is. And these are all.
I wish that I knew what skull he has there in the center, because that is not a Homo sapiens skull, and he's saying that that is Adam and Eve, but I don't know enough to be able to recognize what species it is just from its profile. But if Erica was here, she might be able to.
Erica would know, yeah.
Yeah, but like I think if I remember correctly, that RawMatt
on Heidelbergensis.
Yes, I think that RawMatt thinks that Heidelbergensis, Homo Heidelbergensis, is what Adam and Eve were. So I just I can't.
Based on different haplogroups and different families that came off the ark. So again, we can get into more predictions, but
haplogroups and families that came off the ark. There was one family.
Yeah, and he thinks,
and so there was only one haplotype.
He thinks that he can accurately represent. Yeah. He thinks he accurately has true knowledge of the haplotypes of the wives of Noah's sons. He's about to list them.
Now, I want you guys to pay attention and see if you can spot the 5,000 years here going on, okay? The sapient paradox. With brains like ours, why did we wait for millennia before even starting civilization? And then when we started
not
it,
what our brains are for.
Like, yeah, the thing
this is known.
Is that for civilization, you first need language. So you don't just need a modern anatomical brain, because you need to be able to like pass on knowledge generationally through some kind of communication. So like, yeah, for most of that history, like you're not going to have the cultural snowball effect really gathering force. But yeah, if Deviant Outcast is still here, like this will break.
Well, you need a whole bunch more than that. You also need socio-technical skills. You need, some form of record. You need so much. Like
you need also enough resources in your environment to support the kind of population densities required of a civilization, which like it is possible for hunter-gatherer peoples to live in environments that are that resource rich, but not for very long. Like things like Göbekli Tepe or Karl Supe in South America, like they might have been able to have settled megalithic architecture and things that might remind us of civilization, like without agriculture or like food crops, but it didn't last for very long because environmental conditions changed, and then all of a sudden the immense natural bounty that was the basis for all of this changes if you don't have agriculture. And he's also going to just completely bumble the agricultural revolution as well. Let's listen.
On Earth do the same thing at the same time. Look at that, 5,000 years of human history. The span of recorded human history is only 5,000 years. Civilization
recorded in
12,000 years.
Yeah, like we know
in written language maybe, but
like we know the agricultural, like the Neolithic Revolution occurred like 10,000 years ago. So that completely demolishes this entire argument he's making.
It's only gone back.
But it works. It works if you discount everything over 5,000 years old.
Yeah, if you just ignore
it's
all
that. Debunked, yeah. Because you
like Göbekli Tepe, all that stuff.
5,000 years. The oldest pyramid doesn't even go back 5,000 years.
Yeah, what about the oldest megalithic structure, Matt? It goes back a lot more. Like he's just like, oh well, if we only consider the pyramids and none of the megalithic structures on Sardinia or Turkey or anything that like is more than 8,000 years old, then then all of a sudden it looks like all the 5,000 years if we throw out anything else.
All lines up.
Yep.
Years ago. Mathematics, 5,000 years ago.
No, humans didn't just invent mathematics. Okay, every single thing that he's listing here is literally just that written records came about around 5,000 years ago. Like he's just thinking that before written records, we couldn't have had math because it wasn't written down. Even though, what is it, like the Igbo bone, or like there's some piece of like bone in Africa that is like over 10,000 years old. It's really freaking old. I think it might be even over 20,000 years old if I'm remembering correctly. But it's like a piece of bone that clearly has like it's got patterns on it that at least some experts interpret as mathematical symbols, or like trying to write out some kind of mathematical process. And RawMatt has absolutely never heard of that, because I don't think that he could comprehend that Africans could have invented math.
We have cave paintings in Africa that are 51,000 years old, right? So
yeah,
like,
exactly.
How many times? 10 times older than they think the Earth is.
I think there's some in France that's like 20,000 years or so. Like we've got those ones in France of cave paintings.
Yes, yes. We've lost another one. Another one bites the dust here. RawMatt has done another good atheist in.
Oh no.
I don't know how much longer I can last, but I'm holding it out.
Planet Peterson.
Yeah.
The oldest math, we can see it on ancient script.
Again, not the oldest math.
Carved in stone.
He thinks the oldest math had a fully developed Pythagorean theorem. Like,
well, that's why I was bringing up the cave paintings, because they use at least some of the theories about the hand paintings are counting.
I think Sailor Star Sparrow has summarized this the best. Written records did not exist until written records existed. That is Matt's entire argument right now.
Catch-22.
Figured it out right away, right off the Archon. It's almost like people just knew how to do math. But why? About beer brewing. Noah was said got off the ark. What was the first thing he did? He made alcohol.
Well, no, this is so wrong. The oldest evidence of beer brewing is from the Natufian civilization in the Levant, like 9,000 years ago or more.
And plus, yeah, it doesn't say that Noah got off the ark and invented beer brewing. It said he got off the ark and got drunk.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly. They're literally like inserting into the text here.
To be fair, stuck on that ark for 150 days or something like that, with all the animals and your immediate family.
Yeah,
I'd go get drunk as
it's
soon as I get
understandable
off too.
We're not judging Noah over here. It's understandable if any of it was actually true, which it's not.
Well, I mean, I am a little for sleeping with his daughters, just a little bit.
Yeah, well, okay,
Well,
yes,
that's
we can all judge him for that. I'm just saying, we understand why you might need to drink after the ark.
Back to the same time period, 5,000 years ago. Look at that. We have
again, not 5,000 years. He's literally just lying and trying to use screenshots of Google image results as citations. Like this absolute buffoon of a man.
Drawings of them making alcohol right out the gate. Ancient Sumerian beer.
Well, if we have drawings of it, that must mean that they invented it. It's not like we have direct archaeological evidence that the Natufians were fermenting beer or anything.
And the Fertile Crescent gave rise to agriculture. Why?
Yeah, 5,000 years earlier than you think the Earth was created. That's when the Neolithic Revolution happened, Matt.
The biblical area. I mean, they're living in Africa for hundreds of thousands of years. As a matter of fact, millions of years. They're too stupid to figure out how to put a piece of seed in the ground and make it grow.
Okay.
Me?
Like, this is where he does this for like the next portion of the stream, but he continues to assume that if a people group did not invent agriculture, then they must have been too stupid to do so.
Can I clarify that agriculture was invented where there were seasonal changes in places where humans, when we were in Africa for those first 200,000 years of our existence, we lived in tropical forest or near tropical forest where there were seasonal fruits that changed or not seasonal fruits, where there were fruits that blossomed year round. So we just moved from
the argument that I was going to make was that we can see this in the actual remains of the people before and after the agricultural revolution. We can tell that their immediate quality of life got much worse. It's not like they were so stupid for not learning how to be farmers. It's that the people that transitioned from hunter-gatherers to farmers had a worse life. Like they spent more of their time doing back-breaking physical labor that resulted in like much higher amounts of strain and injury on the body, much worse nutritional variation, which led to much worse health outcomes and much higher frequencies of diseases from staying in the same place. Like almost by every single metric, the early farmers were worse off than the hunter-gatherers that came before them. Like the reason why the agricultural revolution took over is because even though all of the humans have a shittier existence, there can be more of them because you can support a higher population density. And eventually that higher population density leads to things like civilizations and massive armies that can then displace the hunter-gatherers who have much higher quality of life. Like if you were trying to convince a hunter-gatherer to become a farmer, you can't do that unless by force, because the hunter-gatherer is going to say, well, I only work like 2 to 3 hours a day, and the food I'm eating is much better and more nutritious than the food that you're growing, that you're spending 6 to 8 hours a day working on. So why would any rational person voluntarily become a farmer? It doesn't make any sense. And Matt knows absolutely nothing about any of this and just thinks, oh, well, if you didn't voluntarily begin farming, you must be too stupid to figure it out.
Like, yeah, and the funny thing is that his favorite tribe was nomadic herders while there were civilizations around. Yeah. So why didn't they create a civilization, you know, at the start?
Yeah, that's a great point. And yeah, it's just, oh, and like we have the actual data showing these quality of life changes brought about by agriculture. Like it's just so, and we also know that hunter-gatherers knew about and planted seeds way before they started agriculture. Like just because it doesn't take that much effort to plant a seed, but it takes a lot of effort to stay on the same patch of land and continuously nurture that seed and raise it to a crop. But if you're just planting seeds in the forest as you go, then you can come back a couple months or years later and then like harvest it naturally. You don't need intensive labor intensive agriculture to like know that you can put seeds in the ground and they grow. Like hunter-gatherers knew that. They just didn't want to sacrifice their quality of living to become farmers.
They are here at the history of medicine 5,000 years ago.
Again, that's when we have the first written records of medicine. We know beyond any shadow of a doubt that humans had medical practices long before 5,000 years ago. We even non-human animals use medicinal practices. Like orangutans like use herbs medicinally. Like it way massively predates 5,000 years.
Look at that. Oh, what a surprise. The official documented knowledge of irrigation. Oh, 5,000 years ago. What a surprise. The history of, look at this. About 5,000 years ago, a group of people in different parts of the world began keeping written records. Same time, everybody. No problem.
Again, like, this is just not true at all. I mean, the earliest written records are in Sumer, like in Mesopotamia, which had contacts with Egypt. Like we know that there were trade relations. We find material culture of Mesopotamia in Egypt. Like they're not isolated. Like he's saying just absolute false nonsense again. Like
writing system, easy to invent that. I just waited. I just decided to wait 195,000 years before doing it. I was too bored.
But there's writing systems that were just created within the last 500 years, like the Polynesian writing system we talked about.
And also by his same logic, you know who didn't have a writing system? Adam and Eve. So were they just too stupid to figure it out? Were Melchizedek and all these people, like they were too stupid to figure out how writing works? Because newsflash, like the Hebrew script and the Phoenician alphabet are like much later than all of the so-called super smart 900-year-old people that Matt believes in that were superhumans. Like he literally thinks people lived to be 900 years old. And by Matt's reasoning, I guess like, you know, Melchizedek and all of them are just too stupid to figure out how to create writing. I don't know.
humans invented writing about 5,000 years ago. That's right. The
Or
invention
Methuselah, sorry, not
Methuselah. Yeah.
of writing began just about 5,000 years ago. Right? They could only make stone tools for millions of years. We couldn't just do that over decades. We have.
What is he even talking about now?
I don't know.
It's
like sort of saying
tools and writing are the same age. Is that what I'm
I don't know.
understanding here? Because
Well, it's like saying, well, chimpanzees are using stone's tools, so why can't they write? It's like, what are you talking about?
I mean, so far, every single thing that he has said is 5,000 years old is just written records. That's it. Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Look who decided to show up. Is standing for truth here in the comments. Yeah.
Donny, you have got to stop listening to RawMatt. Like, seriously, my man.
Yeah, he's lying to
wow.
you. He's taking you as a fool. He's literally just making up stuff and just telling it to you. You gotta fact check the things RawMatt tells you, Donny. You gotta. It's
I haven't
absurd.
been called a gent in a long time.
Well, he's going for the insults here. Bet Mark,
I bet I could.
Yeah. Well, stone tool making competition apparently. Let's continue.
Are we going to start flint napping?
Believe that fossil record, right? So over 2 million years of human evolution, starting with Homo erectus, and not even one person figured out how to plant a seed in the ground. I want you to remember that. That's
no, like they did. They like hunter gatherers. They knew about this kind of thing. They just didn't become agricultural like farmers because that is like a horrible lifestyle.
Stupid we were. But yet we managed to all invent writing, agriculture, farming, make pyramids, brewing, have genealogies that go back about 5,000 years, have herbalism, what is this, mathematics, history, cosmology, all going back to the same time period. So I got it, everybody. To-do list, nothing. I'll invent all this later. I'm going to do nothing for those 5,000 years. No.
Yeah, Matt,
yeah, it's like almost as if they didn't invent anything like language or tools or fire or any of
Textiles.
Textiles. Like there were a lot of inventions that like ancient people created when they were hunter-gatherers. So like, yeah, hunter-gatherers had a lot of innovations.
We've been weaving baskets for a long time.
I think it's just because Matt doesn't know about it, therefore it can't exist.
I can step in real quick.
Sure.
This is so great. This is a slam dunk. Slam dunk.
Really it's because
argument or
it's because the stone stuff, the tool points and stuff like that, and the knives and the hammers and axes and stuff like that, that's the stone portions of them are all that we have. So they assume that's all there was. People were innovating different languages and counting systems. Like Grayson mentioned, there was a counting system on a bone in South Africa, or was it East Africa?
The Igbo bone, I think it might be South Africa where that was fine, but don't quote me. I need to familiarize myself better with that particular object.
Yeah.
Right? It was a couple years ago that I read it, but
there's other counting systems. I mean, humans have had counting systems as long as there have been humans. Whether it's just on our 10 fingers or
and there's evidence of humans using mathematics or mathematical reasoning for tens of thousands of years before this. So.
And there's also art going back way longer.
Yeah.
Suite of arguments against evolution in an old Earth. They'll even admit that
Donny, you make this argument later on, okay? But like, you say, oh, wow, 2 million years of Homo erectus living on the Earth, and there should be like all of these billions of dead bodies. Fossilization is rare. You know this. We know this. So why make this argument? Like, you went over the number of T-Rexes that have existed in all time, and then the amount of T-Rex individuals that we have. And the numbers that you provided for dinosaurs were much greater than for Homo erectus, who lived in small populations for a less amount of time than dinosaurs. And we have not that many. Like, fossilization is very rare. The total number of T-Rex specimens that we have compared to the total number of T-Rex, which you saw Matt fumbled the math on this earlier in this stream. But like, there were so many more dinosaurs and more T-Rexes than Homo erectus, like just because of the sheer amount of geologic time that those species persisted for. And yet we have a decent amount of Homo erectus material. I know that you undersell it and try to say it could all fit in the trunk of a car, but like we have a lot of individuals. Like, just please, Donny, be consistent for each one of these species. Apply the exact same ratios of fossils that we have compared to total individuals that are estimated to have existed of all time for Homo erectus, T-Rex, and every fossil species. Okay, like I don't feel like you're applying this rationality consistently at all.
Correct this, because we recently put out a challenge, right? Diaper Dino attempted to refute it and failed miserably. And so they would even admit that Homo erectus was a sophisticated people group. They knew how to sail, navigate the open waters, right? There's a popular article titled something like Homo erectus Sailor. They were able to make fire. Some suggest that they were able to speak with.
But so isn't Donny just debunking the point that Matt just made about how these people did nothing for millions of years?
Yep.
And how Donny is literally making a grocery list of all of the technological and cultural accomplishments that these ancient human groups had over those millions of years. Like, just directly refuting RawMatt. I mean,
where do they stand on something like the innovation of controlled fire and stuff like that? I mean, because that's what really turned the tables for our species, changed the way that things, our diet and stuff was preparing food over fire.
I think I remember like Homo erectus having some evidence of fire making, but don't quote me on that. I don't know. I don't remember for sure, but I do recall having read something about Homo erectus and fire.
We got campfires that are over 100,000 years old.
Yeah, there you go. 100,000-year-old campfires. Yeah, like humans were just doing nothing for that whole time. No innovations until agriculture.
Surprised with, we would agree that Homo erectus is a sophisticated people group. It's not a pre-human. It's fully human, made in the image of God.
It is a genus Homo, so yes, it is human. It's just not Homo sapien like you're trying to claim.
Anyways, we put out the challenge that pointed out the fact that, okay, the evolutionary model says that Homo erectus apparently lived on the globe for 1 to 2 million years. They will assert or claim, according to...
Okay, so wow, I guess I should just ignore Donny in the comments because he's just reiterating the exact same arguments that he's going to make on stream like 30 seconds later.
Well, Donny, instead of sitting in the chat, why don't you actually debate me? Like actually go on to a debate and sort of present your ideas with some criticism on them.
That's what I would recommend. I'll send Donny the link for this stream right now.
Yeah, it's going in here, Donny.
Yeah, well, I'll send him the link.
That Homo erectus is the most successful human hominin that has ever lived. I mean, 1 to 2 million years. Wow. And yet, as you pointed out, they were never able to figure out how to plant a single seed. But let's say their generation time was 20 to 25 years. Okay, according to the evolutionary model, there's 2 out of Africa. The first out of Africa says that Homo erectus left, and then later on Homo sapiens left, right? So you have erectus living on a pretty large part of the globe across Eurasia, Europe and Asia. Okay, so let's say their generation time is 1 to 2 million years. Okay, that means you'd expect billions of dead bodies within that million.
What does Donny
billions
know about
of
the
dead
savannah?
bodies? Billions. Are you serious, Donny?
What does Donny know about a savanna biome? How long does a carcass lay in a savanna biome? Just Donny,
come join the stream, Donny, and tell us what you know about savanna biomes. I can't wait to hear it.
Please, I'd love, because that's where Homo erectus lived, and savannas stretched all across Asia and Africa at this time. So,
and as we all know, when something dies on the savanna, it immediately fossilizes and is not eaten by anything.
Yeah. There's no hyenas or wolves or lions or vultures or jackals or.
Course not.
We would expect campsites, grave sites, evidence for their existence.
Like all the evidence that we have. Yes.
Yeah.
and yet we don't find that. Every
what? Yeah, we do though.
Gentlemen with Homo erectus can be fit into the trunk of a car. Okay, one of our critics who just loves us, Dapper Dino, he's like, oh well, you know, we found a campsite, or we found a this, a that. It's like, that's the point. If they're living on this planet for 1 to 2 million years, we should find billions of dead bodies. We should find countless grave sites.
No, we shouldn't.
Countless campsites.
None of
the
these-
scarcity of fossils.
I feel like he's applying his own worldview again. He thinks this is like 5,000 years ago, and it's not. Like, that's the thing. Like, you've got to understand it is so long ago.
Yeah.
And there's the idea that because we find later hominid species, once we moved into Europe and stuff and started living in caves because there was, again, seasonal stuff.
Right,
Same thing with the
right.
planting. Then we started leaving our remains in caves and became easier to track where we were. So yeah, modern humans are going to leave a lot more fossil records than a savanna living primitive hominid.
I just don't know if Donny has just forgotten that fossilization is very rare, or if he's just conveniently leaving that part out of this little diatribe of his, because it's a very rare process. I mean, I would not expect any of the things that Donny just said we should expect at all.
I don't know why we should expect these things. Like,
Yeah.
with the rarity of fossils, like, just because Donny says, hey, I want you to expect these things because it helps my worldview, I don't see any reason why we would expect these things over such a long amount of time in the environment that they're in and with the scarcity of humans during the time. I just...
The only posers are decomposers. I can't hear the stream.
Yeah, I don't hear you, Grayson. I think you might have dropped
Did
out,
you,
my friend.
did you pop something?
Sorry. Yep, I'm here. Could you not hear the video, or?
Just we can hear you. We just couldn't hear the video.
Okay. You should be able to hear now.
Okay, there's a lack of stone implements. There's simply no real good.
There's also not a lack of stone implements. Actually, there's too many stone implements for humanity to only be 6,000 years. Like, the number of stone implements that we have in Africa alone would mean that every single human would have to spend every single waking moment of their life making stone implements, and it still wouldn't be enough to explain all the stone implements.
And that doesn't account for societies that didn't use stone, like that use bamboo or other substances that don't
exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, and Donny, check your messages. I sent you the link to join.
For their existence on this planet for 2 million years. Okay, and they would even agree that Homo erectus was a lot smarter than previous hominins. So Matt, my question to you is this, and then continue doing what you're doing, because this is a slam dunk. Has any evolution...
And Donny, stop glazing Matt so hard. He's not slam dunking anything. Like, this is actually one of the dumbest and most dishonest presentations I've ever seen in my entire life. So just trying to sell it like it's this big final nail in the coffin, this big slam dunk, only makes you look either dishonest or stupid yourself. So, like, do not praise Matt this way. This man does not deserve any praise. He actually deserves your condemnation.
Has answered this fossil record challenge associated with Homo erectus, and just in general, everything that you're putting forth, suggesting that art, medicine, language, written records, agriculture, it all started suddenly and abruptly 5,000 years ago.
Because none of that is true at all. At all. None of it. Like, not even for not even written records, which, like, you could say, like, relatively accurately began 5,000 years ago, but not suddenly or abruptly. There's a lot of time of development where we can see proto writing. None of this is sudden.
And it's still developing, dude. It's still developing. It was like once it started, it never stopped.
Yeah, this is just like, I mean, RawMatt literally cannot be accurate about the conveyance of even a single fact besides Africa is big.
Right. Matter of fact, you don't even have to ask my opinion. We can go right to where I'm pointing with the arrow. It's called the population paradox. We find that there has been it's a long-term, long paradox with no obvious solutions. So why basically the paradox kind of goes like this. The forger population paradox is a puzzling phenomenon where contemporary human foragers are experiencing rapid population growth when we look at them. So why didn't they do it in the past? This is a paradox because most species exhibit near stationary net zero population growth over most of evolutionary history. See what they had to say? Their population didn't really grow very much. Why? Because there's no evidence for them. So they have to invoke net zero population growth for living organisms.
Yeah, so obviously Matt doesn't understand anything about population dynamics of living organisms, because typically, like, what happens when they get to a very stable population size over time. Like, you grow up until you reach the carrying capacity of your environment, and then you stabilize. The environment cannot support infinite population growth like Matt seems to think. Like, you
Called a trophic cascade.
Yeah, you
And
eventually
generally
stable off
Yeah.
and level off.
And generally, if you do exceed the capacity of the environment, you will quickly return to some kind of normal, because like locusts that swarm, they will swarm, get massive, eat everything, and then go back to exactly, a level population. Like, you don't, I don't, it's so
That's
weird.
Trophic cascade.
Yeah. Also, I need to correct. Robin, I love you. I normally agree with you, but I need to correct you on this egregious error. We've been going for 7 straight hours of utter boredom, okay? Get some recognition here. This is by far and away the longest stream I've ever done or been a part of. So thank you, Mark. Thank you, Bree. Thank you, everybody that's been here like throughout the whole night, and everybody listening, because like, I didn't think that I was able to ever gonna have a 7-hour stream in me. So, and I'm still feeling pretty good right now.
Well, I got tapped in pretty late in the game, so I'm pretty fresh right now.
Yeah.
Same here.
No, Mark, you've been going on for a while now. So I think.
Yeah, but it's daytime for me, so it's totally fine.
Also, by the way, for what it's worth,
Hour
I
in.
looked up the forager population paradox to see if it was a real thing. And the very first article I read was answering the forager population paradox by explaining that mortality rates were higher in the past, fertility rates were less, and there was big catastrophes that would periodically come in and wipe out a bunch of people. And with those 3 things, there is no forager population paradox. So yeah, it's not some big unsolved big mystery like Matt's trying to like portray it. That
Bottlenecks
it's a
of
paradox.
disease.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, these are very understood population dynamics.
And we can actually, in some of the remains that we do have that apparently only fit in the trunk of a car, we pick up on all kinds of pathologies and environmental catastrophes that impacted these people's day-to-day life.
And shout out to Stop the Stupidity for shouting me out for making this long, but also Stop the Stupidity has been here, like, given those gift memberships, like, relentlessly. Thank you, Stop the Stupidity. Like, you guys all in the chat and everybody that's been gifting memberships and super chats and being here saying awesome stuff in the chat, really helping me keep going here and making this whole thing awesome. Let me go ahead and get a little bit more in here. I think we're over the halfway point. Can we recognize, like, we've gotten more than halfway through this absolute. I can't even say what it is.
Oh, look, it's not even that it's misrepresentation at this point. I'd have to say it is absolute lies from RawMatt. It's hard to say, oh, he was just mistaken. It really is.
You
Like,
mean the guy who says he can live off air alone is not
who would have
honest?
thought it? Yeah,
Look,
amazing.
Nobody could possibly be mistaken this much, this consistently. Like, I don't think it's possible to accidentally be wrong about this much. Like, it has to be intentional dishonesty at this point. There's no other explanation. And yes, Sailor Star, you are correct. I am going to sleep for a long time after this stream. And yeah, thank you. And as somebody asked me, and okay, I get a comment on almost every single video I do from one of you people asking about Hawk Tuah Girl. There is nothing that I look forward more than Hawk Tuah Girl's 15 minutes of fame finally being over, so you all stop mentioning her in my comments. No, my middle name, my actual given middle name is Hawk. Like, my dad is a falconer. In his house, there's pictures of hawks all over the place. The man is obsessed. He actually wanted to name my first name Greyhawk. Just my actual first name. I'm just glad my mom got him to...
Oh, come on. That is pretty baller. Come on now.
No, Mark. I'm glad that my name is Jason Hawk and not Greyhawk, because
Greyhawk sounds awesome, though. I mean, come on.
I just feel like every single person I meet would accuse me of cultural appropriation of like Native Americans or something, or they ask me if I'm Native American, and I have to be like, no. And yeah, it would just. I'm very, very glad my name is not Greyhawk, and I'm very, very glad my name is Grayson Hawk, because Hawk is an awesome middle name, and I do love having it.
From now on, joining any of your streams, I'm going to be going, by the power of Greyhawk.
Well, my dad still to this day does call me Greyhawk. So he kind of won because he kind of can shorten Grayson Hawk to Greyhawk, and so he kind of got his way. But, you know,
this
I think
is the same dad who's the musician.
Yeah, he loves musical instruments. He plays the mandolin. So
me too.
Oh, what a guy. He sounds
awesome. Robin Webster, big shout out. Robin's always supporting the channel. She's awesome. She just said Utterball. And I don't know to what specifically you could possibly be referring to as Utterbullocks during this 7-hour stream, but it kind of...
You're going to have to be more specific, yeah.
You're going to have to be more specific, Robin. And yes, actually, I know I just recently learned this last year that Greyhawk is also a D&D setting. So
yes, it is. Yeah.
Yep. I didn't even know that until this year, and I can guarantee you my dad does not know that. I mean, my dad's never even seen The Lord of the Rings. The man does not fantasy. So just a happy...
And he's a falconer? Seems kind of counterintuitive.
The man has no ability to, like, the fiction doesn't he can't appreciate fiction or fantasy or any...
If I was a falconer, I'd go to Ren fairs and hang out with the elves and the dwarves.
Oh, well,
he take a hawk. That would be awesome.
He just used to pick me up from school with the hawk. So I was always known as the hawk kid. But it was cool. I mean, you know, all the kids wanted to come to my house and see the hawk. So
not to interrupt, but I'm going to interrupt because I got to say something.
Yeah, of course.
At university, recently I was talking to some students. There was like 8 atheists, and they all wanted to team up on me on video. So I took them up on it. And one of their points was, wouldn't Adam and Eve have been inbred? Well, if for millions of years, and for deep time, you have small populations, would that not be an issue as well in breeding?
Oh, exactly. And that's...
No, because he doesn't understand that, like, human populations are not genetically isolated. Like, they never have been. There's no population of humans on Earth that's, like, genetically isolated. Even when, like, populations that are very isolated are still not genetically isolated, because humans have this thing where, like, every generation or two or something, a human comes along who kind of gets a little bit of wanderlust. Like, you might know somebody, or you might be somebody that is like, oh, I just got this itch to leave my hometown and go and explore and meet new people and see new things. Well, that's not new. That humans have felt that way for a really long time. And it only takes like one of those humans every couple hundreds of years to ensure that there's enough genetic transfer between isolated groups that no group of humans is truly genetically isolated. And it maintains a genetic diversity. Just having one of those, like, every 100 years, just going from one group to the next and exploring and meeting new people, that we know there's multiple humans of every generation that feel that way. Like, we humans kind of have the wanderlust. That's why we keep going new places and exploring new things. And that's what ensures that our populations continue to mix. So genetically, there's just one human population on Earth. And it always has been like that.
Even the people on the North Sentinelese get wanderlust and come to the other islands nearby and hook up when they're teenagers. It's like a thing that they do.
Yeah.
Like people who are on the most isolated island in the that we know that's populated.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there literally is no population of humans in known history that has been truly genetically isolated. So no, you would not expect under an evolutionary paradigm that these groups would just genetically deteriorate into a highly inbred state. That is not what we would expect. That is what we would expect of Adam and Eve, though.
You nailed it, Matt. They're the ones that have an inbreeding problem because
the projection is insane.
Matt has never nailed anything in his life.
You're
yeah.
Being revealed
Yeah, like, so the idea that, hey, because we were down to a population bottleneck of thousands of individuals, we have the same inbreeding problem as Adam and Eve, two people, all of whose descendants were all related. Are you serious right now? Like, what is wrong with you?
It's just like, I swear, they don't even hear the words that they say. Like, they can't hear themselves speak. They've got some sort of disease where they can't hear themselves talk.
Reservoir of genetic mistakes. These recessive mutations come to the forefront. They erode existing levels of genetic diversity. They lead to all kinds of harmful diseases, okay? They're the ones, according to their model, they explain the origin of all, or almost all, genetic diversity as being the result of what? Mutations, deleterious mutation accumulation over time. Yeah, they're going to have
not just deleterious. That's where Donny's basically putting his faith in to say there's no advantageous mutations because I say so.
Yeah, pretty much. Just take my word for it, bro.
Yep.
Even though, like, we literally do have empirically measured distribution of fitness effects showing empirically the distribution of beneficial, neutral, deleterious, like we've measured this, and Donny's absolutely incorrect about his characterization.
To cause harm, disease, and damage from inbreeding. And that's what they have in their out of Africa model, in their evolutionary story. We have what? 3 bottlenecks. You start with Adam and Eve at creation. They're not created.
Yeah, that's not a big bottleneck or anything. No, just 2 people and all of the genetic material is taken from them. No, it's not a problem at all. What could possibly go wrong?
Deleterious mutations. They're created with what's called created heterozygosity.
Oh, where's that in the Bible?
Oh, there you go.
Can you show me the Bible verse that explains to me about created heterozygosity? Or is that just something that you literally need to be the case as a rescue device, a literal rescue device that still does not work? Because I really sometimes think that Donny does not understand the terms that he uses, because, like, a heterozygous individual has one allele on one of their parents' chromosomes and one allele from the other. 2 alleles, right? That's heterozygous. Yet there are multiple versions of these alleles that can occur in a human population, but even though one individual can only have 2. So, like, blood types, there's like 1,000 different alleles of different type, like, blood types. So we're expected to believe that every single allele for every gene that's present in the current human populations, because we know that they couldn't have come from mutation, right? So they had to have been in Adam and Eve's genomes originally, which means that they would have had to have like 1,000 different variations of the same gene. I mean, I know that God's all powerful and can do anything anyway, but there's like, to think that he could have created Adam and Eve with 1,000 different varieties, or 500 or 20 different varieties of like every single possible variety of every single possible gene, and that those bodies would somehow work with all of those different genes represented, that they would work as a coherent whole that was superior to us. And then somehow over time and inbreeding, we would lose that heterozygosity, and there would be absolutely no evidence or remnants of created heterozygosity in the past. Not one. There's no piece of evidence that suggests created heterozygosity, not in any ancient genome, archaeogenetic study, Nothing in our current genome suggests it. There's no evidence left behind of this. So you really have to believe that God is some kind of a trickster or deceiving us, because he never mentioned in his special book about created heterozygosity, he never gave us any evidence to suggest that past populations had more heterozygosity or that there was some initial created heterozygosity. Like, this is just like the last.
We have those genomes too. We have species
genome.
of Homo's genomes that we can check.
I really think that like Donny is in such hardcore denial that like he knows that like the Adam and Eve story, the genetics, is a completely fundamental, like it is a breaker of the young earth creationist worldview. And he's desperately clinging to the one thing that he can like, he's trying to convince himself that created heterozygosity can possibly work, but he will never think about it on a deep enough level to show why it doesn't. He only thinks about it enough to where he can latch on to the nearest rescue device, like a little floaty, and just cling on to that in real life because, like, yeah, I mean, if you were to accept that created heterozygosity is nonsense and there's no evidence and there's no actual reason to think it's a thing, then all of a sudden the Adam and Eve story doesn't make sense. Then all of a sudden the Bible doesn't make any sense. Then all of a sudden the entire life that he has created for himself doesn't make any sense. So I think it's like out of like a sense of like comfort and fear of change that these creationists will just latch on to anything that, even if they know deep down it doesn't make sense, if they can trick themselves into thinking that it makes sense, then that's enough for them to feel comforted and safe, and then they don't have to change. And I think it really all comes down to that. I don't know. I was rambling for a really long time. I think I like basically I don't think I can go on any longer with this, guys. I don't know if I can. I think I might wrap it up. It's like we've gone for 7 hours and 18 minutes at this point.
Yeah, man,
it's
a
like
really good effort though.
It's past midnight here.
I'm aware.
Yeah. So is there anything that you guys wanted to did you have any thoughts about what I just said? Because I kind of do feel like that's a good concluding remark about what we just witnessed, but
sure.
Yeah.
So I think like my experience with Donny is he's definitely not as bad as RawMatt. Like Donny will sort of make conclusions and this sort of, well, you know, you could take this paper like this. And yeah, I do think that's misrepresenting the paper, but it's not like RawMatt where who actually take out written text in a paper and insert his own stuff in there, or you know, basically absolutely lie about what a paper says. You know, like that is on a whole nother level. And I think so, you know, I'm actually pretty shocked because I didn't really know RawMatt was like this. I don't follow him. I don't really check up on people like that. It doesn't, but I'm actually pretty shocked of the stuff that he's been doing today. You know, and this kind of stuff, like, if you expect to have reasonable conversations with people who, like Dr. Stern Cardinal or you know, Erica and these kind of people, sort of making your own conclusions is one thing, but lying about, you know, like actually physically changing. And we mentioned that Dapper Dino brought him up on where he had a picture of a ancient hominid, and he actually took out the name of it and lied and said it was Homo sapiens, and that is absolutely unacceptable. I'm
the
pretty
plagiarism's just over the top with RawMatt. That taking his name or taking it was the header, right? Took the header from a peer-reviewed journal and put it on top of one of his own papers. That's so.
Yeah.
Why would you still work with a guy like that, Donny? Why would you still work with someone like that? It's not good for your brand.
Asked if there's going to be a follow-up covering the other half, and it took us almost 7.5 hours to get through the first half. And
that's because the amount of people. It always is the amount of people. The
also
more people
have
you have.
You Are Victoria saying that maybe Grayson will stream for all of 2025. If I try to cover the second half of this video, I basically, I think, would have to stream for an entire year to crush all of this nonsense. Oh, and wow, right when we're wrapping down the video, now Donny comes back and wants in. Okay, no, that is, you had your chance. I sent you the link. You couldn't join on time for whatever excuse you had. If you come back for part 2, okay? Because Donny, if you're listening right now, we did not get to your part of the presentation. RawMatt was too much for us. He broke me. I couldn't go on. But if I do a part 2, and let me know in the comments if you would want to see a part 2 where we finish this video, I think I would need to rest for several weeks to get back to where I could. But let me know if that's something that you would like to see, and maybe I can do a part 2, because I know that Dr. Dan Stern-Cardinal did say that he wanted to come back for a part 2 that he could specifically be on for Donny's genetics arguments in the back half of the video. And so I know that there's a lot of genetic stuff that Donny brings up that we didn't get to talk about in the video. So maybe I should do a part 2 with bringing back like Mark and Bree and Dr. Dan and Dapper and Planet Peterson and all the people that came through. But I'm going to need a little bit of time in between. It's not going to be right away. So yeah,
and
exactly.
Just because Greyhawk's bad at his job, I'm just going to say, don't forget to like and subscribe, hit all the buttons, hit the bell for notifications, because he deserves it. This has been a monumental marathon. Absolutely.
Yeah. 7.5 hours. I think that my longest stream before this was like not even 3 hours. So this was, or maybe a little bit over 3 hours. So this was definitely, this is a record that will hopefully stand for a long time on my channel. I'm not planning on doing any 8-hour stream anytime soon. And thank you for the final super chat, Left-Handed Jedi, wishing me to get some sleep. I know that every cell in my body is agreeing with you. So thank you. But yes, I'm going to be shutting down the stream now. So Donny, come back for part 2. Everybody listening, thank you so much for making this a very, very special stream. It's the end of the year stream, my final stream of the year. So happy New Year's to everyone listening. Happy 2025. Wait, Mark, before I go, is it already 2025 for you?
No, it's New Year's Eve at about 4:30 or so.
Oh, okay.
So it's past midday, but not past midnight. Yeah.
Well, then you will be in 2025 before the rest of us. I hope it's good for you, and I hope it's good for all of us. Honestly, if I could just reflect quick, my 2024 is pretty crazy on this channel. I think I entered 2024 having just hit 1,000 subscribers and just becoming monetized, and then I'm ending the year having surpassed 4,500 subscribers. So thank you all so freaking much, and I've got way bigger plans in 2025 for the types of videos that I want to do. And yeah, I'm super incredibly excited to start 2025 and to start up Trash Talk and the final experiment and all of the various ideas and debunks and videos. I mean, I have an entire notes app on my phone with all the video ideas that I want to get around to. And I'm also I'm going to be doing a little bit more Patreon stuff for the patrons. So just tune in. There's lots of really exciting stuff coming up. And check out Mark Reed's channel. Check out Hive Psi Bree's channel. I will have links to every single guest that made an appearance that has a YouTube channel. I will link in the description. So go and check them out and subscribe to their channels, because there is absolutely no way I would have been able to do this video without them. So they were helping me get through this. And so if you enjoyed any of this video, you got to check out their channels too. So with that, Mark, Bree, I am going to shut it down and just thank you every single one of you that was here for this live, that's watching after the fact. Like, share, and subscribe. I'm not that bad of a YouTuber as Mark Reed was saying. And yeah, have a happy, wonderful 2025 and happy New Year's.